4 years have passed since Emperor Cardian ascended the throne of the Eshrashar Empire. Since then, his forces have been unstoppable, devouring neighboring kingdoms like Palban and Chebolu, one by one, as they expand their reach across the map, to solidify his absolute rule over the land. Amidst all this chaos and conquest, a lone mercenary with dark hair sat in the shadows, trying his best to keep his past buried deep where no one could find it. Our boy Elric has seen far too much for his age, and his sharp red eyes reflect the weight of the secrets he carries while he stares into the void. He is suddenly told that he must get married, a command that leaves him completely stunned and speechless. Elric stands there with his mouth hanging open and sweat beads forming on his face from the pure shock of the news. The weight of the situation starts to sink in as he looks down at his shirt, feeling the sudden pressure of an arranged fate. His father sits behind a massive desk and calmly explains that his bride will be the young lady of Baron Wibbin's household. Arranged marriages really are the classic noble headache. Elric can hardly believe what he is hearing as he looks at his father with wide eyes and an expression of total disbelief at the sudden life change. His hand trembles slightly as he reaches for the heavy wooden door to leave the room and face the reality of this forced engagement. Elric walks away from the meeting with his head down, still trying to process the news that his father considers the girl a good match. It is hard to believe his entire future was decided in a single conversation when he was only 14 years old. Our boy looks completely devastated as he stops in the middle of the hallway to catch his breath. He repeats the words to himself and wonders if his life is really going to change just like that without him having any say in the matter. Later on, Elric stands in a massive sunlit hall dominated by a towering angel statue that seems to watch over him. He stares up at the figure and thinks to himself that he simply cannot understand his father's reasoning or why this is happening. His nerves are clearly getting the better of him as he clenches the fabric of his white wedding suit so hard his knuckles turn pale. The moment of truth arrives when he finally comes face to face with a young girl with long blonde hair wearing a beautiful white tiara. One look at her and Elric's brain just completely short-circuits as a deep blush creeps across his face, and his heart starts racing against his ribs. The blonde girl introduces herself as Tyria Wibbin, and she looks even more stunning up close than anyone could have described to him. Her green eyes are bright and full of life, as she looks at him with a gentle expression that makes Elric feel even more flustered than before. Tyria has this serene beauty that seems almost otherworldly, as she offers him a small, polite smile during their first meeting. If Elric had to sum her up in just one single word, it would have to be pure. Tyria Wibbin stands before him like an actual angel descended from the heavens, making the entire grand hall feel brighter just by her presence alone. A hand lands on Elric's shoulder to snap him out of his daze, while he stands there blushing like a total amateur at the sight of his new bride. The two of them share a formal bow to show their respect, as they prepare to begin the ceremony that will tie their resides together forever. High above them, the light filters through the intricate glass ceiling of the cathedral, casting a rainbow of colors over the entire wedding party. Elric and Tyria stand before the altar together as the ceremony begins in earnest, while the rest of the world seems to fade away into the background. Behind the thin lace of her wedding veil, Tyria looks like a dream come true as she clutches a bouquet of white roses. She is the picture of innocence, perfectly matching the holy and quiet atmosphere of the cathedral around them. Elric looks intensely serious as he tries to keep his composure while he reaches out for her hand during the most critical part of the vows. He carefully slides the wedding ring onto Tyria's finger, as his hands shake just a tiny bit from the sheer weight of the moment. Our boy looks at his new wife and realizes he has no idea what she is truly thinking behind that mysterious and calm expression of hers. Tyria keeps her gaze lowered, and her green eyes are half hidden, as the two of them finish the rites that make them husband and wife. A massive mansion standing tall under a dark and rainy sky, while the storm clouds roll in over the estate. Inside the bedroom, a single candle flickers in the dark, casting long shadows against the walls as the night truly begins. Elric nervously fidgets with his own wedding ring, as he sits in the quiet room feeling the full gravity of his new situation. Our boy sits on the edge of the bed with a goofy grin on his face. Our boy is definitely feeling the nerves. His thoughts drift back to the image of his father at the desk, and the strange way this whole marriage came about so suddenly. He tries to convince himself that everything is fine as a small smile plays on his lips, while he thinks about his beautiful new wife. But the more he thinks about the events of the day, the more he starts to feel like something's off about this entire arrangement. Elric sits on the edge of the bed looking completely troubled while he reflects on his situation. He asks the maid why a noble lady like Tyria would ever agree to marry a commoner like him. He is just the son of a merchant family, and the math simply isn't adding up no matter how much he thinks about it. The maid looks down, clearly uncomfortable with the question. She hesitates, trying to find the right words to explain the situation without sounding too harsh or revealing too much too soon. Our boy waits for an answer, his face filled with worry. He can tell from her expression that whatever she is about to say is going to hurt. She lets out a small sigh and finally closes her eyes. It is time for him to hear the truth about why this wedding actually happened today and what it cost. The word marriage carries a lot of weight, especially when there are hidden motives behind the scenes. Elric's eyes widen as the pieces of the puzzle start falling into place and the dark truth begins to emerge. Years ago, the Wibben barony was a name that commanded respect and held massive wealth across the land. But times have changed, and now they are drowning in debt. Elric's family saw an opportunity and stepped in with a deal that would change their lives forever. In exchange for paying off every single coin they owed, his family demanded this union. It was nothing more than a cold business transaction disguised as a romantic wedding ceremony. The crest of his family represents their status as mere merchants, but they have always craved more power. By marrying into the Wibben family, the Portmers would finally be accepted into the high ranks of the nobility. The maid explains this cold reality to him without blinking. He listens in total silence as the horrific truth sinks in. He desperately asks her if this means Tyria was essentially sold to his family like some piece of property in a heartless business transaction. Elric is absolutely floored when he hears the truth, his eyes widening as the reality of the situation sinks in. He can barely find the words to respond while sweat drips down his face in pure shock. Despair hits him like a freight train as he finally realizes the weight of his family's actions. He clutches his head, wondering how he could have been so blind to the suffering of his new wife. This is a hard pill to swallow for our boy. He realizes his entire world is built on a lie. Suddenly, the doors burst open as Elric rushes out of the room in a panic. The maid calls out to him, but he is already long gone, driven by a sudden surge of overwhelming guilt. His footsteps echo through the grand hallway as he sprints as fast as his legs can carry him. He needs to find her and see the truth of her situation for himself right this second. Our boy is a mess of emotions right now. He is running through the mansion hallways, desperately trying to find the one person he needs to talk to before he loses his nerve. He just wants to say something to her, even if he does not know what the right words are yet. Anything would be better than this suffocating silence and the lies they lived. He reaches a door and slams his hand against the wall, trying to catch his breath. His heart is pounding against his ribs from the physical and emotional strain of the truth. Elric leans against the cold stone, gasping for air. He is exhausted, but he cannot stop now when he is so close to her room and potentially some answers. Every breath feels like lead in his lungs. He takes a moment to steady himself before facing the woman whose life his family just bought. He stands before the ornate wooden doors, hesitating for just a second. The silence coming from the other side is almost more deafening than a scream would be in this moment. Our boy slowly reaches out and pushes the door open just a tiny crack. He holds his breath, terrified of what he might find waiting inside that silent room. He peeks through the gap, his eyes scanning the dimly lit room. A faint, repetitive sobbing sound reaches his ears, and it is clear that someone inside is absolutely heartbroken. In the shadows, he sees a flash of blonde hair through the darkness. Tyria is there, but she is not the happy bride everyone saw at the altar earlier today. The poor girl is curled up on the floor, shaking uncontrollably as she sobs into her hands in the dark. Seeing her like this shatters whatever was left of Elric's heart. She is not a happy bride, but a victim trapped in a marriage that she never actually agreed to. Elric stands there frozen, watching his wife cry her eyes out. He realized that her beautiful smile from before was nothing more than a mask for her deep misery. Without saying a word, he turns around and walks away from the door. He knows he cannot face her like this, not while the people responsible are still acting like they did nothing wrong. In another part of the mansion, the sound of a quill scratching against paper fills the air. Someone is calmly going about their business as if nothing is out of the ordinary despite the chaos. A man sits at a massive desk, illuminated by a single candle. He is the one pulling all the strings behind this entire mess without a single care in the world. The young man bursts through the doors with a look of pure outrage, ready to give whoever is inside a piece of his mind. He shouts at the top of his lungs, no longer willing to stay silent about the betrayal he just uncovered. He confronts the man, gesturing wildly as he lets out all the anger he has been holding back. He cannot believe how cold-blooded his own family has become for the sake of status. Our boy shouts at him, asking how they could do something so horrible to another human being. He is finished being a pawn in their schemes and wants it all to end. His voice cracks as he pours out his frustration to the silent room. He wants them to understand the damage they have caused, but he is met with nothing but cold indifference. The man with the mustache slowly looks up and calls out Elric's name. His voice is calm and steady, which only makes our protagonist feel even more frustrated by the lack of empathy. He tells the boy to stop acting like a child. To the father, this was just a necessary business step to secure the future and legacy of their entire household. The father stares at his son with a look of pure disappointment and cold calculation. He does not see a suffering girl. He only sees a successful trade that his son is failing to appreciate. Since they are officially nobility now, he expects Elric to start behaving with the proper decorum. The weight of this new title feels more like a heavy prison sentence than a noble reward. Elric clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white. He is absolutely sick of being a pawn in his father's game, and the anger is finally starting to boil over. The cold rain pours over a lonely grave as a dark memory surfaces. This is the heavy truth he carries every day. He was a child born by devouring his own mother. His father's voice always echoed in his head with the same cold demand. He was told to at least earn his keep, making every breath feel like a debt he could never repay. From the shadows, an unseen force pulls the strings of his life. He was never allowed to make a single choice for himself, trapped in a web of expectations and duty. Our boy realized he was nothing more than a tool to be used and discarded. He stood there in his wedding suit, a faceless puppet ready to perform for the family name. He turns his back on his father and walks away from the desk. The room feels suffocating, filled with the stench of business deals masquerading as family ties. He looks back toward the desk, his eyes burning with a mix of resentment and realization. The weight of his family's cold calculations finally hits him as he prepares to confront his father face to face. Our protagonist looks back one last time at the man who claims to be his father. The old man does not even look up from his papers, already focused on the next transaction. Elric storms out of the room with a new sense of purpose. He is not just leaving a room, he is leaving behind an entire identity he never wanted. The memory of Tyria crying over the gold coins haunts him. She was sold just like a piece of property because her family needed the money. Our boy decides right then that he will not just escape. He is going to ruin every single one of his father's carefully crafted plans. As he grips a wooden staff tightly, he makes the life-changing decision to throw away his family name and everything he once stood for. He stares ahead with a cold determination, realizing that his old life as a noble man is officially dead and buried. Heavy rain lashes against the wheat fields under a stormy blue sky. The world outside the manor is harsh and unforgiving, mirroring the turmoil inside his heart. He leaves behind his silk robes and luxury, choosing the harsh life of a wanderer instead. With nothing but a sword and a small bag, he heads into the unknown to find a freedom he never imagined. As he walks, he cannot help but wonder why Lady Tyria was crying so hard. Was she truly just sad about being sold off like a common item? He remembers seeing her curled up on the floor, looking so small and broken. The thought of her leaving her family behind pulls at his conscience more than he expected. Or maybe it was something even worse. He wonders if she simply could not stand the sight of him, seeing him as just another part of her nightmare. The rain washes over his face, but it cannot wash away the questions. He looks out at the distant mountains, feeling the weight of the choice he just made. He speaks his resolve into the empty, wet air. He has to keep moving if he wants to stay ahead of the life he just discarded. A massive fortress looms through the mist, its stone towers reaching for the clouds. This is where the desperate come to find work that nobody else wants to do. A rugged man with a scarred face looks up in total shock. He was not expecting a kid with noble features to show up at his doorstep looking for trouble. The veteran warrior narrows his eyes, trying to read the newcomer. He has seen plenty of runaways, but this boy has a look in his eyes that screams survivor. Elric stands his ground, looking up at the massive man. He does not flinch or back down, showing a grit that most nobles lose the second they leave their mansions. He knows that his old name will only bring trouble in a place like this. He needs a new identity, one that belongs only to him and his sword. His gaze sharpens, glowing with a dangerous intensity. The boy who was a tool is officially dead, and something much more lethal is being born in the rain. With total confidence, he introduces himself with a name that will soon be whispered in fear. "My name is Kashar," he says, officially cutting the final tie to his past. He stands tall in the pouring rain, the handle of his blade ready for the life of blood and steel that waits for him. For the next 10 years, he survives in a world of constant bloodshed and metal clashing on the front lines. The pampered young man from before is long gone, replaced by a hardened warrior who knows nothing but the heat of the battlefield. He wanders from one conflict to the next, swinging his blade in a desperate struggle for survival. Stained with the blood of countless enemies, he searches through the carnage for a place where he can finally take root and leave his past behind. Blood drips slowly from the edge of his blade, staining the ground. He has become a master of death, but the price of his freedom is written in red. To the world, he is the legendary sword demon, but no one would ever suspect this mercenary is actually the missing noble, Elric. This secret is his alone to keep, hidden behind a face splattered with gore as the boy who was once a puppet disappears forever. The sky is bathed in an intense orange glow as the sun sets behind the distant mountains. Elric stands alone at the edge of a massive canyon, looking down at the path ahead while the wind whips his cape around. This is a memory of a war he cannot seem to escape. Our boy Elric looks absolutely exhausted. His silver armor is covered in dents and scratches from a long day of fighting, but his expression remains as cold and hard as stone. He has spent years on the front lines, and every scratch on that silver plate tells the story of another narrow escape from death during this never-ending war. An entire legion of soldiers stands ready to take him down. Dozens of armored men hold their shields and spears high, while the front line aims their rifles directly at him. The army closes in from all sides. Elric just stands his ground in the middle of the field, gripping his massive sword and waiting for the perfect moment to strike back at the crowd. He swings his blade with a sudden burst of speed. The metal catches the last light of the setting sun as he cuts through the air, ready to shatter the front line of the enemy formation. A brutal clash echoes through the valley. Blood sprays across the scene as the first wave of soldiers is sent flying, unable to withstand the sheer power behind his desperate counterattack. Elric moves like a demon on the battlefield. Even with the weight of that heavy armor, his strikes are lightning fast and precise, leaving nothing but carnage in his wake as he pushes forward. The fighting finally stops. Our protagonist stands there with blood staining his face, looking completely numb to the violence he just witnessed. He has survived, but at what cost to his own soul? The bartender stops cleaning a wooden mug as he notices a new guest. He looks at the man who just walked in with a mix of curiosity and caution, while the other patrons continue their quiet conversations. The man behind the counter can immediately tell this traveler is carrying some serious baggage, just by the heavy and dangerous atmosphere he brings into the quiet room. Elric is leaning heavily on a cane as he approaches the counter. Every step seems like a struggle, a far cry from the unstoppable warrior we just saw in those bloody memories of the war. Our boy wears a simple brown coat and vest now. Limping or not, he still looks dangerous. He keeps his gaze fixed ahead, ignoring the stares of the common people who are clearly intimidated by him. The patrons whisper behind his back as he limps past their tables. They can tell he is not just some ordinary traveler passing through town, and the tension in the room starts to climb. The patrons can't believe their eyes and start questioning if it is really him. The blonde guy looks skeptical while his friend with the mug is completely frozen in shock by the man's sudden appearance. These commoners can't help but gossip about his reputation, wondering if the broken man before them is truly the legendary and terrifying warrior they once heard about in stories. Elric finally makes it to the bar and takes a seat. The bartender notices his struggle and asks if something happened to him, noting that his leg looks like it took a serious hit. He confirms he got hurt on the battlefield. The bartender just sighs and slides a newspaper over, saying those kinds of injuries happen all the time to men like him these days. Our boy starts scanning the headlines, looking for any news about the current state of the world. He seems calm at first, but his eyes are searching for something very specific in the text. Suddenly, his grip tightens on the paper. He crumples the page in his fist as his expression shifts from calm interest to pure, unadulterated rage in a matter of seconds. The bartender freezes mid-task. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he realizes he might have accidentally offended the most dangerous man in the room by giving him that paper. Elric's eyes are glowing red again as he glares at the crumpled news. Whatever he just read has triggered a deep, boiling anger inside him that he thought he had under control. Is something going on? The simple question hangs in the air, highlighting the internal turmoil Elric is feeling as he tries to process the shocking information he just discovered. The newspaper shows a portrait of a distinguished man with a goatee. This is the person responsible for Elric's anger, a face from his past that he never expected to see in the headlines. A loud whistle pierces the air as a train chugs along the tracks. Thick black smoke billows into the evening sky as the locomotive speeds away from the small town and into the mountains. The iron horse barrels through the golden fields as the sun dips below the horizon. The rhythmic clanking of the metal wheels on the tracks provides a steady beat to Elric's dark thoughts while he travels toward his destination. He is leaving his past behind, yet it keeps following him. He sits alone in the carriage, staring out at the passing landscape. His reflection in the window looks like a ghost, reminding him of the man he used to be before everything fell apart. He remembers a small notice printed at the bottom corner of that newspaper. It was a tiny detail that most people would have ignored, but it changed everything for our protagonist. That face belongs to a man he knows all too well. Seeing him again brings back a flood of memories that Elric has spent years trying to bury deep beneath his battle-hardened exterior. His mind drifts back to the night he first ran away from his family estate. It was pouring rain as he walked down a lonely road with nothing but a bag on his back and a heavy heart. Even back then, a part of him held onto a faint hope. He was only a boy, and he wanted to believe that someone would come after him and tell him to come back home. He stops for a moment to look back at the grand mansion. Looking back on it now, he realizes that his hope was not completely unfounded, even if it led him down a dark path. He looks down with a somber expression as he reflects on his past. Even though he has returned, the weight of his history with that man still feels like a heavy burden on his heart. He stares out the window of the carriage, his face illuminated by the warm light of the sunset. The journey is nearly over, but his internal conflict is only just beginning. He hunches over on the seat and buries his face in his hands. The journey is bringing back ghosts he thought were dead and buried, and he is not sure if he can face them again. Our boy looks out at the darkening landscape as the train rushes through the mountains. He thinks to himself that his hopes for a peaceful return were nothing more than a foolish delusion born from desperation. The night sky is vast and cold, matching the uncertainty he feels deep in his chest. Memories of his departure flicker through his mind like a ghost. He remembers leaving with nothing but a bag and a heart full of bitterness. Back then, he used his father's death as a pathetic excuse to run away, but now he is finally crawling back to the place he once called home. The train finally pulls into the massive station, its iron frame glowing under the golden light of a setting sun. This place is grand and ancient, a testament to the power of the territory he left behind so long ago. The journey is over, but his real struggle is just beginning. He looks absolutely exhausted as he processes his arrival, his red eyes reflecting a decade of hardship and regret, while he realizes he has finally returned to a place that no longer feels like home. He looks up at the sky, watching the clouds catch the last embers of the day. It is strange to think that 10 years have passed since he was last here. To him, It feels like a lifetime, yet the world around him seems to have stood perfectly still. He begins his walk through the outskirts of the territory, leaning heavily on his cane. Peasants working in the distance stop to watch the well-dressed stranger pass by. They have no idea that the man limping past them is the same boy who disappeared years ago. The path is quiet and peaceful, lined with trees that have begun to drop their bright red autumn leaves. It is a stark contrast to the chaos he has lived through. Here, the only sound is the rustle of the wind and the steady click of his cane on the dirt. He passes a local farmer carrying a heavy bundle of wheat on his shoulders. Our boy notes that the sharp and tense atmosphere of a battlefield is nowhere to be found here. This place is slow, rhythmic, and painfully normal, which only makes him feel more out of place. A couple of young boys sprint past him, their laughter echoing through the fields as they play. Elric watches them go with a look of quiet contemplation. This landscape is both familiar and strange, a dreamlike version of his own childhood that he can no longer touch. His focus shifts down to his feet as he continues his slow progress. Every step is a deliberate effort, a reminder of the physical toll his journey has taken on him. The dirt of his homeland feels the same beneath his boots, but he is a completely different man. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. He is home, even if he does not know what that means yet. For the first time in a very long time, he is not running toward a fight or away from a tragedy. The golden wheat fields stretch out toward the mountains, glowing in the fading light. These fields are the pride and symbol of the Wibben territory, and seeing them again brings back a flood of memories. Everything looks exactly the same as the day he left. In his mind, he sees a vision of himself as a young man, laughing and full of life. He was so different back then, surrounded by people who loved him before everything fell apart. That version of him feels like someone from a storybook, someone he can never be again. He even remembers the smaller moments, like getting scolded by the family maid for coming home with mud all over his good clothes. He was such a handful, always running off to explore the fields without a care in the world. Those were the simplest days of his life. With every step he takes, the memories seem to grow sharper and more vivid. It is as if the very land is reaching out to remind him of what he lost. He walks alone between the tall stalks of grain, his silhouette long and thin against the ground. He remains silent, lost in his own thoughts as he stares toward the distant peaks. The weight of his past is heavy, but the beauty of the sunset is undeniable. He wonders if he can ever truly find peace in a place filled with so many ghosts. Suddenly, his boots come to a halt on the dry earth. Something has shifted in the air, a presence he did not expect to find out here in the middle of the fields. He stands perfectly still, listening to the sounds of the evening. His eyes narrow as he looks toward a figure in the distance. His heart begins to race, a sensation he thought he had buried long ago. He stares intensely, his breath hitching in his throat as a familiar face begins to take shape. Images of Tyria flash before his eyes, specifically the memory of her on their wedding day. She was the picture of elegance and grace, a young lady destined for a life of luxury and high society. He cannot help but wonder if she has managed to thrive without him. Elric closes his eyes as memories of his past life begin to flood back to him. He wonders if the beautiful woman he once knew has been taken away by someone else after all this time. Nearby, a slender hand reaches out and gently brushes against the tops of the wheat. The movement is graceful and practiced, showing a deep connection to the land that surprises him. Someone is here, working just like the common people. A sudden shout shatters the silence of the field, calling out for Lady Tyria. The sound of that name acts like a physical blow to Elric, making his entire world tilt. He has not heard that name spoken aloud in over a decade. Our boy is completely stunned, his red eyes widening in pure shock. He looks like he has just seen a ghost, or perhaps something even more impossible. The air suddenly feels very thin as he tries to process what he just heard. He slowly turns around and finds himself staring at a woman in a simple dress and a wide straw hat. She is holding a bundle of wheat, looking like a simple farm girl rather than the high noble he remembers. A maid is running toward her in a panic. The maid looks exhausted and worried, begging her lady to stop doing such heavy labor herself. She reaches out to take the wheat, clearly frustrated that her mistress is out here working in the dirt. The scene is surreal and completely unexpected. Tyria remains quiet, her face partially hidden as she clutches the grain to her chest. She seems to have sensed someone watching her, her body tensing up as the maid continues to chatter in the background. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut. The maid continues to fuss about, calling her my lady over and over again while trying to get her to move. But Tyria is not listening anymore. She is completely focused on the stranger standing just a few feet away on the path. Elric is frozen, unable to move or speak as he looks at the woman he once left behind. She slowly begins to turn toward him, and for a moment, time seems to stop. Everything he thought he knew about her current life is about to change. She finally looks him in the eye, her green eyes wide with an emotion he cannot quite name. She looks at him as if he is an intruder in her world, her voice trembling slightly as she asks why he is still here. They stand face to face in the golden field, two people separated by 10 years and 1,000 regrets. The sun begins to set as this blonde girl looks him right in the eye. She asks why on earth he even bothered to show up here. Elric stands there completely speechless as the warm light hits his face. He is trying to find the words, but his brain is just stalling. Tyria does not miss a beat and reminds him that she is actually his wife. That one sentence hits him harder than any blow on a battlefield. Elric is absolutely devastated by the realization of his past mistakes as he stands in a field of golden wheat. He can only think about how much of a fool he was for letting things get this bad with his wife. A dark shadow of regret starts to cloud his mind as he thinks back to the choices that led him to this exact moment. He genuinely believed that if he just disappeared, the marriage would eventually be annulled. It turns out he was being incredibly naive about how the world works. Elric looks at Tyria and remembers the harsh reality of her situation. She never would have been sold to his family if things had been different. He thinks about how she was essentially trapped in a cage made of thorns. His family took away her last scrap of freedom, and he just let it happen. In the end, he realized he had failed her in every possible way. Tyria stands there holding her wheat, looking like a ghost of the life he abandoned. He looks at her face and then looks at his own reflection in his mind. The contrast between her grace and his guilt is almost too much to bear. Our protagonist calls himself a coward and a selfish man for not protecting what mattered. He is standing in a field of gold but feeling completely empty inside. A streak of light and blood cuts through the darkness. The memories of the violence he inflicted on others are now bleeding into his current guilt. His mind flashes back to the chaos of the war where he spent his days clutching a sword. The battlefield was the only place he felt like he belonged. While he was covered in blood and glory, she was stuck behind a window in total isolation. Tyria spent her days staring out at a world she was no longer allowed to be part of while waiting for a man who never intended to come back. The silence of that room must have been deafening. Standing in the present, he knows that a simple apology is not going to be enough to fix this. He looks down at his cane and realizes how much he has physically and mentally broken down since they last met. He has to find a way to make things right even if she hates him. The weight of his regret is written all over his face as he struggles to hold back his emotions during the sunset. He knows that he has a long road ahead of him if he ever wants to make things right again. His eyes are wide with a mix of fear and desperation as he searches for any sign of forgiveness in her expression. But she remains total mystery. Tyria just stares back at him with those calm green eyes, not saying a single word. The silence between them is getting more uncomfortable by the second. She suddenly turns away from him without giving him the satisfaction of a response. She clutches her bundle of wheat and prepares to leave him standing there. As she walks away, her footsteps are the only sound in the quiet field. Elric watches her go, feeling like she is slipping through his fingers all over again. He stands frozen to the spot while the reality of her rejection hits him. He looks like a man who just lost the only thing he had left. His face twists into a grimace of pure pain and frustration. He wants to call out to her, but the words are stuck in his throat. In his mind, he sees her face twisted into a cruel grin. He imagines her mocking him for running away and leaving her behind to rot in that house. The memory of his betrayal feels like a physical weight pressing down on his shoulders. He watches her figure grow smaller as she nears the edge of the field. Elric suddenly snaps out of his trance and looks completely horrified by his own thoughts. He cannot believe how much damage he has actually done to her spirit. He takes a deep breath and forces himself to follow her even though every step is a struggle. He refuses to let her walk out of his life, second time. Tyria looks back over her shoulder with a confused expression, as if she cannot believe he is still there. She wonders what could possibly be left to say. Our boy just stares at her with a determined look in his eyes. He is done running, and he is ready to face whatever consequences are coming his way. He grips his cane so hard his knuckles turn white as he prepares to enter her world again. This is the hardest walk he has ever had to take. They begin walking through the golden fields together as the sun dips lower in the sky. Every heavy tap of his cane on the dirt reminds him of how much his life has changed since he first ran away. Even though the distance between them is physically small, it feels like they are still miles apart as they approach the massive family estate. The mansion stands tall against the evening sky, looking like a beautiful prison. It is the kind of place that holds a lot of dark secrets behind its grand walls. Tyria tells him to wait right there while she goes inside to call for the butler. She is treating him like a complete stranger, and it is killing him. He watches her walk toward the large glass doors without looking back even once. He is left standing on the porch like an unwanted guest in his own home. Elric stands paralyzed with a blank expression as the reality of his situation sinks in under the fading light. He realizes that simply showing up isn't going to fix the years of damage he caused. He stares up at the grand entrance of the mansion as the last bit of sunlight begins to fade away. The golden light makes the stone glow beautifully, but all he feels inside is a cold sense of familiarity. Despite everything he went through during the war, it seems like absolutely nothing has actually changed here. Our protagonist stands before his old home as the final rays of the sunset paint the stone walls in shades of gold and amber. Despite the beauty of the well-kept grounds and the soft splash of the fountain, he can only think about how time seemingly stopped moving the moment he walked away from this place. He knows every inch of this estate, from the way the light hits the balconies to the placement of every single window. He could probably navigate these halls with his eyes closed because the layout is burned into his brain. Even the stains on the masonry feel like old friends he never wanted to see again. A small, bitter smile tugs at the corner of his lips as he stands there taking it all in. Elric finds it almost funny how little has actually changed while he was away. The world outside might have moved on, but this place is a monument to the past. While he stands by the stone pillars, a familiar figure begins to approach him from the shadow of the entrance. A woman in a maid uniform is making her way toward him with practiced, stiff movements. Elric stops in his tracks and wonders if she will be the first person in this household to call him out. Elric maintains his composure, his red eyes narrowing slightly as he waits for her to reach him. He is curious to see if anyone in this household still remembers the boy who left all those years ago. The tension is thick as the gap between them closes. The maid stops just a few feet away, her hands folded in a perfect display of servitude. She scrutinizes him with a professional gaze, asking exactly who he's looking for with a cold efficiency. Her voice carries that same formal tone he remembers from his childhood, making the encounter feel disturbingly familiar. Elric turns fully to face her, leaning on his cane as he offers a silent greeting. He stands tall as an imposing figure compared to the small woman before him, casting a long shadow over the path. For a moment, neither of them says a word as the tension thickens between them. He looks at her face and realizes that even after 10 long years, she has not changed a bit. The same glasses, the same mole, and the same strict expression she always wore. It is almost like she is a ghost of the life he tried to leave behind. A confident smirk plays on his face as he prepares to reveal his identity to her. Our boy is not the scared kid he used to be, and he wants her to see that right away. He watches her closely, waiting for the moment the gears finally start turning in her head. The maid looks at him with a suspicious and confused expression, trying to figure out why this stranger feels so familiar. She adjusted her glasses to get a better look, sensing that there is more to this man than meets the eye. Suddenly, her eyes widen in total shock as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. This maid just realized exactly who is standing in front of her, and she can't believe her own eyes. Elric gives her a genuine, warm smile, confirming her suspicions without even having to say a word. He looks so different now, but that spark in his eyes is unmistakable. This reunion is already turning out to be a lot more emotional than he expected. The maid is trembling, her face flushing with a mix of shock and pure joy. She reaches out a hand as if to check if he is actually real or just a hallucination. It is clear that she never expected to see him walk through these fields ever again. Without warning, she lunges forward and throws her arms around him, pulling our boy into a desperate hug. All of her maid training goes right out the window as she clings to him like he is a lifeline. This woman clearly cared for him more than he realized. Her eyes are misty as she buries her face against him, overwhelmed by the fact that he is home. For a second, the years of separation just melt away, leaving only the bond they shared. This is a rare moment of genuine warmth in a place that usually feels so cold. The two of them share a quiet moment in the middle of the field as the sun begins to set behind the mansion. Elric lets her hold him, understanding that she needs this moment of closure after being alone for so long. Even an elite warrior needs a hug every now and then. He looks down at her with a gentle expression, his heart softening just a little bit. It is good to know that at least one person in this house actually missed him, but he knows the real challenges are still waiting for him inside those stone walls. His eyes sharpen as his mind shifts back to his ultimate goal for returning to this place. The brief moment of sentimentality is over, and it is time to get down to business. He has a wife to find and a lot of old scores to settle. He thinks back to his memories of Tyria, a girl with long blonde hair and a quiet, sad gaze. She was a constant presence in his past, often seen standing in these very fields clutching a bundle of wheat. Elric suddenly senses something and snaps his head toward the mansion, his instincts on high alert. The maid looks surprised by his sudden change in demeanor, her own eyes following his gaze. It seems someone might be watching them from the shadows above. She looks at him with a confused and slightly worried expression, wondering what could have caught his attention so suddenly. The peaceful atmosphere of their reunion has been replaced by a sharp sense of unease. Our boy knows better than to let his guard down in this house. The maid continues to speak, her expression softening as she mentions his wife. She confirms that the woman he is looking for is indeed still here, living within the walls of the estate. Even though he's looking at Tyria in his mind, his thoughts are still on the woman who just hugged him. He can't believe that someone who cared for him like a parent didn't even recognize him at first. It just goes to show how much his time away has transformed him. Back in the present, Elric looks visibly flustered, a light sweat breaking out on his forehead as he grapples with his emotions. Seeing this place and hearing her name again is hitting him harder than he cares to admit. Even an elite warrior has his breaking point. He turns back to the massive mansion, looking up at the high windows. Somewhere in there, the girl from his memories is waiting, and he can't help but wonder if she will even recognize the man he has become. High above in the mansion, the heavy curtains flutter as someone watches the reunion from the shadows. The setting sun casts an eerie glow over the room, highlighting the fact that Elric is being observed. He isn't the only one with secrets in this house. Tyria Wibben stands by the glass, her long blonde hair cascading down her back as she gazes out at the horizon. She has her hand pressed against the pane, looking like a prisoner in a very expensive cage. Her posture is filled with a deep, crushing loneliness. From her vantage point, she watches the scene unfolding in the field below between Elric and the maid. She says nothing, her silent observation speaking volumes about the life she has been forced to lead. It is clear that she recognizes him, even from this distance. Down below, Elric looks back up at the window, his face flushed and his expression filled with a strange mix of guilt and longing. He knows she is there, and he knows she is watching him. The invisible thread between them is pulling tighter by the second. Tyria suddenly flinches and pulls away from the window, her hand flying to her chest in a moment of panic. She looks completely shaken, her breathing becoming shallow and erratic as she processes what she just saw. Seeing him again has clearly shattered her fragile peace. Her face is cast in deep shadow as she struggles to regain her composure, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. She looks haunted, as if the return of her husband is more of a nightmare than a dream come true. This girl is definitely hiding some serious secrets. Elric keeps his head down as he walks away, feeling the heavy pressure of the encounter weighing on his shoulders. He struggles to keep his cool while navigating this web of secrets, knowing that one wrong move could ruin everything he has planned. Elric tries to steady his breathing as he prepares to step back into the lion's den. He wonders if his transformation was enough to fool the household, or if even his brown hair and those piercing red eyes will give away the truth of his identity. He has a dangerous role to play tonight. He looks off into the distance, a look of grim determination settling onto his features as he contemplates his next move. He realizes that none of the promises made in the past actually matter anymore. The only thing that matters is what happens next. Later that evening, our protagonist takes a moment to unwind in a massive, luxurious bathtub within the mansion. He leans back against the porcelain, letting the warm water soak away the tension of his arrival. Even in luxury, he looks like a man preparing for a war. Later that night, Elric takes a bath to clear his head, but his body tells a much darker story of his past. The numerous scars covering his torso are a constant reminder of the battles he fought and the price he had to pay. The steam rises as he stares down at his own reflection. These marks don't just fade away, and neither do the memories of the wars he has fought. He decides he has soaked in his memories long enough and finally steps out of the bath. It is time to face the harsh reality of his new life in this mansion. But first, he needs to get dressed and prepare for whatever awkwardness comes next. Elric throws on a white robe and prepares to head back to his room. He is expecting a quiet night, but the universe usually has other plans for protagonists like him. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. His red eyes go wide as he realizes he isn't alone in the steam-filled room. Standing right there is Tyria, and get this, she is only wrapped in a single white towel. The silence in the room is absolutely deafening as they just stare at each other. Classic bad timing at its finest. Tyria turns bright red instantly, her face practically steaming more than the bathwater. She looks like she wants the floor to open up and swallow her whole. She manages to stammer out an apology, clutching the towel for dear life. Talk about an awkward way to spend your first evening as a married couple. Tears start welling up in her eyes because she is so overwhelmed by the situation. This poor girl just wanted to take a bath, and now she is trapped in a rom-com nightmare. Elric is completely short-circuiting and starts gesturing wildly. He is trying to explain himself, but his brain has basically stopped functioning at this point. She looks up at him with those big golden eyes, still completely frozen in place. One wrong move here, and things are going to get way more complicated. Just when they thought it couldn't get any worse, a maid walks in with a basket of laundry. She takes one look at the situation, and her jaw hits the floor. The maid's legs pump as she sprints away as fast as her feet can carry her. She needs to get out of there and tell someone what she just witnessed. The maid's face is twisted in a mix of horror and shock, her eyes wide as she processes the scandalous scene. She looks like she's about to lose her mind. While the maid's screams echo through the halls, Elric is left holding Tyria in a way that looks way more aggressive than he intended. He was only trying to shield her, but he's essentially just handed the mansion the gossip of the century. They both realize how bad this looks and freeze up again. If the rumors start spreading now, their reputation in the mansion is basically toast. Tyria is so flustered she can barely even think straight anymore. She just stares off into space, her face still glowing like a ripe tomato. Elric looks like his soul is literally leaving his body. This is definitely not the quiet evening he had in mind when he stepped into that tub. Dark clouds hang heavy over a battlefield filled with flags and the stench of impending death. The Shever Border Guard 5th Regiment prepares to hold the line against an overwhelming force. One soldier grips his blade so hard his knuckles turn white, while another focuses his gaze on the enemy commander. They all know that once the fighting starts, there is no turning back from this chaos. On the other side of the field, the Imperial Army elite assault unit waits for the signal to strike. Leading them is Lebron, a vanguard knight who looks like he enjoys the carnage a little too much. The Shever Guards charge forward with a desperate cry, hoping to overwhelm the knight before he can react. Lebron just smirks and tells them to come closer so he can strike every single one of them down. He moves like a whirlwind, cutting through the ranks of the border guards with terrifying precision and power. The survivors realize they are dealing with a monster and start shouting for everyone to beat him back. Panic sets in as the order is given to retreat behind the defense line before they are wiped out. Just when things look hopeless, a lone warrior with a massive sword starts walking calmly toward the enemy. The Imperial soldiers stop in their tracks, wondering just what in the world this new guy is trying to do. Our boy does not say a word, and simply shifts his weight into a perfect combat stance. This is Elric, And even though he looks like a simple mercenary, his eyes tell a much different story. LeBron does not hesitate for a second and launches himself forward with a strike meant to end the fight instantly. Sparks fly as their blades collide, sending a shock wave through the air that makes the nearby soldiers flinch. Elric maintains his composure, his gaze never leaving his opponent's movements as he looks for a single opening. The clash of steel continues as they trade blows in a high-speed duel that leaves the ground beneath them cracked. In a flash of movement, Elric finds his mark and delivers a lethal slash directly to the knight's throat. The once unstoppable Vanguard knight drops to the ground, his eyes wide with shock as the light fades from them. He looks down at the blood on his boots, a grim reminder of the lives lost in this endless conflict. He stands over his fallen foe, the cold wind whipping his hair as he prepares for the next wave. The knight's helmet rolls away into the dirt, signaling the complete collapse of the Imperial Assault Unit's morale. Blood drips steadily onto the dirt, pooling beneath the weight of the carnage left behind. The Imperial soldiers are frozen in fear, unable to believe their strongest warrior was defeated so easily. One of them asks if he is even human, and he calmly replies that he is exactly what they fear. He introduces himself as Kasha, a mercenary knight currently working for the Kingdom of Shever to settle a debt. Our boy looks down at the terrified soldiers, his expression offering no mercy to those who crossed his path. Suddenly, his senses go on high alert as he feels a massive surge of energy coming from the distance. He barely has time to shout a warning before activating a mana shield to block the incoming attack. A precise beam of energy cuts right through his defenses and pierces his leg before he can even process the sudden threat. This isn't just another soldier joining the fight, but a specialized attacker using technology he has never seen before on any battlefield he's crossed. He drops to one knee and uses his sword to keep from collapsing entirely after that devastating hit to his leg. Even though he is bleeding and caught off guard, he refuses to stay down while his enemies are still watching him from the shadows. He grits his teeth in pain, realizing that he is being targeted by professional killers with some serious hardware. Two figures appear on a high cliff overlooking the battlefield, watching the chaos unfold with a detached interest. These newcomers are dressed in strange steampunk gear, wearing gas masks and top hats while holding long-range rifles. Elric stares back at them, knowing that he has just been pulled into a much more dangerous game. Elric wakes up gasping and clutching a dagger as if he just crawled out of a terrifying nightmare. Sweat is literally dripping off him while he tries to catch his breath and make sense of his surroundings. He lowers his head, hair shadowing his eyes as he struggles to shake off the lingering terror of the nightmare. He struggles to calm his racing heart as the phantom smell of blood and gunpowder slowly begins to fade away from his sharpened senses while he realizes he is safe. Our boy slowly starts to come to his senses as the panic begins to fade. He still grips the knife tight, scanning the corners of the room for any hidden threats. He looks around the luxurious and quiet room with the morning sun streaming through the windows. The contrast between this peace and his inner turmoil is absolutely jarring for him. Reality finally starts to sink in for our protagonist. He realizes he is actually back home and far away from the carnage he faced on the front lines. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door makes him jump out of his skin. His survival instincts take over instantly as he grips his blade, ready to defend himself against any potential threat entering his room. He sits on the edge of the bed and points the knife toward the door. His instincts are still tuned for battle even though he is in his own bedroom. He freezes and waits for a voice to answer. He needs to know if it's a friend or an enemy at the door before he decides to put the blade away. He takes a moment to steady his breathing while trying to lock away his killer instincts. He knows the war is over, but his body isn't fully convinced yet. Elric manages to force a small and tired smile while hiding the knife. He tries his best to shake off the lingering feeling of dread before facing his visitor. Elric tries to act natural as the maid brings over a basin of water for him to wash up. He keeps his posture relaxed to ensure she doesn't notice the weapon he just tucked away. He looks at her with a neutral expression to hide his nerves. He is careful not to let her see how close he came to attacking her just seconds ago. She sets the wooden basin down to help him freshen up for the day. It's a quiet and domestic moment that feels almost alien to a man who lived through war. Elric finally gets out of bed and walks toward the mirror. He needs to see for himself that he is really here and that his life hasn't been a dream. He stares at his reflection while leaning heavily on his cane for support. He looks the same as he remembers, but the man in the glass feels like a complete stranger. He gives himself a cocky little smirk despite the sweat. No matter how much things have changed, he still has that signature confidence buried somewhere deep inside his soul. As he takes a step, the limp in his leg is incredibly obvious. Each movement is a painful reminder of the physical toll the past few years have taken on him. He is startled as the door suddenly opens behind him. He quickly turns his head to see who has entered his room while he was lost in thought. The head maid stands tall and adjusts her glasses while suggesting they start the day with a proper breakfast. She is the picture of professional grace, keeping the entire household running like clockwork despite the sudden tension. Her presence is a stabilizing force in this big and silent mansion. Elric tries to play it cool, but his limp is getting harder and harder to hide. The maid keeps a close eye on him, clearly worried about his deteriorating health. His mind flashes back to the battlefield where a bullet tore through his knee. He knows he can never tell his family the truth about how he really got this injury. He laughs it off and tells her that yesterday was just a simple misunderstanding. He is becoming a master at hiding his true pain behind a charming and fake smile. As they walk through the hallway, he spots another pair of feet approaching them. Someone has been waiting for him just around the corner of the dining room, a close-up of a woman's face and blonde hair. She seems to be lost in a gentle, quiet moment as the light catches her features. Tyria is waiting for him with a warm expression and asks if he managed to rest well last night. She looks absolutely stunning in the morning sun, her long blonde hair flowing over her shoulders as she offers him a gentle smile. It is clear that she has been anxious to see him. Suddenly, a spicy memory or a stray thought hits him out of nowhere. He imagines Tyria blushing and flustered, wrapped in nothing but a white towel. Talk about a sudden wake-up call. A sudden, spicy thought about Tyria catches him off guard and sends a massive blush across his entire face. He is completely flustered as he tries to process these unexpected feelings during his recovery. A younger maid is getting a major earful from the head maid while Tyria looks on. It is just the typical chaotic morning energy you would expect in a noble household. The head maid gives the little one a sharp thwack on the head for being way too loud. Some things never change around here no matter how long he stays away. The head maid drags the little troublemaker away by her collar while Tyria and Elric share a quiet look in the hallway. It is a hilarious bit of slapstick that finally breaks the lingering tension from his morning nightmare. Even in a house this serious, there is still room for some chaos. Our boy clears his throat and tries to regain some of his lost dignity. He needs to focus after that embarrassing mental detour he just took a second ago. He flashes a charming grin and does his best to look like the cool and collected man Tyria expects him to be. He is trying so hard to be suave. He starts walking toward the dining table, even though his cane makes every single step a struggle. Tyria watches him closely with her eyes filled with many unspoken questions. But then he completely loses his cool and bangs his hand against the table in a moment of sheer awkwardness. So much for acting like a smooth and heroic man. Elric is absolutely losing it. He stands up so fast his chair almost flips, waving his hands around like a total mess, while Tyria just stands there looking confused. His hand grips the handle of his cane with enough force to turn his knuckles white. Talk about a nervous wreck. Look at that face. Our boy is blushing so hard he might actually catch fire right there in the dining room. A close-up of Tyria's eye, as she looks over at Elric with a startled and wide-eyed expression. The silence that follows is deafening. They both sit down to eat, but you could cut the awkwardness in this room with a dull butter knife. Our girl tries to play it cool by focusing on her food. She takes a bite and chews slowly while trying to ignore the chaotic energy across the table. But then it hits her. A sudden realization sparks in her eyes as her brain decides to replay some very specific memories. Elric is desperately trying to focus on his eggs. He cuts into his breakfast with the intensity of a man defusing a bomb. Oh boy, Tyria is thinking about what happened back in the bathhouse, and her face is turning into a literal tomato. Mentioning that moment was a bold move. He tries to play it off, telling her it's all right, but he won't even look her in the eye while he says it. He begs her to just eat her breakfast and move on. He is praying to any god listening that they can just forget the last 10 minutes. Tyria clutches her skirt, her face burning with embarrassment. She's struggling to even stay in her seat right now after that mental flashback. She can't stop thinking about his eyes and the heat rising to her cheeks. The memory is stuck on loop. Elric scratches his neck, looking everywhere except at his bride. Talk about a legendary level of social discomfort for our protagonist. Tyria's thoughts have become a total disaster zone, as she struggles to process everything that just happened between them. She remembers seeing him in his robe, standing there tall and imposing, yet looking just as flustered as she was in that moment. But the thing that really stuck with her were the scars. Scars covering every part of him, telling a story of a very violent past. She wonders what kind of hellish life he must have lived to carry all that damage on his body. Back at the table, the awkward breakfast continues. They are sitting as far apart as physically possible while still sharing the same piece of furniture. Elric is beating himself up internally. Why did he have to say anything? He just made a weird situation 10 times worse. He tries to force a smile, but it looks more like a grimace of pure pain. Suddenly, he starts attacking his plate with his fork. If he keeps eating this fast, he might actually swallow the silver. Our boy is literally stuffing his face to avoid having to speak again. It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. He gives a thumbs up while his cheeks are bulging with unchewed food. Way to stay classy, Elric. The doors finally open, signaling the end of this agonizingly long meal and his chance to escape. Tyria lets out a tiny breath of relief, her lips parting as she prepares to finally leave the room. She wishes him a good day, keeping it short and sweet before making a run for it. A soft smile touches her face as she walks away. Despite the awkwardness, a strange warmth is clearly growing between them. The mansion is a hive of activity, as the maids and butlers move about their daily chores in the bright halls. Elric is left sitting alone on the sofa, looking completely drained from the morning's social gymnastics. The staff approaches him, welcoming him back with smiles that feel a little too knowing for comfort. They definitely heard something. He tries to laugh it off, but one of the maids is already scolding a coworker for making things weird for the couple. A small maid with pigtails steps forward, looking absolutely offended and calling him a pervert right to his face. Marie is completely ready to tear into our protagonist and give him a piece of her mind for his behavior. Elric can only sit there and take it, as the tiny maid marches right up to him in front of the whole staff. Marie is absolutely fuming as the butler calls her name, confronting the situation with zero hesitation. She's not letting this slide, and her face says it all. The older man just chuckles, telling her she is far too young to grasp the complexities of what is happening. He acts like this is perfectly normal. The butler looks way too proud of himself, standing there with a smug grin while Marie pouts in the corner. She is clearly not buying his excuses. Even as he stares her down, Marie keeps pushing, wondering if his actions are driven by nothing but pure instinct. She is totally onto him. A creepy little smirk plays on the old man's lips as he prepares to drop another bomb. He is enjoying this way too much for her liking. Marie finally loses it, calling him out for being the biggest pervert while the butler just laughs it off. This dynamic is honestly hilarious. The butler declares he always had faith in his master as a true man through and through. Elric just sits there, wishing the ground would swallow him. The pressure of the situation is clearly getting to him as cold sweat begins to drip down the back of his neck. He is trying his absolute best to keep his cool while being backed into a corner by the butler's comments. Elric forces out a nervous laugh, trying his best to play off the awkwardness. He looks completely drained from the sudden confrontation and the maid's accusations. His knuckles turn white as he grips the handle of his cane with everything he has. The physical strain is starting to show. Looking out over the vast golden fields of the estate, Elric reflects on his journey and the physical toll it took. His injured knee might keep him grounded here for a while. However, the thought of reclaiming his home after so much time weighs heavy on his soul. The butler is just happy to have him back, even if Marie is still looking like she wants to murder someone. It is a strange homecoming. Elric suddenly turns serious, his red eyes narrowing as the butler acknowledges him as the master. The playful mood is gone, replaced by the reality of his position. The carriage rattles down the dirt path, cutting through the endless fields of wheat as they begin their journey away from the main house. As the carriage passes by, Tyria pauses in the field to watch Elric leave. Even after their weird morning, she looks on with a peaceful expression. Tyria finally takes a moment to enjoy the simple things, trading her wedding finery for common clothes as they travel. She seems relieved to be away from the high society drama, soaking in the quiet peace of the countryside before they reach their destination. The carriage continues its steady trek away from the estate, winding through a landscape filled with the vibrant colors of autumn. Every mile brings them further into the unknown, giving them both time to process the heavy events that led them to this lonely road. Elric gazes out with a somber expression, his profile set against the bright sky as autumn leaves drift past. His thoughts seem heavy, reflecting the weight of the journey ahead. The journey leads to a lonely tombstone standing tall against the horizon, marked with an eagle and a solemn dedication. It is a sobering reminder of what was lost. Our protagonist Elric stares forward with those striking red eyes. He looks absolutely exhausted by everything that just happened. Life has a funny way of bringing people back together at the worst possible moments. This reunion is nothing like he imagined, and the weight of the Portman name is starting to truly sink in. Elric stands alone before a cold stone monument while the autumn leaves drift around him. He mutters to himself that he never once wished for them to meet again like this. The weight of the past seems to be pressing down on his shoulders with every breath. The name Hovan Portman carries a massive weight in this world. This was the man who transformed a simple merchant line into the most powerful guild in all of Wibben. He was known as a pitiless soul who cared for nothing but the bottom line. Everyone wanted a piece of the man who literally breathed gold into existence. Hovan spent his entire life building an empire while a sea of greedy hands reached out for his wealth. He stood with his back to them all as if their desperation was beneath his notice. Elric looks away with a bitter expression on his face. Seeing this place and remembering the man buried here clearly brings up some dark memories. It is hard to mourn someone when the history between you is so twisted. The grave stands as a silent reminder of a life dedicated to power and profit. Elric tells the cold stone that the old man could have at least stayed in this world a little bit longer. Even in death, the tension between them is thick. A strange light reflects off the ground near the base of the monument. It almost looks like a rainbow is trying to break through the somber mood of the cemetery. The silence of the field is finally broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. Our boy leans heavily on his cane while watching the leaves dance in the wind. He looks every bit the part of a man who has seen too much and lived through even more. The peaceful scenery stands in sharp contrast to the turmoil in his eyes. Elric stands tall despite his injury and lets out a long sigh of resignation. His red eyes are fixed on the horizon as if he is searching for answers that are not there. This funeral marks the end of an era, but it is clearly just the beginning of a whole new headache for him. He narrows his eyes as he senses someone approaching from behind. That intense red gaze does not miss a single detail in his surroundings. Whatever is coming next, he is ready to face it head-on without hesitation. A faint smirk almost plays across his lips for a split second. He knows exactly who is coming to find him in this lonely place. It is time to stop looking at the past and start dealing with the present. An older man in a formal suit and monocle walks up to join Elric at the gravesite. This butler explains that the master suffered from a severe disease of the heart in his final days. It seems even the most powerful men have a weakness. Elric processes the news with a cold and distant look in his eyes. He simply replies that he sees as if the details of the man's death don't really change anything for him. His heart is a fortress that is not easily breached. The two of them stand in the middle of a vast golden field under a clear blue sky. The butler waits patiently for his new master to speak while the wind rustles through the dry grass. It is a moment of quiet transition. Elric lets out a dry chuckle and wonders what the butler saw in such a cold man to follow him so faithfully. Talk about a complicated relationship with the dead. He starts walking away from the grave with a mocking smile because he knows the truth behind the legend. The butler offers a knowing smile that suggests he understood exactly what kind of man he was serving. He does not take offense at Elric's biting words or his cynical attitude. He has spent years navigating the complex emotions of this family. Elric's gaze turns sharp as he prepares for the next part of the conversation. He knows that a man like Hovan would never leave this world without leaving behind a massive trail of complications. The real reason the butler is here is about to be revealed. The butler brings up the matter of the massive estate that has been left behind for the heir. Hoven turned every asset he could into ready coin to make the transfer of power smooth. Chests full of gold and bags of silver are just the tip of the iceberg. A dark, ominous texture fills the frame, reflecting the somber and heavy mood of the conversation regarding the deceased master's estate. Our protagonist keeps a cool head while processing the news about his inheritance. Elric knows he must maintain this stoic mask to survive the schemes of the high nobility. The butler bows deeply and officially confirms that everything has been left to the young master. The transition of the Portman legacy is now complete, and the keys to the kingdom are in Elric's hands. It's a lot for anyone to handle. They stand as two small figures against the backdrop of the rolling hills and the distant mountains. The funeral is over, but the business of the living is just getting started. Elric looks ready to leave this graveyard behind forever. The carriage rattles along a sun-drenched forest path as Elric begins the long journey to his new home. Every mile brings him closer to a destiny he never expected to claim. Sitting inside the carriage, Elric stares out the window at the passing scenery with a pensive look. He is deep in thought, trying to figure out his first move in this dangerous game of wealth and power. The world outside looks peaceful. The butler continues to explain the details of the transition, while Elric's reflection is visible in the glass. Every word is a reminder of the massive burden that has been placed on his shoulders. He is no longer just a man. He grips the handle of his cane tightly with both hands as the carriage bumps along the road. The physical pain in his leg is nothing compared to the mental strain of his new reality. He needs to maintain a mask of strength. Our boy sits tall in the cushioned seat and stares straight ahead with a determined look. He is not going to let the vultures pick apart what his predecessor built. If they want a fight, they are going to get one. The carriage travels through a sprawling field of wheat toward a massive manor house. The butler suggests that Elric should take his time before deciding what to do with the inheritance. It is a staggering view that shows just how much land the family controls. Suddenly, a young girl with long blonde hair appears in his mind like a ghost from the past. He realizes with a start that Tyria Wibben is still living at the manor. This blonde girl is a complication he did not expect to deal with so soon. Elric rubs his chin and asks the butler why on earth she is still residing in the family home. Her presence there is a direct link to a past he would rather forget. He looks visibly annoyed by this unexpected development. The butler explains that the whole situation was a political match to begin with. It was nothing more than a cold business deal masquerading as a wedding to solidify power between families. In their world, even marriage is just another contract. Our boy leans back and tries to process this new information while the carriage nears its destination. Having his bride Tyria Wibben under the same roof is going to make his life a living hell. He can already feel the headache forming. The butler points out that the Portman family now holds a hereditary barony, and the title will pass to Elric. Once he officially accepts the inheritance, he will become a noble man with all the responsibilities that come with it. The stakes of his homecoming just got significantly higher. The wheels of the carriage come to a screeching halt on the gravel path leading to the front door. The journey is finally over, and the real test is about to begin. No turning back now as the horses settle. The carriage pulls up in front of a breathtaking white mansion that looks more like a palace than a home. It is a stunning display of wealth and architectural beauty that dominates the landscape. Elric has finally arrived at his new kingdom. Our boy steps off the carriage and onto the gravel path. The wheels finally stop turning as he reaches his destination and prepares to face his new life. Elric stands by the carriage, leaning on his cane while he talks to the elderly servant. The massive mansion looms behind them like a silent giant in the afternoon sun. Elric looks toward the entrance with a complicated expression. He is trying to wrap his head around this sudden change in his life and the responsibilities waiting for him. The old servant gives a knowing nod as he listens to his master. He has seen many things in his time serving this family and understands the weight of this homecoming. He begins to speak about the girl waiting inside, warning Elric that the woman he married is far from a typical noble bride. The butler explains that Tyria Wibben always carried an air of distant nobility that made her impossible to approach. Even as a high-ranking servant, He felt he had no right to press her for answers. Now this mysterious blonde girl is Elric's wife, though their partnership remains a complete and total mystery. The old man reminds Elric that the hard-working girl is actually his wife now. Elric looks a bit flustered, finally realizing how much has changed since he last saw his childhood friend. With a gentle smile, the old man turns back to the horses. He seems happy to see the young master finally returning home to take his place as the head of the household. Elric limps toward the massive palace entrance, his cane clicking rhythmically against the stone steps. Despite his physical struggle, he carries himself with the quiet dignity of a true lord. As he limps toward the door, Elric spots a girl in a straw hat standing by a pillar. She looks far more humble than the noble bride he remembers from his distant memories. Under the brim of her straw hat, Tyria is blushing quite a bit. She looks far more vulnerable and human than the distant noblewoman from his memories of the past. Her hands are tightly clutching a heavy burlap sack. Even in this simple outfit, the wedding ring on her finger catches the light and sparkles brilliantly, reminding them both of their bond. Tyria starts walking past him toward the entrance. She is carrying herself with a strange mix of humility and grace that catches our boy completely off guard as he watches her move. Elric watches her closely, his red eyes wide with surprise. He did not expect his new bride to be out doing manual labor in the fields like a common worker. The girl in the straw hat is caught completely off guard and turns bright red when she spots Elric. She awkwardly asks when he arrived, clearly flustered by the presence of the new master. She awkwardly explains that she just got back from working out in the wheat fields. The sight of her doing such heavy labor is a huge shock to his noble sensibilities. Our boy starts to blush as he looks at her. He clears his throat and awkwardly asks if they should head inside the mansion together. It is a small but significant gesture. Elric and the blonde girl enter the main hall where the sheer scale of the mansion leaves them both momentarily speechless. The clicking of his cane echoes through the empty, gold-trimmed corridors. Elric is struggling to keep the conversation going without sounding like a total dork. He curses his own clumsy tongue, realizing he has no idea how to talk to women comfortably. A sudden thought crosses his mind as he looks at her. He wonders if she was always like this, even 10 years ago before their lives took such a drastic turn. Elric wonders if she was always this hardworking and dignified, even 10 years ago before he left. The woman standing before him now is a complete mystery to him in many ways. Elric recalls the first time he saw her in that white dress. She looked like a dream holding those flowers, a stark contrast to the hardworking woman she has become today. Our boy is suddenly pulled back to reality and jumps a little. He realizes he was staring at her and tries to play it cool, though his face is turning bright red. Our boy nearly trips over his own feet, and his cane clatters loudly against the floor. Tyria looks at him with genuine concern and asks if he is doing all right after that fumble. His cane hits the floor with a sharp, heavy sound. The sudden movement breaks the peaceful silence of the hallway and makes him look even more flustered in front of his wife. Elric lets out a nervous laugh and rubs the back of his neck while trying to recover. He wonders just how long she was watching him while he was lost in his head. He looks at the heavy bag she is carrying and sighs with regret. He apologizes for not being able to help her carry it because of his injured leg, feeling quite useless. Elric thinks to himself that he is being quite brazen for a man in his position. He is trying to navigate a world that is still very new and confusing to him. Under the brim of her straw hat, her bright yellow eyes study him with a mixture of curiosity and caution. She mentions that she is used to the hard work. She earned the responsibility from the Lord Patriarch himself and takes pride in doing it well for the sake of the family. Elric realizes that the Lord Patriarch she is talking about is his father. That high standard for work and discipline sounds exactly like the strict man he remembers from his youth. He flashes back to a time when his father stood in those very same wheat fields. His father was the type of man who never rested until he personally checked every detail. The study is buried under mountains of documents and ledgers. After shutting down every other business venture, the Portman family was left with nothing but a single wheat farm to their name. They both stop walking as they reach a specific spot in the mansion. Their shoes go silent on the polished stone floor as a heavy realization sets in for our protagonist. Tyria looks up at Elric with a questioning gaze. She senses that he is deep in thought about his family history and the complicated legacy he has finally inherited from his father. They stand together beneath a massive portrait of Elric's father. The imposing man in the painting looks down at them, a silent reminder of the weight now resting on the boy's shoulders. Tyria looks down, her eyes full of unspoken thoughts as they stand together in the hall. She can feel the heavy history of this house pressing in on them from every corner. Our boy grips his cane until his knuckles turn white. He is finally realizing the sheer weight of the legacy his father left behind, and exactly how much he has missed away. Our boy tries to act indifferent about his father's lack of family values while walking past the old portraits. However, the blonde girl beside him can sense the hidden pain behind his casual words. He narrows his red eyes, lost in a grim contemplation of the man in the portrait. The man in the painting stares back with a cold, unchanging gaze. He was a pillar of the family, but to Elric, he was a massive enigma that cast a shadow. When he mentions he needs to look over some old documents, she can hardly believe her ears. Why is he pushing himself so hard when he can barely walk? Why is he pushing himself so hard when he can barely even walk properly? Our boy tries to laugh it off with a nervous grin, but the tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. He is clearly trying to distract himself now. Elric watches her go, the silence of the mansion suddenly feeling a lot heavier now that he is on his own. A wave of guilt hits him like a freight train. He realizes that while he was away living his own life, Tyria was the one stuck here carrying the entire weight of the estate. He basically dumped all his own responsibilities onto her shoulders without a second thought. He feels like a total disgrace for living in comfort while she struggled alone. It is a bitter pill to swallow for someone who finally sees the truth. He realizes that disgrace is too kind a word for what he has done. While he was away, she was forced to shoulder a massive burden that should have been his from the beginning. The image of her sitting alone at that massive desk is haunting. She was just a girl forced to play a role she never asked for because he was not there. He turns to walk away, his cane clicking against the floor. Every step is a painful reminder of his own physical and emotional scars that he cannot escape. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the hallway, snapping him out of his trance. Someone nearby has definitely just had a major accident. It is one of the maids. She has completely wiped out, sending a box of sealed letters flying across the polished floor. She looks like she is about to burst into tears from embarrassment. The poor girl is panicking, wondering how she is going to fix this mess. Elric just stands there, tilting his head at the sea of envelopes scattered around them. Our boy leans down and reaches for one of the letters that rolled near his feet. He does not even realize what he is about to find. He picks it up and notices the wax seal is still perfectly intact. Then he sees the name on the front, and his heart skips a beat. Why is this specific letter even here? As he stares at the letter, visions of Tyria and her parents flash through his mind. These documents contain secrets that the family was never supposed to discover after all these long years. The handwriting is elegant and clear, written specifically for Tyria. This message from her father proves she was loved far more than she ever could have imagined. Elric examines a secret document he just discovered, realizing it contains information that could change everything he knows about his family. The atmosphere in the room is heavy as he begins to read through the secret message. The letter is from Tyria's father, pleading with her to finally give up and come home to them. He tells her she has endured enough hardship and should stop waiting for a man who might never return. The sheer scale of the inheritance is staggering, as her father liquidated every asset and funneled the massive wealth directly into Elric's name. Even though Tyria managed the entire household for a decade, she was left with absolutely nothing as part of a cold plan to strip her of her independence and force her back home. He clenches his hand in frustration, disgusted by the manipulation his wife had to endure while he was away. The weight of these dark secrets is crushing him as he sits alone, finally seeing the true face of his family's greed. His anger begins to boil over as he realizes how much his wife suffered while he was busy ignoring his responsibilities. He wonders why a father would be so heartless to his own daughter just to make a point. He replays the last decade in his mind, finally understanding the true cost of the silence Tyria maintained for so long. Tyria stands in a golden wheat field, looking like she is carrying the weight of the world alone. Even though she could have claimed the inheritance for herself a year ago, she chose to keep working. This discovery only makes him more determined to uncover every lie that was used to keep his wife under their thumb. He pulls open a drawer and finds a stack of unopened letters, confirming his deepest suspicions. He realizes his father-in-law was relentlessly pressuring her to give up on their marriage and return to her old life. Every single envelope is addressed to his beloved daughter, yet they remain perfectly sealed and ignored. It is clear now that Tyria never once sent a reply or acknowledged her father's selfish demands. A faint, satisfied smile plays on Elric's lips as he finally understands the depth of her loyalty. Now that he knows the truth, Elric realizes he owes his wife an apology that words can never truly cover. She was protecting a legacy for a master who was supposed to be gone forever. Elric realizes that even the butler Aldio has been kept in the dark about these specific details. Looking out over the quiet estate, Elric realizes that the management of his lands is filled with far more corruption and hidden deception than anyone has bothered to tell him. Down in the fields, the peasants are busy harvesting the crops under the bright midday sun. Tyria stands among them with a simple sun hat, looking more like a commoner than a noblewoman. Watching her work from the window, he can't help but feel a growing sense of respect for the woman who stayed. He tries to center himself, realizing that he must find a way to make up for the decade of neglect and psychological manipulation Tyria suffered at the hands of her own father. Tyria rests in her room, unaware that Elric just discovered the full extent of her father's cruel financial betrayal. Back in her private quarters, Tyria prepares herself for the unexpected meeting. She carefully dabs on her favorite scent, trying to maintain her dignity as the lady of the house before facing the husband who abandoned her. Suddenly, a young maid with pink hair and pigtails bursts into the room, looking completely overwhelmed. The maid is practically glowing with excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars as she clasps her hands together. She screams out that the young master has finally asked to see Tyria first, something that has clearly never happened before. It is a moment of pure shock for the entire domestic staff. The maid turns bright red, looking both angry and embarrassed while mentioning his indecent behavior earlier. She mentions that even the butler Aldio suggested things would be better if an heir was born. Tyria stops what she's doing and looks over her shoulder with a confused expression. She clearly didn't expect to hear such scandalous gossip from her staff first thing in the morning. Without waiting for a response, the maid starts scurrying around the room in a total panic. She grabs hold of Tyria's blue dress, desperate to get her moving before the young master loses patience. The maid is desperate, begging Tyria to meet Elric before this rare opportunity for reconciliation slips away forever. The girl's anxiety reaches a fever pitch as she realizes that keeping the young master waiting any longer could have serious consequences for the future of the entire household. While sobbing, she lists every reason why Elric is a nightmare, calling him a pervert and a scoundrel for abandoning Tyria for 10 long years. It's a pretty wild take to hear from a servant, but she pleads with the girl to find a way for them to grow closer anyway. Tears stream down her face as she lets out a desperate wail, her mouth hanging wide in pure distress. This girl is absolutely terrified of what might happen if this meeting goes south. The blonde noblewoman lets out a nervous little laugh while listening to the maid's bold predictions about the future. She tries to keep her composure, even though the conversation is becoming increasingly awkward and personal. The tension is thick as they approach the study, knowing that the confrontation waiting behind those heavy doors will define the future of their entire household. Butler Aldio stands ready to facilitate the meeting, looking every bit the professional with his glasses and polished suit. He knows exactly how much is riding on this interaction between the long, separated couple. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes through the quiet hallway as they make their final approach. Every click of Tyria heels on the carpet feels like a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. Blushing intensely, Tyria tries to steady her breathing while standing just outside the door. She looks like she wants to bolt, but there's no turning back now that they are here. The butler swings the heavy doors open and announces her arrival with formal precision. Tyria stands there, framed by the doorway, looking into the lion den where Elric sits waiting. He's looking calm, but we know the stakes here are through the roof. Elric looks up from his seat by the window, his expression unreadable as he offers a simple welcome. The room is bathed in golden sunlight, making the whole scene look deceptively peaceful. Tyria enters the study with her head held high, though her blushing cheeks give away how nervous she actually feels. She stands before Elric, ready to discuss the urgent matters that have been bothering her all day. She slowly walks across the room, the distance between them shrinking with every step she takes. Elric remains seated, calmly holding a teacup as he watches her approach. Our protagonist takes a slow, deliberate sip of his tea, his eyes fixed on the girl coming toward him. He's playing it cool, but you can tell his mind is working overtime as he evaluates his wife. From high above, the two look like tiny figures in a massive, expensive game of chess. They sit across from each other at a small table, surrounded by the opulence of the estate. Shadows stretch across the wooden floor as the silence between them starts to feel like a physical weight. Neither of them seems willing to break the quiet just yet. Elric finally speaks up, mentioning that he happened to see some letters mixed in with the mail a servant was carrying. His gaze is sharp, and he doesn't look like he believes in coincidences. He places the letter on the table, the red wax seal staring back at her like a blooming accusation. Tyria gasps, her eyes widening in shock as she realizes exactly what he found in the servant mail. Her breath catches in her throat because she never expected him to uncover her private correspondence so quickly. She lowers her head, her long blonde hair falling forward to hide her face from his prying eyes. The sudden shift in her demeanor tells him everything he needs to know. Her heart sinks as she wonders if he thinks she has been scheming to steal his inheritance. She's terrified of being seen as some brazen opportunist who only stayed for the money. The tension in the room is suffocating as Elric waits for an explanation that she is not sure she can give. Every second of silence only makes her look more guilty in his eyes. Her lips tremble while she desperately searches for the right words to defend her honor. She needs to speak up now before he draws a conclusion that could ruin their relationship. The atmosphere in the room turns heavy as Tyria looks down, her eyes shadowed by her bangs as she hides her true feelings. She struggles to maintain her dignity while facing a truth she wasn't prepared to handle yet. Her hands grip the fabric of her blue dress so tightly that her knuckles turn white. A cup of tea sits untouched before her, forgotten in the heat of the moment. She suddenly stands with a burst of resolve, declaring her name with full authority to his face. She is Tyria Portman, and she carries the pride of her position with her. She is no mere placeholder guarding a seat, and she needs him to recognize that truth right now. The two of them stare each other down across the small tea table, a true clash of wills. It is a standoff that no one in the house expected to see today. Without waiting for his reaction, she informs him that she still has duties to attend to and begins to turn away. She's done being interrogated in her own home. Tyria walks toward the door with her head held high, her heels clicking sharply against the floor once again. Elric watches her go, his curiosity clearly piqued by her sudden show of backbone. A single drop of sweat appears on Elric's face as he realizes he might have pushed her a bit too far. This girl has a lot more fire in her than he originally anticipated. As she passes him by, the sunlight catches her hair, making her look almost ethereal. He remains in his chair, seemingly stunned by the way she just shut him down. He calls out to her, asking why she bothered to protect his inheritance when there was no guarantee he would ever return to claim it. He points out that she could have easily kept everything for herself and lived a life of luxury. It is a question that forces her to confront her true motivations. Tyria stops in her tracks, her mouth opening slightly as she prepares to give the only answer that truly matters. This is the moment where all her secrets and sacrifices finally come to the surface as she prepares to face him. She clenches her jaw, ready to speak. She turns back with tears glistening in her eyes and a look of pure devotion on her face that stops him cold. With a trembling voice and a heart full of unspoken pain, she tells him that she did it all because she is his wife. This simple truth carries more weight than any legal document ever could. The memory of her fierce declaration stays with him. He looks at the blade in his hand, his expression unreadable as he thinks about the woman who just left the room. Standing before him with a look of intense resolve, she makes her identity clear. She is Tyria Portman, and she will not be intimidated by his sudden return or his accusations. With a sudden, violent motion, he slams the blade into the wooden surface of the desk. The impact is loud and final, signaling that the game between them has changed forever. Elric sits in the dim light of his study, turning over a sharp blade in his hands. He wonders if there was a deeper meaning behind the response she gave him earlier. His workspace is a mess, with towers of books and documents stacked high against the sunlight streaming through the arched windows. It seems he has been doing some heavy research. The air in the room feels still as he lets his mind wander back to the past. Some memories are just too sharp to ignore. This is Elvis Graham, a man who played a massive role in the history of this land. He looks like a typical high-ranking noble with that silver hair and confident smirk. Back then, Elvis was the third son of a noble house caught in a brutal territorial war. Our protagonist was just a rising star among the mercenaries, hired to fight and bleed under that noble banner. It was a time of fire and steel where reputations were forged in blood. They ended up winning that war with surprisingly low casualties on their side. But looking back, the cost of that victory was measured in more than just lives lost on the field. The victory was far from perfect, and tragedy struck when their path took a dark turn. A shattered carriage wheel marks the moment everything changed for the young noble. Elvis was left broken, forced to trade his mobility for a seat in a wheelchair. The man who once led armies was now confined to the shadows of his own palace. For him, the war was just a stage to prove he could handle the crushing weight of responsibility and duty. He left his crown and weapons behind to face a much quieter struggle. Our boy Elric listens intently, reminding him that he is only half noble and prefers the life of a commoner anyway. He does not care much for those high society titles. Elvis just smiles, claiming that by shouldering those heavy duties, he ended up sacrificing half of his own body. It's a heavy price to pay for a legacy. His feet remain heavily bandaged and motionless on the wooden footrest. It's a constant, physical reminder of the day he lost his ability to walk. Elric suddenly drives the knife deep into the wooden wall with a sharp thud. He is clearly done with the pleasantries and philosophical talk for the day. He stands there looking at the blade, realizing that sitting around and reflecting on the past is not going to solve his current problems. He needs to take action. Our protagonist has a look of cold determination in his eyes. He knows that absolutely nothing remains for him to do in this room. A single letter sits on the table, sealed tight with red wax. It's a formal invitation or perhaps a demand that he can no longer ignore. A flurry of letters sealed with red wax represents a year of persistent demands from an outside party. Elric realizes that whoever is sending these is desperate for a response, but suspiciously refuses to show their face. The ornate iron gates of a massive estate loom ahead, decorated with intricate swirling patterns. This place screams old money and even older secrets. Tyria waits silently at the estate, her long blonde hair hiding any trace of her true emotions. She has always been the type to keep her inner thoughts buried deep, making her an impossible puzzle for anyone to solve. The rattle of wooden wheels on the stone path signals that the carriage is finally reaching its destination. After a year of silence, Elric is finally taking matters into his own hands by showing up unannounced. The Wibbin mansion is a masterpiece of white stone and classical architecture, standing tall against the clear blue sky. Beauty usually hides a lot of ugliness in this world. Our protagonist arrives at the gates and peers at the massive structure, confirming he has finally reached the infamous Wibbin house. He takes a moment to process the scale of the estate before making his grand entrance. It is time to see if his bride-to-be is actually ready for him. The carriage rolls to a complete stop, the dust settling around the polished wooden wheels. This is the moment of truth for our protagonist. Elric steps out looking incredibly sharp in a dark suit and tie, ditching his usual rugged look for something more formal. He is ready to walk into the lion den and face the music. This mansion is built on a mountain of wealth and a total lack of morals, where the only thing colder than the stone walls is the greed of the people living inside. An older blonde couple walks through the hall looking like they own the place. They are fuming because our boy decided to show up at the worst possible time, and they call him a useless, low-born wretch. This woman hides her sneer behind a fan, but her sheer arrogance is impossible to miss. As she prepares to look down on someone she considers total trash. The blonde man is clearly worried about the inheritance. He refers to our protagonist as a bastard and fears that he might actually demand his rightful share of the family fortune, which would ruin their plans. The woman hides her face behind a fan as the pair walks down the hallway, their presence accompanied by the rhythmic sound of footsteps clicking against the stone floor. They move through the grand hallway with an air of entitlement that only the truly wealthy possess. Every step they take seems to reinforce their belief that they are superior to everyone else in this estate. The man clenches his jaw as he speaks. He is clearly stressed about the situation, but he tries to keep his composure while plotting how to handle the unexpected visitor who just arrived. The woman agrees with him and brings up how much they invested in their daughter's upbringing. It is clear they view people more as financial assets than actual human beings with feelings. He mentions Hoven's inheritance with a look of pure greed on his face. This guy is definitely more interested in the gold coins than he is in any sort of family reunion or moral obligation. They decide that they must use that money to settle the score. Talk about a toxic family dynamic where everyone is just looking for a way to exploit each other for a quick payday. A man in formal attire walks with purpose, his long strides carrying him down the corridor as he prepares to enter the room. A hand reaches out and firmly grasps the golden handle, ready to pull the large doors open and reveal the visitor who has just arrived. The doors swing open and Elric steps inside, looking incredibly sharp in his dark suit. He carries a cane and walks with a confidence that immediately puts the greedy couple on their guard as he enters. Our protagonist bows politely as he enters the room. He apologizes for how long it took him to come and pay his respects, which seems like a humble move considering how they were just talking about him. The couple sits across from him looking totally unimpressed by his arrival. The man mentions that it has been 10 years since they last saw him, and that finding him has been nearly impossible lately. They sit at a table built for royalty, but the conversation is anything but civil as Elric lets them know he is fully aware of the demands they sent in their letter. This blonde man looks Elric right in the eyes and claims he only reached out because he felt bad for his daughter. He acts like a victim while trying to manipulate Elric into a quick agreement. The blonde man speaks with disdain as Elric sits quietly across from him, resting his hand on the table near his teacup and cane. A smug grin spreads across the old man's face as he thinks he has the upper hand. He is enjoying this way too much, and you can tell he thinks he has Elric right where he wants him. He clears his throat and tells Elric that since he is not very good at picking up on implications, he will just spell everything out for him in plain and simple terms. The message is simple. They intend to take that inheritance as their rightful compensation for everything they believe they are owed by Elric's family after all these years of supposed service. He calls it the price for leaving their daughter deserted like that. He is sitting there acting all high and mighty while trying to extort money from the man standing right in front of him. They look down on him from their ornate chairs. The man says it is the height of shamelessness for Elric to claim the estate because he doubts Elric would ever put the money to worthwhile use. The woman chimes in while hiding her smile behind her fan. She tells Elric that his abilities seem grossly insufficient to handle the estate or anything else for that matter. She flashes her expensive rings as a reminder of her status, completely oblivious to the fact that Elric is about to tear her comfortable world apart. A dark silhouette reveals a glimpse of Elric's face as his anger begins to boil, his eye glowing with a faint, menacing red light. In his mind, he sees them as dark shadows with glowing red eyes. He wonders if it would be more reasonable for them to handle the inheritance in their daughter's stead, as they suggested. Elric lets out a heavy sigh as he listens to these people talk. He is clearly losing his patience with their transparent lies and disgusting behavior. Suddenly, Elric's eyes glow a fierce red as he thinks about how disgusting they are. He realizes they dress up their greed with fine words, but there is only one thing they truly want. They want the Portman estate that his father left specifically in his name. It was never about their daughter or about fairness, and Elric can see right through their pathetic little act. His gaze is sharp and full of hidden anger as he stares them down. Now that his father is gone, and Tyria is the only one left here, things have taken a dark turn. He realizes they must have assumed they could just swoop in and snatch all the money for themselves, without anyone standing in their way to stop their plan. The truth is that they do not care about their daughter Tyria in the slightest. All they want is to strip away what is left of this land and stuff their pockets with gold. These vultures are practically salivating at the thought of the gold coins they can snatch up, showing that their only true passion in life is stacking more wealth. Elric sits with his hands clasped and his head down. He thinks to himself that they are so vile that just listening to them talk makes his skin crawl in the worst way. Elric begins by setting the terms of the conversation. He is done playing games with these people and wants to get straight to the point. Our boy looks them straight in the eye with a gaze that could cut through stone. He isn't intimidated by their status or their threats anymore. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy and jagged as the tension reaches a breaking point, visually represented by sharp, vibrating lines. The blonde man loses it and slams his fist onto the table. He yells that they are here to discuss the inheritance and tells Elric to stop trying to dodge the issue. The blonde man continues his verbal assault, questioning if Elric even has the right to claim this place after being gone for a decade. Elric sits there calmly, letting the man dig his own grave with his arrogance. Instead of getting angry, Elric just covers his face and starts to chuckle. He repeats the word greedy as if it is the funniest thing he has ever heard in his life. He drops his hand to reveal those glowing red eyes full of malice. He asks the man what exactly he plans to do if he decides to actually be greedy and take everything. The older man freezes and breaks into a cold sweat as Elric stares him down. Our protagonist repeats his question to see if the man actually has the guts to back up his talk. Silence takes over the room as the blonde man realizes he is completely outmatched. His wife sits beside him in her red dress, looking just as shaken by the sudden change in energy. The man's hand trembles uncontrollably against the wood of the table. He can feel the pure killing intent radiating off our protagonist like a physical force. The blonde man is absolutely livid, screaming his head off as he tries to maintain some kind of authority. He looks like he is about to burst a blood vessel from the sheer disrespect he feels he is receiving. He stands up abruptly, but his legs look like they might give out at any second. The power dynamic in this room has completely flipped in a matter of moments. Elric stares him down with a cold, piercing look that says more than words ever could. He realizes that this pathetic man finally understands exactly where he stands in the food chain. His mind drifts back to the battlefield, where he stood over fallen enemies with a blood-stained blade. He knows there is no need for empty displays of anger when you hold all the power. The reality of the situation remains the same whether he shouts or stays silent. He is a predator, and these people are nothing more than prey trying to act tough before their end. He tells the old man that it would be wise for him to just keep his mouth shut. The blonde man looks like he is about to have a heart attack from the sheer pressure. Our boy lets out a small, mocking smirk that is pure disrespect. This was almost too easy, and he knows he has them right where he wants them. Without another word, Elric turns his back on them and starts heading for the door. He has said everything that needed to be said and won't waste another second here. The blonde man finds a final burst of cowardice and screams that he will go to the Portman estate to rip Elric to pieces. Our boy don't even break his stride as he leaves. He pauses for just a second by the door, his face partially hidden in the shadows. He tells the man that he will be waiting for him to try and follow through on that threat. The carriage speeds away through the sun-drenched forest, leaving the toxic estate far behind. The rhythmic sound of the wheels on the dirt road is the only thing breaking the silence. Once he is finally alone, the mask of the cold conqueror slips away. Elric leans back and lets out a long, exhausted sigh while covering his tired eyes. He stares into the distance with those piercing red eyes as the adrenaline from the meeting finally begins to fade. He is already calculating his next move, but he can't stop thinking about the scene he left behind. He remembers the man's words about earning his keep and not letting greed rule him. The pure hypocrisy of it all makes his blood boil just thinking about it. Sitting there with his cane, he starts to question his own motives. He wonders if he was really doing this for Tyria, or if he was just feeding his own twisted sense of superiority. He admits to himself that what he felt back there wasn't compassion for the girl. It was something much darker and more selfish that he doesn't want to face. It was the pure, intoxicating thrill of crushing his enemies completely under his heel. He truly is his father's son after all. He tries to justify it as simply paying back the cost of his upbringing. But the guilt is already starting to crawl up his throat like a poison. A vision of a man with a goatee flashes through his mind as Elric looks increasingly distressed. The heavy weight of his past is starting to catch up with him. The carriage driver hears a sudden noise from the back and looks around in confusion. Elric grips the side of the carriage, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He suddenly leans out and loses his lunch, the physical toll of his own darkness finally becoming too much to handle. This is the ugly price of his cold revenge. Sweat beads down Elric's face as he struggles to maintain his composure after his body finally rejected his inner turmoil. The mental strain of his dark path is clearly starting to take a massive toll. He huffs and puffs, trying to steady his breathing while sweat pours down his face. He is physically sickened by the person he is becoming in this game of power. The carriage pulls over next to a golden wheat field as Elric leans against it for support. He looks like a broken man rather than the conqueror he was just moments ago. He stands there alone in the field, staring off into the distance with a hollow look in his eyes. The victory he just won feels more like heavy burden. Elric looks like he is about to lose it. Sweat drips down his face as he stares into the distance with those piercing red eyes, his breath hitching in his throat. His vision focuses. Whatever he sees is hitting him right in the heart, and the intensity of his emotion is clearly starting to boil over. Across the vast golden wheat field, a figure walks through the grain. It is Tyria, the girl with long blonde hair, looking exactly like the bride he lost, but dressed in simple village clothes. Our boy stands by his carriage, frozen as he watches her move through the sun-drenched landscape. The sun beats down on the field, creating a hazy, dreamlike glow that makes the whole world feel like a distant memory coming back to life. There she is. Tyria looks so peaceful, her long braid resting against her shoulder as she gazes out at the mountains, completely unaware that she is being watched. Our boy can barely breathe. He whispers her name under his breath, the name Tyria feeling like a prayer he finally gets to answer. He does not just walk. He takes off, his boots hitting the dirt and kicking up dust as he charges toward the golden field with every bit of strength he has left. Elric abandons his carriage and sprints through the golden fields as fast as his legs can carry him. He looks desperate to reach Tyria before she has a chance to vanish into thin air. Every muscle in his body is tense. The desperation on his face says it all. He is terrified that if he stops for even a second, she might vanish into thin air like a ghost. He blurs past the staff, leaving a confused maid and the older gentleman in his wake. They have never seen their master move with this kind of raw, frantic energy before. Hearing the commotion, the blonde girl turns around. The sunset catches her green eyes, and for a moment the world just stops spinning for both of them. A man's hand reaches out with desperate urgency, firmly grasping the blonde girl's arm as if he's afraid she might vanish into thin air. Exhausted and trembling, Elric collapses at her feet while desperately clinging to her hand. He looks completely devastated, and Tyria can only stare down at him in a state of pure shock and confusion. He stays hunched over, his shoulders trembling as he tries to find the words. He starts to speak, but the only thing that comes out at first is a choked, broken sound. Tyria looks down at him, her eye widening as she realizes the depth of the pain he is carrying. She can feel the sheer intensity of his emotions pouring out of him in waves. Beyond the fields, the jagged peaks of the mountains are bathed in the warm, fading light of the setting sun, creating a peaceful backdrop to the unfolding drama. Our protagonist finally manages to find his voice, telling her that he knows. He tells her he knows every single thing she was forced to endure, and he is finally here to make sure she never has to suffer like that again. Tyria gazes down at the man clutching her hands, her expression shifting from shock to a deep, lingering sadness. The heavy silence between them says more than words ever could. Young Elric swings a stick at those mana beasts while telling them to back off. He is putting his life on the line to protect Tyria, who is standing right behind him with her parasol. The beasts are fast and aggressive as they lunge toward the children. This is a lot of pressure for a young boy holding nothing but a wooden branch. Young Elric steps in to check on the blonde girl after the sudden beast attack to make sure she isn't wounded. He looks her over with a serious expression and asks if those monsters managed to bite her during the chaos. Tyria says she is all right, but her eyes widen when she looks down. She notices a massive blood stain spreading across Elric's sock. Elric lets out a frustrated yell as the adrenaline starts to wear off and the pain kicks in. He curses those stupid mana beast curs for tearing up his leg while he tries to maintain his tough guy persona. Even though he is clearly hurting, he is more annoyed by the situation than actually scared. Tyria looks at Elric with a worried expression, her face slightly flushed as she sees the blood on his leg. He is clearly in pain, but tries to act tough despite the sweat on his face. As she starts to help him, he introduces himself as Elric Portman. He explains that since this happened on his family land, it was only natural for him to step in and handle it. They both sit down on the grass so she can properly tend to the wound. Elric grumbles about her being quiet and mentions it wouldn't kill her to get on his good side. Tyria remains quiet as she focuses on the task at hand. She looks up at him with a gentle and shy expression while she finishes tending to his wound. The bandage is finally secure, and Elric looks down at the neat work she did. He gives her a rare bit of praise and thanks her for patching him up. Our boy is genuinely impressed by her skills and tells her she is actually pretty good at this. He was not expecting a girl like her to be so handy with first aid. Tyria softly mentions that her nanny used to treat her whenever she got hurt. Elric leans in and tells her to speak up because he can barely hear a word she is saying. The young girl is visibly flustered, her face deep red as she looks down. She seems overwhelmed by the situation and his direct way of speaking to her. Elric tells her that if she keeps up this quiet act, she will never manage to find someone to marry. Kids really have zero filter when acting cool. He looks away with a massive blush on his face while making a bold claim. He says once he becomes a royal knight, he might consider taking her as his bride. Tyria is completely stunned by his words, her eyes wide as a warm light seems to radiate around her. She looks at him with a mix of surprise and burgeoning affection. Elric suddenly gets defensive and shouts at her not to let it go to her head. He claims he only said it because she is pretty, which is just classic childhood denial. Tyria starts walking away without saying a single word in response. Elric stands there waving his fist and screaming that she will be the one begging to marry him in the future. As Tyria walks away, she can't help but blush and show a small, secret smile. She seems to be thinking back on the boy's bold declaration with a sense of wonder. Years later, adult Tyria sits in a luxurious room holding a framed picture of that very same boy. She looks down at the portrait of young Elric, who is standing tall with a bandage on his cheek. It is clear that she has carried the memory of that day and his ambitious promise with her for a very long time. She realizes that in the end, he never actually fulfilled that dream of becoming a royal knight. Yet the fact that their paths have crossed again after all this time feels like destiny. The sun begins to set over a massive and ornate estate as evening settles in. Inside the halls, a request is made to prepare tea for the lady and the young master. This peaceful setting is the backdrop for a meeting that has been years in the making as Tyria prepares herself for what is to come. Tyria walks through the grand hallway with her maid Marie leading the way. The clicking of their shoes echoes against the polished floors as they approach a set of large doors. She looks incredibly elegant in her adult form, but there is a clear sense of hesitation in her eyes. She is deep in thought as she wonders what this meeting is going to be about. A thought bubbles up in her mind as she wonders why he specifically asked to see her today. She looks slightly worried, as if she is bracing for some kind of difficult conversation. With a trembling hand, she reaches out and knocks on the heavy wooden door. This is the moment she has been waiting for, but she is still not sure if she is ready. Inside the room, Elric is already waiting, and they sit across from each other in large velvet chairs. He is dressed in a formal vest and tie, looking every bit the noble man he was born to be. The atmosphere is heavy as he keeps his head down and his hands clasped together while Tyria waits for him to speak. Tyria looks at him with a look of surprise and anticipation. She can tell by the tone of his voice that he is about to address something very serious. Elric looks up with a serious expression and confirms that he called her here for a specific reason. He has been carrying a heavy burden on his heart, and it is time to let it out. He stares directly at her with those piercing red eyes and delivers a sincere apology. He wants her to know that he is truly and deeply sorry for everything that happened. Tyria is completely caught off guard by his sudden vulnerability and covers her mouth in shock. She was not expecting him to be this direct about his feelings right away. He brings up that day 10 years ago, which happened to be their planned wedding day. He apologizes for running away and leaving her all alone to face the fallout. Elric closes his eyes as if the memory is physically painful for him to recall. He admits that he had no idea back then what kind of consequences his selfish actions would bring. He acknowledges the pain she had to bear alone in this place and the difficult years she must have endured. He is finally seeing the situation from her perspective, and he feels terrible about it. Elric looks at her with a steady and sincere gaze as he waits for her response. He has laid his heart bare and is now hoping for her forgiveness. Tyria looks him right in the eye and tells him that he has absolutely no need to apologize to her for anything. She explains that she never held a grudge against anyone because staying at the estate was a choice she made for herself. Tyria says that if leaving things unsaid would leave his heart unsettled, then he should speak up so he can finally be at peace. Seeing the look on his face, she offers a small smile and agrees to accept his apology just to put his heart at ease. A look of genuine relief washes over our protagonist as he realizes a massive weight has finally been lifted from his shoulders. He gives her a soft smile of his own and thanks her for being kind enough to accept his words after all this time. As they begin to walk together, the sound of his cane tapping against the floor echoes through the quiet hallway of the manor. Tyria watches him carefully and asks if his leg is feeling any better today while they make their way through the grand residence. Elric admits he feels bad for taking up her time when she must be busy with her own duties and asks her to forgive him. She stops him right there and tells him not to worry about it, but then she starts looking a bit hesitant about something. As the tension between them builds, the blonde woman works up the courage to ask for a change in how they address each other. She gets extremely nervous and blushes while suggesting that he stop calling her by such a formal title. She leans in close with her face turning redder by the second as she struggles to get the next word out of her mouth. Elric is completely confused by her sudden change in attitude and asks her to repeat what she was just trying to say to him. Suddenly, the heavy doors are kicked wide open with a massive bang that echoes through the entire room and startles them both. The force of the entrance is so sudden that it catches them both completely off guard in the middle of their talk. A young maid named Marie and the butler Aldio barge in with Marie, looking like she is ready to scream at the top of her lungs. The sudden intrusion causes Elric to lose his balance, and he goes tumbling forward while his cane slides across the polished floor. In a classic case of plot convenience, he ends up falling right on top of Tyria as they both hit the ground together hard. Aldio sees them in this compromising position and starts joking about how it sounds like they were already planning for a junior heir. Elric turns bright red and shouts at the butler that he has the completely wrong idea about what is happening on the floor. The butler just laughs it off and covers the young maid's eyes, telling her they should pretend they didn't see any adult business today. Aldio gives a thumbs up and promises to keep the other servants from disturbing their private time together in the future. Our boy is losing his mind, trying to explain the situation, while his hands are shaking from the pure embarrassment of it all. Poor Tyria is still pinned under him, looking like her brain just short-circuited from everything that the butler just said to them. Aldio keeps that smug look on his face while peeking through the doorway to see how the young master handles the pressure of the moment. As night falls over the massive estate, the gossip about what happened in that room begins to spread like wildfire among the household staff. The next morning arrives with the sun shining through the tall windows, but the awkwardness from the night before has not faded away yet. A maid named Rhonda approaches our protagonist and asks him with a very polite smile if he happened to develop a cough recently. Elric tries to act natural and wishes her a good morning, but he can tell by the look in her eyes that she knows something. She leans in with a knowing grin and asks him directly if anything interesting happened during the late hours of last night after hours. Before he can even answer, she whispers right in his ear about the rumors concerning a potential heir to the family name being born. Our boy is absolutely mortified as he realizes the servants have turned a simple accident into the biggest scandal of the entire year. Rhonda starts walking away while mentioning that last night cannot simply be treated as a little incident between the two of them. She turns back with a sharp look and asks him if he is really being serious about not knowing the true weight of his actions. Rhonda points out that a decade of waiting is a completely different experience for a young woman than it is for a man. Elric is getting a bit of an earful from Rhonda. She's leaning in close, lecturing him about the weight and pressure of his current situation. Our boy just looks back at her, wondering what she is trying to get at with this sudden interrogation. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Tyria is lounging in her massive bedroom. She's still lying across her bed, unaware of the tense conversation happening elsewhere as the morning light pours in through the large windows. She's starting to stir, a soft smile spreading across her face as she hugs a small picture framed to her chest. She thinks that the morning feels way brighter than usual today, It's clearly a good day for our girl. She looks down at the photo, which shows a much younger Elric looking quite grumpy with a bandage on his cheek. Even though he looks like a little troublemaker, she whispers a soft greeting to him while looking at his face. She carefully sets the frame back onto the side table. It shows how much she cherishes those memories before she finally gets up to start the day. She seems to be in a great mood. Tyria stands up and gives a massive stretch, feeling refreshed and full of energy. Her eyes are closed in bliss as she enjoys the quiet moment before the chaos begins. Whatever happened yesterday clearly hasn't dampened her spirits at all. Golden fields of wheat wave under a warm sun. The harvest season has finally arrived at the estate. Elric and Tyria sit in silence at opposite ends of a massive table. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Following their incredibly awkward night together, Tyria tries to focus entirely on finishing her quiet breakfast so she can avoid making any eye contact with the man sitting directly across the table. She attempts to maintain her composure, but the lingering memories of their recent encounter still have her feeling incredibly flustered and shy. Elric is sweating bullets, thinking about how unbearably awkward things have been since yesterday. He can barely focus on his food with his mind racing. He suddenly flashes back to a very heated moment with Tyria from the night before. This explains exactly why he is struggling to keep his cool. Tyria calls out to him, breaking his train of thought and making him jump. He stutters out a response, telling her to go ahead and speak. She looks down, her blush deepening as she gathers her courage. It is clear there is something specific she wants to do today. Elric looks at her with a confused expression, asking if she really wants to go out. He was not expecting her to suggest a trip. She explains that with the harvest festival approaching, they need to inspect the estate. Since the master has returned, she thought it was only fitting. The realization hits him, and he gives a small, charming smile. Right, the festival is a big deal for the people living on their land. Our protagonist looks a lot more relaxed now that the ice has been broken. He is actually looking forward to spending time outside. Tyria beams at his reaction, her eyes sparkling with relief. It seems like his approval was the only thing she was worried about. Elsewhere in the manor, the household staff is working overtime to ensure the couple is dressed perfectly for their upcoming public appearance. Tyria carries herself with a new sense of authority as the household maids finish the final adjustments on her elegant new ensemble. Rhonda, a stern maid with glasses, decides it is time to check on Elric's outfit. She heads toward his room, unaware of the coming chaos. Elric tells her he is already finished getting ready, but Rhonda just laughs it off. She expects her young master to be struggling as usual. Her smile fades as she takes a closer look at him. Something about his appearance is definitely not meeting her high standards for a noble man. Our boy is standing there looking like a common adventurer instead of a lord. He insists this vagabond style is way more practical for walking. Rhonda is not having it and literally drags him down the hallway by the arm. She demands to know why he is dressed like a traveler and orders him to follow her this instant. Our boy is helpless against this angry maid energy. She kicks the bedroom doors open with a loud bang. This maid clearly runs the show when it comes to the master's wardrobe. Elric keeps protesting as he is pulled into the room, insisting he is perfectly capable of dressing himself. Rhonda does not believe him. With a sudden shove, she sends him tumbling back onto the seat. He is completely caught off guard by her strength and intensity. Rhonda puts on a pair of white gloves with a determined look. She lectures him about how a noble man must always reflect his high station. Before he can say another word, his vest and belt are tossed aside. She is moving fast, determined to strip away that commoner look. Elric laughs nervously, trying to block her hands while repeating that he can handle this alone. He just wants her to pick an outfit. Rhonda teases him, asking if the young master is suddenly shy about changing. She reminds him that he used to run around naked as a kid. Our boy is getting frustrated, but she is way too fast for him to stop. She reaches for the collar of his shirt with a firm grip. With one swift motion, she yanks the fabric open to start the change. Elric can only let out a surprised shout as he loses the battle. Rhonda's playful energy vanishes instantly as she catches sight of something that leaves her completely paralyzed with pure horror. Beneath his clothes, Elric's torso is a map of brutal history. Deep, jagged scars cover his body, telling a story of countless life and death battles. The tough maid begins to tremble, her eyes welling up with tears. She never imagined that her young master had been through such hell. Elric looks away, his expression turning somber as he pulls his torn shirt back over his body. He quietly repeats that he can dress himself. Rhonda reaches out, her voice shaking as she asks what happened to him over all these years. The sight of his broken body is overwhelming. He looks at her with a gentle but sad gaze, promising to tell her everything when the time is right. The weight of his past remains heavy. Elric isn't just asking her to stop. He's pleading with Rhonda to keep his secret and let the painful matter drop. Rhonda clenches her fist against her chest, her hand trembling as she fights back a sob. The sheer shock of seeing his wounds is more than she can handle. She tries to compose herself, but seeing his broken body after all these years is just too much to handle. Elric finally makes it out to the carriage, where Aldio is waiting to begin their long-awaited inspection of the family estate. He is feeling pretty good about himself now that he is finally all cleaned up and looking his best. Aldio stays professional as always, but you can tell he is keeping a close eye on every single movement. Elric laughs it off and admits that things almost went south if Rhonda hadn't stepped in to save him. The butler, Aldio, is ready to guide the way as Elric prepares for his first public appearance since his return. Tyria finally joins him and admits that she spent a lot of extra time swapping her wedding dress for this formal blue outfit, just to make a perfect impression on their first date. Our protagonist is straight up malfunctioning and blushing like a total amateur at the sight of her. I guess even an elite hero can't handle a beautiful woman. Tyria gives him a playful look, while Rhonda just sighs at her young master's very obvious and goofy reaction. They make such a power couple, as he leads her toward the waiting carriage for their highly anticipated trip. The couple arrives at the heart of the territory, where the local market is already buzzing with excitement over their surprise visit. As they walk through the Portman Estate Market, everyone starts whispering about their sudden and unexpected arrival there. Elric plays the part of the perfect gentleman by greeting the locals with a warm and friendly smile. They pass through the lively merchant district, where the shops are stocked with fresh goods for the local villagers to enjoy. One of the local women nearly drops her jaw when she recognizes him in the middle of the crowd. It is Auntie Michelle, and Elric greets her warmly like he never even left the estate all those years ago. The couple navigates through the town crossroads as they head toward the busiest areas to greet as many people as possible. Word travels fast, and soon more old faces start popping out from the curious crowd to see the boss. People are genuinely shocked to see that the young master has actually returned home after such a long time. Elric stays humble by playing down his injuries and just enjoying the warm and sincere welcome back home. It seems like he was quite the popular and respected figure around these parts back in the day. Then we meet Bart, who is Elric's childhood friend, and he looks absolutely thrilled to see his old buddy. Before he can even react, an old acquaintance steps out from the crowd and greets him with a powerful handshake that proves he definitely hasn't lost his legendary strength. Our boy is stoked to see that Bart hasn't changed a bit despite the many years they spent apart. Tyria greets Bart politely, maintaining her grace while her husband catches up with his old friend. Bart is already planning a celebration and tells Elric to hit up the tavern after the festival ends. Our protagonist gives him a thumbs up and promises to catch up over a few strong drinks later. They wave their goodbyes as the couple continues their peaceful afternoon walk together through the busy streets. Bart watches them go, thinking that despite the initial surprise, they actually look like a perfect match together. As evening falls, the carriage rolls through the golden fields, bathed in the light of a setting sun. It is a quiet moment away from the prying eyes of the curious market crowds. Inside the carriage, things are a bit more quiet, as Tyria focuses intently on her latest reading material. Our boy notices she is diving deep into a botanical encyclopedia and studying a specific plan she drew. Later that evening, Elric builds up the courage to finally speak to Tyria while they travel together in the carriage. He looks at her with a nervous blush, softly calling out her name to get her attention during the sunset ride. Tyria looks up from her book with wide eyes, surprised that he is breaking the silence after such a long time. She acknowledges him politely, though her cheeks are slightly flushed as she waits to hear what he has to say. Our boy looks back at her with a gentle smile and a slight blush on his face. He tells her that from now on, he wants to help manage the estate and asks if she would be willing to teach him. He admits that she has been carrying the entire burden of the household by herself for way too long. It is finally time for him to step up and take his place as the true head of the family. Tyria hides her blushing face behind her flower-covered book as she listens to his request. Elric continues his pitch, promising that with her guidance, he can actually be of some use to her and the estate. She is clearly moved by his sudden sincerity, her cheeks turning a bright shade of pink. This is a massive step for their relationship, and she can hardly contain her excitement at the thought of working together. With a sudden snap, she closes the botanical encyclopedia and rests her hands firmly on the cover. The time for quiet reading is officially over, and she is ready to get down to business. She vows to offer him the same unwavering loyalty and respect she gave to his father before him, promising to remain steadfast partner as they work to rebuild the family estate together from now on. Elric lets out a soft laugh and places a hand over his heart, fully accepting her terms. He tells her to go right ahead and start the lessons whenever she is ready, looking forward to the challenge. As the carriage rolls toward the massive estate under a golden sunset, they talk about the past. Elric wonders if his father was a strict teacher, and Tyria admits he was, even if he never had to raise his voice. She simply picked things up fast enough to stay on his good side. As night falls over the kingdom, the atmosphere begins to shift, signaling that the peaceful reunion in the market is about to be replaced by a much darker mystery. Far away from the peaceful carriage ride, we arrive at a bustling tavern near the Shever border. Even late at night, this place is packed with travelers and locals looking for a drink and some rest. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere is rowdy and filled with the constant chatter of the patrons. People are laughing and drinking, completely unaware that their quiet night is about to be interrupted by a new arrival. Suddenly, the front door swings open, and a pair of dark boots steps onto the wooden floor. A voice cuts through the noise, calling everyone in the room a fool and demanding their absolute attention. The bartender's peaceful night is instantly ruined the moment this newcomer starts barking orders at his patrons. He stops dead in his tracks, sensing that this little lady is about to cause a massive scene. This mysterious red-headed girl might look small, but she radiates a terrifying pressure that silences the entire room. Despite her youthful appearance, she clearly isn't here for a bed or a warm meal. She stares down the entire room with a cold, focused gaze that stops the music and laughter dead. Without wasting a single second, she asks for the location of Kasha, the sword demon, with a voice full of steel. The grand estate of the fief glows under the golden hue of a setting sun. It looks like a peaceful evening for the ruling couple. Inside the study, ancient scrolls and open ledgers sit ready for review. The work of a lord is never truly finished. A delicate hand moves quill across parchment with steady precision. Someone is working hard to keep the territory running smoothly. Elric stands beside Tyria Wibben, asking if she always handles this massive pile of paperwork alone. She admits it is not a constant burden. Tyria looks up from her desk with a soft expression. She has something on her mind and addresses Elric with a gentle tone. She asks if he would be willing to give a speech at this year's harvest festival. It would mark his official return as Lord. Our protagonist seems a bit taken aback by the request. A formal address for a celebration is the last thing he expected to discuss. Soldiers raise their swords and cheer for a violent cause. These are the echoing memories of war that still haunt Elric's mind. A younger Elric sits alone in a dark forest, looking numb. The blood-chilling screams of men demanding death for their enemies fill the air around him. He stares off into the distance, thinking about how he never wanted a platform of glory. He never intended to be a hero for others to follow. Those striking red eyes hide a deep well of buried trauma. For him, the memories of the battlefield are still painfully fresh in his mind. He remembers charging into battle with a sword raised high. He was not fighting for a cause, but to find a place for his directionless rage. Blood sprays across the air as he cuts through his foes with savage efficiency. Back then, he was nothing more than a weapon of war. Our boy swings his blade again, lost in a trance of violence and gore. War is truly hell on the soul. He stands over the bodies of the fallen as the ground turns red beneath his boots. The sheer scale of the slaughter is hard to comprehend. Covered in the blood of his enemies, Elric gasps for air. This is the version of himself he tries to keep hidden from the world. Returning to reality, Elric quickly apologizes to Tyria. He admits that his thoughts drifted away for a brief moment. He gives her a warm, reassuring smile. He promises to stand right beside her while she delivers the speech to the people. Tyria is happy to hear that and decides to handle the address herself. She wants him to feel comfortable during the celebration. She blushes slightly, noting that there is always next year for him to speak. For now, she just wants them to enjoy the day together. The bustling town square is finally alive with energy now that the Harvest Festival is underway. Villagers have gathered from all over the fief to celebrate their hard work. Crowds of people fill the plaza, chatting and laughing as they wait for the festivities to begin. The atmosphere is light and cheerful. Tyria stands tall in a vibrant red dress, addressing the crowd with confidence. She tells everyone to enjoy the festival to their heart content. The townspeople erupt into massive cheers for their lady. It is clear that she is well loved by the people of the fief. She steps down and takes Elric by the hand. She asks her husband to join in on the festivities instead of just watching from afar. The couple walks through the market streets together as Tyria spots something exciting. The town is filled with colorful banners and cheering villagers. A kind villager offers Tyria a hot bowl of local food to try. Nearby, another man hands Elric a large mug of ale, insisting the Lord takes a drink. They both accept the gifts with smiles and laughter. It is a rare moment of pure normalcy for two people with such heavy responsibilities. Something in the crowd catches Tyria's eye, and she gasps in surprise. She has discovered a spectacular sight she wants to share with Elric. She points toward a performance stage and tells Elric to look over there. She seems genuinely excited about the entertainment. A jester in a green and red outfit takes the stage. The announcer tells the crowd to prepare for a rare performance by the royal jester. The performer grips the hilt of a sharp sword. He prepares to show off a dangerous trick that requires absolute focus. The jester slides the entire blade down his throat as the crowd watches in awe. It is a spectacular sight usually reserved for the palace. Tyria claps her hands with delight while the other jesters dance around the stage. She is having the time of her life at the festival. Elric, however, looks a bit tense as he watches the sword act. The sight of naked steel always brings back memories he would rather forget. Elric rubs the back of his neck nervously while trying to play it cool. He tells Tyria that he has seen plenty of sword swallowers before, so he is not exactly impressed. The pair walks past a booth for knife throwing. Tyria keeps her arm locked with his as they navigate the busy festival grounds. A blonde man and a group of local kids are buzzing with excitement. They have heard a rumor that the Lord himself might actually participate in the games. The targets are simple red apples hanging from strings against a wooden backdrop. They sway gently in the breeze, waiting for a marksman to take aim. Elric admits it has been a long time since he last held a throwing knife for sport. Tyria and the children are not letting him off the hook, though, and they practically beg him to show off his skills just this once. Tyria grabs Elric by the arm and tries to coax him into playing a festival game with the rest of the town. She gives him a playful look and points out that even the local kids are getting in on the action. He finally caves and agrees to throw a few blades just to keep the crowd happy. Elric is visibly blushing from the attention, while the kids around him scream with joy as he steps up to the line with 3 knives ready. The merchant cheers with total confidence as Elric sharpens his focus. Our hero gets into the zone and prepares to show everyone exactly how a true master handles a blade. With a sudden blur of motion, he lets the blades fly. 3 knives whistle through the air and bury themselves deep into the center of every single apple target. The blonde merchant is completely floored by what he just witnessed. He did not expect his lord to have the precision of a master assassin at a carnival game. The children are losing their minds as the thunk of the blades echoes through the stall. They have never seen anyone hit the mark that fast before. Tyria is absolutely mesmerized, and she clutches her chest in surprise. The sheer talent her husband just displayed has her heart racing a mile a minute. Elric realizes he might have overdone it and wonders if he should have pretended to miss. Everyone is staring at him like he is some kind of legendary hero. He tries to brush it off with a forced laugh and claims it was all just pure luck. He is desperate to move on before people start asking too many questions. Tyria is not having his humble act and tells him he looked exactly like a true knight in action. She is beaming with pride over his performance. Elric notices that his bride is being way more enthusiastic than usual today. He wonders if the festival spirit has finally gotten to her head. The blonde man reaches out and hands over a prize wrapped in straw. It is the reward for his perfect score on the target range. The merchant explains that this bundle of eggs is the special prize from the guild. He presents it with a huge smile and a deep bend of respect. Elric politely declines the prize and tells the man to give it to the local children instead. The kids start cheering again and shout that their lord is the best. Tyria watches him with a soft gaze and tells him he is a very kind man. She seems to be seeing a completely different side of him today. He smiles and mentions how they used to receive little prize bundles just like that when they were kids. It brings back a wave of nostalgia for simpler times. A memory of a young boy running with a bucket-sized helmet over his head comes back to him. Tyria bursts into laughter as she remembers how ridiculous he looked stumbling around the village as a child. It was a simpler time before all the responsibilities of the palace took over. Elric stops in his tracks and asks her how she could possibly know about that. That was a private memory from his childhood that he never shared. Tyria gets flustered and quickly claims it is because he was a legendary troublemaker in the village. She says that stories about his antics were everywhere back then. Our blonde beauty gets incredibly flustered as she hides a secret deep within her heart. She realizes that there is no way she can actually tell Elric that she used to stalk him from the shadows when they were younger. In reality, she had been watching him from behind a tree for years. Even back then, she was already dreaming of the day she would finally become his bride. Tyria snaps back to reality when she realizes Elric is still looking at her. She blinks in surprise as the sounds of the festival return to the foreground. He offers his hand with a charming smile and mentions that the after-party is starting soon. He asks if she would like to head over to the plaza with him. She takes his hand without hesitation and agrees to go. Her heart is fluttering as they walk toward the center of the festivities together. In the middle of the plaza, a man stands on a stage holding a burning torch. He announces to the crowd that the lighting ceremony is about to begin. The announcer prays that the festival will glow as brightly as the lady's beauty. He looks genuinely happy to be part of such a grand celebration. Elric thinks the guy is really laying the compliments on thick as the crowd starts to laugh. Tyria just smiles and enjoys the warm atmosphere of the evening. The local blonde guy starts shouting to the heavens while leading the entire town in a massive celebration. He calls for everyone to pray for the enduring glory and prosperity of their home as the festival reaches a fever pitch. Our couple walks through the cheering crowd as people part the way for them. Everyone is in high spirits, and the energy in the air is electric. As the light from the torches flickers across her face, Tyria looks at Elric with a deeply complicated expression. It seems there is still so much unsaid between them. Elric turns bright red as he looks at his beautiful wife, and Tyria is just as stunned by the sudden turn of events. Her brain completely short-circuits at the mention of a kiss, leaving her totally frozen while her heart races under the glow of the festival lights. The festival is in full swing at Wibbin, and this guy is leading the charge with a flaming torch. He welcomes the massive crowd as the night sky fills with excitement and town celebrations. He calls for everyone to offer a prayer for the lasting glory and prosperity of their home, while leading the celebration. Out of the crowd, our boy Elric and Tyria Wibbin make their entrance to the roar of the massive town celebration. Tyria is clearly feeling the pressure as she walks through the square with everyone's eyes fixed on her and her lord. Elric is just as flustered as the blonde girl next to him, with sweat dripping down his face while he tries to keep his cool. He definitely was not expecting to be put on the spot in front of all these people. Then the town loudmouth yells out for the two of them to just kiss already before the festival night finally ends. He doesn't stop there and calls on the whole crowd to cheer, so their lord can finally find some courage tonight. The entire town starts chanting for a kiss, and the romantic pressure is officially through the roof for the flustered couple. The flustered couple locks eyes for a moment as the crowd's shouting makes it impossible to ignore the expectations of the night. Our boy finally steps up and dips her back for a dramatic movie-style kiss to satisfy the roaring town square. Tyria is completely caught off guard as their lips meet in front of everyone, while her heart probably skips a beat. Elric pulls back slightly and whispers that he only did it because the persistent crowd wouldn't let up for anything tonight. Tyria gives him this sweet, knowing smile as she prepares to take things a step further than just meeting their expectations. She goes for the real deal and pulls him into a deep kiss that leaves Elric completely shocked by her boldness. The crowd goes absolutely nuclear with cheers as the festival reaches its peak and fireworks of joy erupt in the square. The camera pans up to the full moon shining over Wibbin as the sounds of the celebration echo through the night sky. We move over to the Grand Mansion, where the celebration is finally starting to wind down into a quiet and peaceful night. Inside her room, Tyria is having a total meltdown and screaming into her pillow over the public display she just put on. She pops her head up with her face still bright red, as the pure embarrassment of her actions starts sinking in deeply. All she can think about is that moment when she grabbed his face and went for that second kiss in public. She's panicking and wondering what on earth possessed her to treat her lord like that in front of every single citizen. She stands behind her bedroom door, agonizing over her actions, while the harvest festival finally comes to a quiet end outside. Meanwhile, Elric is lying in his own bed staring at the ceiling and touching his lips while his heart continues racing. The story shifts away from the romance to the Armen Kingdom, where a white flag flies over the city of Whitewick. We arrive at a massive estate that looks like it belongs to the highest level of nobility and screams power and wealth. Inside the study, someone is calmly holding an expensive-looking teacup while preparing to discuss some high-stakes business matters. This blonde guy with glasses takes a slow sip while appearing totally unbothered by the world despite the weight of office. This is Chairman White, and he's being approached by a silver-haired woman who clearly has a lot on her mind today. He sets his cup down with a clink while listening to the report about the crumbling enemy lines and the absence of Kasha from the field. Chairman White is joined by the masked Gold Duke as they review reports regarding the instability of the neighboring kingdoms around them. This silver-haired beauty is the Secretary Agnes, and she looks just as cold and calculated as her boss. She stands firmly behind her superior, ready to handle any business that comes their way with total professionalism. Agnes stands tall and reports that certain kingdoms would have collapsed long ago if it wasn't for the interference of Kasha. The chairman takes another sip of tea while processing the fact that those kingdoms currently owe everything to the Armen Kingdom. He notes that they have long ago lost any real capacity to repay their massive debts, and it is time for change. He leans forward and says they will simply extract the key figures and reclaim their shares before everything falls apart completely. The conversation hangs in the air as the chairman waits for his secretary to fulfill her next task. Agnes reaches for the ornate golden teapot, her hand steady as she prepares to serve her superior. Agnes pours a fresh cup of tea with perfect grace while discussing matters that could change the fate of nations forever. Across the table, the blonde chairman is practically vibrating with nervous energy as he shouts that he is simply doing his duty. Agnes looks on with a cold and piercing gaze as her superior struggles to keep his composure during this intense business meeting. The chairman clarifies that the man they are discussing is no longer the mercenary Kasha, but is now officially known as Elric Portman. Agnes is far from impressed by this distinction, questioning why a simple name change would ever matter when a man's core stays the same. The chairman reminds her of the time Elric deflected a supersonic bullet with a mana shield, a feat that should have seen his career end in a bloody mess. The chairman is glad he did not kill the man back then, as keeping him alive has turned out to be far more useful for their grand designs. He notes that while he and Elric are cut from the same cloth, there is one rare quality that makes the former mercenary truly special. This extraordinarily rare trait makes Elric a fascinating piece to move, and the chairman is determined to keep the man firmly under his thumb. A chilling look crosses his face as he admits that if Elric is truly that useful, he will ensure the man remains completely under his absolute control. He eyes the map covered in gold, calculating that with Kasha off the front lines, the entire global conflict is destined to grind to a halt. The chairman explains that Elric's existence is the weight that tips the scales of the world, and by holding him, they hold the power to sway the entire war. Agnes remains silent as she processes the sheer scale of his ambition, realizing just how much her boss is gambling on a single person. The chairman is thrilled that she understands his logic, shouting that she is absolutely spot on, and he adores her brilliant mind. Overwhelmed by his own excitement, the blonde chairman lunges forward to give Agnes a massive hug, ignoring her cold and unresponsive demeanor. Before he can get close, a sharp sound rings out as Agnes delivers a quick blow to his face, leaving her boss sputtering in total shock. Agnes stands tall and completely unfazed while the chairman rolls around on the carpet in pain, proving she has zero patience for his unwanted displays of affection. Outside, the sun shines brightly over the grand estate, looking remarkably peaceful despite the dark and complex schemes being hatched deep within its walls. Back at the mansion, our boy Elric is getting dressed for the day with Rhonda's help, though he looks a bit stiff in his new noble attire. Just as they are finishing up, Tyria walks into the room looking stunning, and the sight of her causes the conversation to come to a sudden halt. Tyria catches sight of her husband-to-be and immediately starts to blush, looking completely flustered by how handsome he looks in his new clothes. Elric is not doing much better, as a deep red tint quickly creeps across his face while he tries to maintain some dignity in front of the lady. Rhonda watches the awkward tension with a knowing smile, asking the young lady if there was something specific she needed from her lord at this moment. Unable to handle the embarrassment, Tyria spins around and bolts out of the room in a flash of red fabric before anyone can say another word. Elric rubs the back of his neck and tries to play it cool, though it is obvious he is still not used to this kind of romantic attention from his bride. Rhonda lets out a soft chuckle and mentions how she heard things got quite heated back at the festival, clearly pleased with the couple's progress. Our boy starts stammering in protest, trying to blame a man named Bart for stirring the crowd up and insisting the whole situation was out of his hands. Desperate to change the subject, he asks Rhonda who is scheduled to arrive at the estate today, hoping a distraction will save him from further teasing. Rhonda informs him that a trade delegation from the Western Kingdoms is already on its way, signaling that the mansion is about to get very busy. She adds that even the Armin Kingdom has joined the bidding this year, a massive development that could bring a lot of prosperity to their territory. Elric's expression darkens as he considers the danger, knowing that such a high-profile event will draw in plenty of people who are out for his blood. Rhonda encourages him to stay strong, reminding him that it is only right for him to receive the guests in his official capacity as the lord of the land. He gives a small, nervous smile, realizing he cannot hide from his responsibilities forever as the real game for the future of his fief begins. Elric and his attendant Aldio wait inside a sun-drenched train station, standing beneath a massive ornate clock as they prepare for the delegation's arrival. Aldio gives him a reassuring look, reminding his master to use the formal greetings they practiced to ensure everything goes smoothly during the negotiations. Elric figures that as long as he stays under the radar, no one who saw him on the front lines would ever expect to find him trading wheat in the back country. He double-checks the concealed dagger tucked into his vest, telling himself there should be no reason to draw the blade today unless things go horribly wrong. Suddenly, the heavy roar of an engine fills the station as a massive steam train pulls up to the platform, signaling the arrival of their mysterious guests. The doors swing open, and the rhythmic clicking of shoes on the tile builds the tension as the members of the trade delegation finally step onto the pavement. Both men immediately drop into respectful bows to welcome the group to Wibbin, playing the part of humble hosts to perfection as the group approaches. Looking up, Elric's heart nearly stops as he recognizes a face he never expected to see again, his expression shifting into one of pure shock. The man with the thick mustache lets out a ragged gasp of terror, looking like he just saw a ghost from his darkest nightmares in the flesh. Elric's gaze turns sharp and dangerous as he realizes that his past is catching up to him, and this meeting is going to be anything but peaceful. This man is absolutely paralyzed with fear, his face drenched in cold sweat as he stares back at those terrifying eyes. He can barely even form a sentence as he realizes there's no escaping this situation. Our journey begins in the Armin Kingdom, specifically in a place called Whitewick, where a grand flag flies high against the blue sky. At a massive, ornate estate, someone inside is frantically asking who exactly has just arrived at their doorstep. A blonde guy in glasses is booking it down the hallway in a total panic, while a tall, silver-haired woman follows closely behind him. He does not even wait to knock, throwing the massive double doors open with a loud bang that echoes through the room. Our guy bursts in with his arms wide to greet his sister, but she is clearly the one in charge here. As the majority shareholder of the E.W., company, she is not someone who can be easily swayed by his fake charm. He scoops his sister up and calls her his dearest, but she looks like she is about 5 seconds away from committing a crime. She warns him to put her down immediately, unless he wants to be reduced to actual ashes right then and there. Our blonde boy just stands there with his brain short-circuiting, as the room starts spinning from her pure murderous intent. She crosses her arms and starts berating him, clearly frustrated because someone they are looking for is proving impossible to track down. He tries to defend his failure by explaining that this target disappears like a ghost, making him a nightmare for anyone to follow. She is not interested in his excuses and looks like she is about to explode from pure annoyance. Then comes the nuclear option. She threatens to pull every single share she holds in the company if he does not deliver results. That is the absolute last thing he wanted to hear, and he starts wailing, begging her for literally any other punishment. She grabs him by the face and makes it very clear that he needs to find out exactly where this person is hiding. Without another word, she turns her back and storms out of the room, her dark cloak flaring behind her like a cape as she leaves. She is definitely not a girl you want to mess with when she is in this kind of mood. She gives him one final sideways glance, her face dotted with freckles as she eyes him with deep suspicion. She leaves him with a strict deadline, expecting him to uncover Kasha's whereabouts before she runs out of patience. The doors slam shut with enough force to shake the walls, leaving a very heavy silence in the room. Our blonde guy is left on his knees, looking absolutely pathetic, while the silver-haired woman stands over him like a judge. But as soon as his sister is gone, his expression shifts into something much more calculated and cold. A man with glasses recalls his previous encounters with the legendary mercenary known as Kasha. He knows better than anyone that a monster like that would never act so recklessly in public. A dark smirk creeps onto his face as he laughs to himself. It looks like he is playing a very dangerous game with both sides. A massive steam train cutting through the countryside, heading toward its next stop. Inside one of the luxury cabins, an older man with a thick mustache is sitting in total silence, looking incredibly tense. His companion is just as quiet, staring off into space with an expression that says things are about to get very complicated. These men look like they are waiting for an execution, rather than a simple business meeting at the station. The oldest of the group stares straight ahead, his face a mask of cold professionalism despite the obvious tension in the air. The train screeches as the brakes lock in, and steam billows out against the glass of the station roof. The massive engine finally comes to a full stop at the platform, signaling that the main event is finally here. A pair of polished black and white shoes steps out onto the pavement, and you can practically feel the weight of this person's power. Our protagonist Elric has finally arrived, carrying his walking cane and flanked by his staff. The head of the Portman family steps forward and formally welcomes him to Wibben, but the mood is anything but friendly. Elric stops and looks at the group, his red eyes sharp and filled with a hidden intensity that makes everyone freeze. The man with the mustache feels his heart skip a beat as he stares at the newcomer in total shock. Up close, Elric's gaze is absolutely terrifying. It is like he is looking right through their souls and seeing every secret they have ever kept. The mustache man stares up in pure shock, unable to believe the intensity of the man standing before him. The mustache man looks like he has seen a ghost, causing his friends to worry that he caught a stomach bug during the long journey. Elric is also panicking on the inside because he never expected to run into someone from his past so soon. Elric starts breaking into a cold sweat as he realizes the gravity of his situation. He knows that if his cover is blown now, everyone he cares about will be in immediate danger. The mustache man leans in closer, his face sweating as he tries to reconcile the legendary figure he knows with the person in front of him. To throw everyone off the scent, Elric puts on a goofy laugh and acts like a total airhead. It is a risky move, and even his own attendant looks completely mortified by the pathetic display. The old man is starting to shake as he considers the possibility. He wonders if this is really the head of the Portman family because he looks like he is about to have a heart attack from the confusion. Seeing the goofy smile on our boy's face, the mustache man finally relaxes. He thinks to himself that a fool like this could never be the legendary Kasha, which means the disguise is working perfectly. But the memory of that terrifying man still haunts his thoughts. He can still see those cold eyes staring back at him from years ago, and it sends shivers down his spine. His mind drifts back to the version of Kasha he saw 5 years ago, It was a moment that changed his life forever and has lived rent-free in his head ever since. In his memory, Kasha delivers a thunderous slap that sends him spinning across the ballroom. That single, violent act left every noble in the room completely breathless 5 years ago. He vividly recalls how the ballroom fell into a stunned silence back then. He can still feel the weight of those judging eyes as he collapsed onto the red carpet in total humiliation. Whispers had spread through the crowd like wildfire as everyone wondered what prompted such an outburst. It was the most public embarrassment he had ever faced in his entire life. Even as he lay on the floor, he screamed about how a low-born cur could dare to insult his bloodline. He was absolutely livid and demanded satisfaction for the public insult. Instead of backing down, the demon Kasha slowly pulled off his white glove with a look of pure coldness. He was done playing nice and was ready to settle things permanently. Without another word, Kasha tossed his glove right into the man's face as the ultimate challenge. He coldly stated that there was no need for any more words between them. He demanded that they answer the affront with a formal duel to the death. The crowd gasped as the situation escalated well beyond anyone's ability to control the carnage. Blinded by ego, he screamed for the guards to bring them 2 swords immediately. He didn't realize back then what a massive mistake he was making by challenging a monster. Just as things reached a breaking point, a man in a wheelchair rolled in and shouted for them to stop. He was desperately trying to intervene before any blood was shed. Kasha glanced back over his shoulder with a look that could freeze water. Even with the intervention, his murderous intent was still radiating off him in terrifying waves. The man in the wheelchair quickly began to apologize on behalf of his younger companion. He begged the mustache man to overlook the offense to keep the peace for everyone. The silver-haired man desperately tried to salvage the situation before it turned into a complete bloodbath. He shouted at Kasha to stop this madness, while the mustache man continued to complain. Then he remembers the name that people whisper in the shadows about the sword demon known as Kasha. It is a name that no one should ever speak lightly or cross on the battlefield. He realizes that he was standing face to face with a literal monster back then. That memory of pure terror is exactly why he is so suspicious of Elric in the present day. The mustache man suddenly loses all his bravado and starts trembling as he realizes exactly who he is dealing with. He quickly tries to backtrack and suggests they just forget the whole incident ever happened. He wipes the cold sweat from his forehead and lets out a long sigh of relief. He is so glad that this clumsy guy is not the demon he remembers from that party. He watches Elric, who is still pretending to be a total ditz, with a happy expression. He is convinced that he was just overthinking things and that there is nothing to worry about. But as the man turns away, our boy gives him a single sharp look. The mask slips for just a fraction of a second, and it is absolutely terrifying. The carriage traveling across the golden plains as the sun begins to set. It is a beautiful view, but the tension from earlier still lingers in the air. A voice calls out from inside the carriage, informing everyone that they will be arriving at the manor shortly. They are told to prepare to disembark and meet their hosts for the evening. The carriage pulls up to the grand Wibbin Manor, where a line of maids is waiting to greet them. Tyria walks forward in a stunning red dress to welcome her guests, while our boy stands by her side, looking every bit the refined gentleman. Tyria flashes a warm and charming smile as she greets everyone. She is playing the role of the perfect hostess to make sure all the guests feel right at home in her manor. She tells the group that it would be wise for them to rest and recover from their long journey. She is being incredibly gracious as she leads them toward the entrance of the estate. She turns to her trusted head maid, Rhonda, and instructs her to show the guests to their individual rooms. Rhonda bows politely and prepares to lead the visitors away. Night falls over the estate, and the entire building is bathed in a deep blue light under the stars. Everything seems quiet, but someone is moving through the shadows inside. The mustache man is sitting in his room when he hears a sudden knock at the door. He wonders who could possibly be visiting him at such a late hour and assumes it is room service. But the footsteps outside his door sound purposeful and heavy. Someone is coming for him, and it is pretty clear they are not there to bring him a late-night snack. Lord Polo swings the door open with a scowl, having zero patience for late-night interruptions. He barks that he has no need for room service, But he is about to find out this visitor is not here to bring him a snack. Elric steps into the light with a cold, piercing gaze that would make anyone reconsider their life choices. He bluntly tells the man that this is not a service call before dropping a name that makes the air turn ice cold. Lord Polo. It's clear our boy is not here to play games. A heavy thud echoes through the silent suite. It is the unmistakable noise of someone losing their footing as their legs give out from pure shock. Lord Polo scrambles back, his eyes wide with a terror that comes from deep within his soul. All that earlier bravado has completely evaporated, leaving him trembling and sweating as he looks up at our boy. He stares up at Elric, stammering about a look in those red eyes that he clearly recognizes. Something about that gaze has triggered a memory he probably spent years trying to bury. Under the cover of night, the tension inside the mansion is thick enough to cut with a blade. One man stares in horror, realizing that the person standing before him is Kasha, the legendary sword demon. Our protagonist Elric stands tall with his cane, his red eyes glowing with an intensity that matches his reputation. He admits there is no point in hiding his true identity anymore since things have come this far. The man on the floor is absolutely terrified, scrambling backward while bringing up a past incident. He desperately claims he already offered his apologies for what happened back then, but Elric is not here for excuses. Our protagonist takes a seat and stares down the terrified man, ready to get down to business. He leans forward with his cane, letting the silence do most of the heavy lifting in this interrogation. He casually invites the man to sit down, suggesting they finally discuss some serious business. Lord Polo D. Nodum is visibly shaking, confused as to why a legendary killer wants to talk shop instead of drawing blood. Elric calls him out by his full title, his expression remaining perfectly stone cold. It is clear that our boy has done his homework and knows exactly who he is dealing with in this encounter. The two of them sit across from each other at a low table, but the power dynamic is anything but equal. Even without standing, Elric towers over the Lord through pure presence and intimidating silence. The older man breaks out into a cold sweat as he realizes he is trapped in a room with a total monster. He looks over his shoulder with pure desperation, hoping for any way to escape this suffocating pressure. Our protagonist watches him with those piercing red eyes, waiting for the man to process the gravity of the situation. Every second of silence feels like a heavy weight pressing down on the corrupt Lord's chest. Lord Polo can barely maintain his composure as the oppressive aura of the sword demon fills the room. Even his expensive, noble attire cannot hide the fact that he is shaking like a leaf before a true monster. Elric lays out his terms, and the air in the room shifts as the actual proposal is presented. It is a deal that Lord Polo cannot easily refuse, no matter how much his instincts tell him to run. The gravity of the proposal settles in, forcing the Lord to reconsider every move he has made so far. A shift in the atmosphere brings us to another meeting, this time with a different, more composed gentleman. Elric remains just as stoic, facing off against an older man who seems much more confident than Lord Polo. This older noble flashes a smug grin, holding up a single gold coin as if it is the answer to all their problems. He seems to think he has the upper hand in this negotiation. The coin is slid across the table with a sharp sound, intended as a payment for the Portman family. Elric watches the movement, his eyes reflecting the cold glitter of the gold but showing zero emotion. The older man raises a finger, lecturing Elric about the way the world works and the importance of making the right choice. He is trying to play the mentor role, but it is clear he has hidden motives. He tells our boy that he trusts he will make a sound decision as the head of his house. It is a classic move of using pressure disguised as advice, but Elric is not the type to be manipulated easily. A dark, shadowed smile creeps across the older man's face, revealing the true nature of the predators hiding in high society. These nobles think they are the ones holding the strings. The man slams both hands onto the table in a fit of absolute rage, unable to contain his temper any longer. He lets out a primal scream that echoes through the room while the wood underneath him practically groans from the impact. Nodum is absolutely losing it, his face turning a deep shade of red as he screams in a fit of pure desperation. He finally realizes that while he was busy playing his own games, others were plotting behind his back for ages, and the revelation that he is just a pawn is driving him to a total breakdown. From a high angle, him standing over the table, trying to exert some kind of authority. Elric just sits there, looking up at him with a gaze that says he is not even remotely impressed by the outburst. A faint, knowing smirk tugs at the corner of Elric's mouth, which is honestly more terrifying than a frown. He has completely dismantled this man's confidence without even raising his voice. Lord Polo tries to argue that even as the Empire supply officer, he cannot just arbitrarily set prices on that level. He is making excuses to protect his own skin, but he knows Elric does not care about his limitations. Nodum struggles to find a response, his chest heaving under the weight of Elric's impossible demands while he realizes there is no escape. Elric explains that by agreeing to these terms, there will be no lingering bad blood between them. It is a veiled threat that if the deal fails, the consequences will be far more permanent than a financial loss. And Lord Polo is sweating bullets knowing exactly what kind of blood Elric is referring to. The Lord takes a deep breath, his eyes darting around as he tries to find a way out of this corner. He is realizing that his options have completely vanished, leaving him with only one path forward. Close-up on our boy shows the absolute resolve in his red eyes, proving he is not here to negotiate. He is here to dictate the terms, and the world will just have to follow his lead. Lord Polo starts begging, clasping his hands together as he explains how much trouble this will cause on his end. He is terrified of his superiors, but clearly, he is even more terrified of the man sitting in front of him. His eyes are wide with panic as he stares at Elric, searching for any sign of mercy or a change of heart. All he finds is a cold, unwavering wall of red that offers no room for compromise. The Lord swallows hard, the realization finally hitting home that he is completely at the mercy of the sword demon. This is the moment where his pride finally breaks under the pressure. Our protagonist remains silent, letting the weight of the situation do the work for him. Sometimes the most powerful weapon is just waiting for your opponent to realize they have already lost. Finally, their hands meet over the table in a firm handshake that seals the deal. It is a moment of victory for Elric, but it feels more like a funeral for Lord Polo's career. The size difference between the two men is striking as they stand together to finalize the agreement. Elric might be the smaller man, but he is the one holding all the power in this room. Before they finish, the Lord cannot help but ask why Elric insisted on doing business with him of all people. He knows there are bigger fish in the sea, which makes Elric's choice even more suspicious. Elric stares back with a cold, hollow expression that sends chills down the Lord's spine. Whatever his reasons are, they are definitely not something Lord Polo is going to enjoy hearing. Elric offers the man a chance to make amends. He stands there with a casual smile while the other guy looks like he's about to have a heart attack from the pressure. Our boy keeps his posture perfect, leaning on his cane as he stares the man down. The power dynamic in this room is completely lopsided, and everyone knows it. Lord Polo tries to look relieved, but his eyes tell a different story. Elric leans in and mentions that there is one specific favor he needs from him today. The mood shifts instantly as Elric issues a terrifying warning. If even a single whisper spreads that Kasha was seen in Wibben after today, there will be hell to pay. Those glowing red eyes are enough to stop anyone's heart. Elric stares deep into his soul and asks him if they are finally clear on the terms of their deal. Polo is sweating buckets and nodding his head so fast it might fall off. He knows better than to cross someone with that kind of murderous intent behind their gaze. Polo is left speechless, unable to find the words to counter Elric's overwhelming presence. He can only stare in silent defeat as the terms of their new arrangement become terrifyingly clear. The sun shines brightly over the grand estate as the meeting begins. A new day brings a high-stakes gathering that will determine the future of their trade empire. The room is filled with powerful figures sitting around a massive, ornate table. Everyone is waiting for the announcement that could change the balance of power in the region. Tyria stands up with a radiant smile and drops a total bombshell on the room. She calmly announces that the Portman family will be entering a massive trade agreement with the Imperial Army. It is a bold move that leaves the entire room stunned into silence. Elric watches her from his seat, looking incredibly impressed by how she handles the spotlight. He gives her a small smirk, clearly enjoying how she just owned the room. Polo and the other men are forced to clap, though their faces look like they just swallowed lemons. They try to play along, but the shock is written all over them. A man's leg shakes with suppressed rage as he tries to process the announcement. The sheer audacity of the move has him physically trembling under the table. A hand slams down on the table with enough force to make the teacups rattle. Someone shouts that this whole situation is completely insane and they won't stand for it. An older man with gray hair loses his mind and starts shouting directly at Tyria. He demands to know if the Lord really didn't tell her any of this in advance. He is clearly trying to undermine her authority in front of everyone. Tyria doesn't even flinch as the man looms over her with a furious expression. She stands her ground with a calm confidence that makes his outburst look even more pathetic. The man falters for a moment, realizing that his intimidation tactics aren't working at all. He stammers through his confusion while everyone else watches the drama unfold. Tyria stands tall and reminds him that being so aggressive toward the wife of the Lord is extremely discourteous. Elric sits back and watches his girl absolutely dismantle this guy. Her gaze is sharp and focused as she calls him out on his behavior. This isn't the timid girl they thought she was. She has real ice in her veins when challenged. The old man is forced to back down and apologize, trembling as he addresses her as Madam Tyria. He realized way too late that he picked a fight with the wrong person today. Polo coughs nervously into his hand, while the other man fumes in silence. The power shift in the room is palpable, and the atmosphere is thick with awkward tension. Elric hides a smile as he looks down at the table. He knew Tyria could handle herself, but seeing it happen in person was way more satisfying than he expected. Our boy grips his cane tightly, ready to step in if things get physical, but he knows he won't have to. Tyria has everything under her complete and total control. Once the meeting is over, Elric orders his staff to escort the guests safely back to the station. He wants them gone as quickly as possible before they cause more trouble. Polo sits in the carriage looking at a scroll with a very confused expression. He is trying to make sense of everything that just happened during that chaotic meeting. Elric watches the carriage pull away with a satisfied look on his face. He loves it when a plan comes together exactly the way he envisioned it in his head. The two of them stand together on the grass as the horses gallop into the distance. It is finally quiet again, and they can speak freely about the success of their plan. Elric turns to Tyria with a genuine grin and admits he had no idea she possessed such steel. He is genuinely impressed by her backbone and her sharp political instincts. Tyria lets out a soft sigh and closes her eyes for a moment. The facade of the powerful lady slips just a little bit now that the pressure is finally off. She shoots back that he seems much sharper than she expected as well. They are starting to realize that they might actually be a perfect match for this world of schemes. Tyria points out that the public announcements didn't match the terms written in the actual contract. She holds up the document with a smirk, realizing they walked away with a much better deal than expected. Elric just laughs and rubs the back of his head. He admits that he mainly did it because he wanted to take that arrogant man down a peg or two. Tyria gives a happy thumbs up as she celebrates their total victory. It is a rare moment of lightheartedness after such a tense day of political maneuvering and high-stakes threats. He gestures toward the grand entrance and asks if she is ready to head back inside. The sun is starting to set, and their work for the day is finally done. They walk back toward the mansion side by side as a united front. Their partnership is stronger than ever, and they are ready for whatever challenges come their way next. A flag bearing the initials EW ripples in the wind against a backdrop of fading daylight. This is the mark of a powerful family, but things inside the estate are anything but calm today. This is the private residence of the EW family, a massive mansion that usually screams wealth and order. However, the silence of the grounds is about to be shattered by a total mental breakdown. A desperate scream of why echoes through the halls, vibrating the very walls of the mansion. Someone is clearly having the worst day of their life, and they want the whole world to know it. This blonde guy with glasses comes sprinting out of his office, clutching his head like his brain is about to leak out. He is losing his mind and screaming at the top of his lungs while sprinting down the long hallway. Business deals and mental breakdowns really do go hand in hand. He is ranting about a deal that just went south. Apparently, he offered to buy up every last bit of wheat from the Wibbin family at a massive premium and even split the profits 50-50. Our boy Elric just turned him down, and this guy cannot handle the rejection. He is sweating and shouting, wondering what on earth Elric found so dissatisfying about such a generous and lucrative offer. He wanted Elric to just sit back, take the money, and dance exactly to the tune he set for the business. Instead, he is throwing a literal tantrum in the hallway while his blue-haired assistant tries to get him to act like an adult. She stands behind him with a look of pure exhaustion. The blonde man's assistant watches from the hallway as her boss completely loses his composure. She stands by helplessly while he rants and raves about his ruined plans. The guy is so worked up that he loses his balance, flailing his arms as he takes a spectacular and dramatic tumble. It is a total disaster of a moment for a man who is supposed to be in charge. His foot catches on the floor as he tries to run, and just like that, gravity decides to humble him. You can almost hear the squeak of his shoe as he loses his grip on the ground. He is mid-air, staring up at the ceiling with a look of pure shock on his face. This day just keeps getting worse and worse for the poor chairman as he falls toward the hard floor. A hand reaches out and grabs him mid-fall, preventing him from hitting the floor. The firm grip stops his descent instantly, sparing him from a painful landing. The chairman looks down in a daze, his face hovering just inches above the ground. He is still processing the shock of the situation as he realizes he has been caught. It turns out his assistant caught him, holding him securely in her arms. She looks down at him with an unfazed, serious expression as he clings to her in a panic. She stands tall, effortlessly supporting the chairman's weight as he hangs onto her. It is a slightly ridiculous sight, but she remains a silent pillar of strength. She finally snaps at him, calling him Chairman White and demanding that he calm himself down. She has clearly reached the end of her patience with his childish behavior and loud shouting. She snaps a sarcastic apology while calling him sweetie, her anger still pulsing as she tries to rein him in. He looks like a scolded child, finally starting to realize how ridiculous he is being. Tea is poured into an elegant floral cup as the meeting finally transitions into a more civil conversation. The atmosphere in the lavish room begins to settle down while everyone prepares to discuss the next phase of their plan. Chairman White sits back down, finally starting to collect his thoughts while his blue-haired assistant stands by. The room is quiet now, but the mystery of Elric's refusal is still hanging over them. He admits that our boy completely overturned every single expectation he had for the meeting. He thought he had Elric figured out, but he was dead wrong about our protagonist's true motivations and goals. He stares down at his tea, lost in thought as he tries to understand why anyone would walk away from wealth. He is starting to realize that Elric is playing a much deeper game than him. The assistant points out that if he wants real answers, he is going to have to hear them directly from Elric's own mouth. No amount of guessing is going to reveal our boy's true plan. Chairman White reaches out and grabs the golden handle of a drawer, preparing to reveal a secret weapon to his assistant. The atmosphere shifts from frustration to something much more serious as he finally opens it. He looks down with a grim expression as the drawer slides open, revealing the tool he needs to regain control. He knows this is the only way to deal with someone as unpredictable as Elric. Inside the velvet-lined box sits a stunning, gold-plated revolver with intricate engravings. It is a beautiful but deadly weapon, suggesting that the negotiations with Elric are about to get a lot more dangerous. The grand estate of House Elverse Graham stood tall under a clear sky, showing off its massive pillars and marble balconies. Sir Graham relaxed in his wheelchair, as a portly man named Polo approached him with some news he couldn't wait to share. Graham took a small scroll from his visitor and began to unroll it with a curious and slightly amused look on his face. Polo explains that he is carrying a letter specifically addressed to Graham from a man named Sir Elric Portman, who hasn't been seen in years. Graham carefully studies the elegant handwriting and processes the contents of the message sent by his mysterious old acquaintance. Polo reacts with a look of extreme shock and sweat, his eyes bulging as he watches Graham read the letter. Suddenly, Graham burst into a fit of laughter, finding the whole situation much more entertaining than anyone in the room could have expected. He teased Polo for being shaken up after coming face to face with a man as dangerous as Kasha during his long journey. Still chuckling to himself, Graham thanked the man for delivering such a precious and unexpected letter to him in person despite the risks. A close-up of Polo reveals his nervous expression as he continues to address Lord Graham in the library. Polo clenches his hands at his sides, clearly still rattled by his recent journey while standing before the seated Graham. Graham mused over the fact that Elric had vanished for so long without a word, only to finally resurface in a place like Wibben. Meanwhile, far away in a snowy wilderness, a narrow and lonely path cut through the frost-covered grass of the northern plains. A sudden blast echoed through the frozen trees, as a hunter aimed his heavy rifle into the thick white distance of the forest. The hunter let out a shout of triumph, thinking he had finally pinned down his target after a long day of tracking through the snow. A group of young trainees rushed toward their prize, marveling at the sheer size of the deer they had successfully taken down together. The boys discussed the best way to transport the massive carcass back home, to ensure their successful hunt is officially recorded. But one of the boys froze in his tracks, sensing that the atmosphere in the woods had suddenly changed for the worse. He whispered frantic warning to his friends, his face turning pale as he felt a sudden and unnatural chill in the air. The boy signaled for absolute silence, his eyes darting toward the dark shadows creeping between the frozen trees behind them. He ordered them to step away from the kill immediately, but his comrades were still too confused by his sudden panic to react. Desperation cracked his voice as he told them they needed to leave the clearing before something truly terrible caught their scent. His friend laughed it off, assuming it was just the winter wind. But the first boy knew something much larger was watching them. Panic strikes the clearing as the hunters are thrown to the ground by a massive, unseen force descending from above. The lead hunter scrambled to aim his rifle, screaming at the others that something monstrous was standing right behind them at that very moment. A close-up of the lead hunter's torso shows him clutching his rifle with a white-knuckled grip against his chest. From the freezing shadows above, a massive predator finally revealed itself to the terrified hunters. The creature let out a soul-shaking howl that echoed through the woods, making it clear that these trainees were no longer the ones doing the hunting. A giant frost wolf lunged forward, its eyes glowing with a malevolent blue light as it bared its massive and razor-sharp fangs. Far from the immediate danger of the woods, a separate grand mansion sat quietly under the heavy falling snow of the winter evening. Inside the warm estate, Tyria lets out a weary sigh as she prepares to listen to the urgent report from her returning hunters. The hunters sit before her in a state of shock, as they recount the terrifying moment their simple hunt turned into a nightmare. The camera pulls back to show the empty chairs in the meeting room, emphasizing the weight of the decision Tyria just made. The hunters bow in deep gratitude after Tyria promises to take the matter to the Lord and restore safety to the region. Tyria turns to her maid and commands her to gather the rest of the staff so they can begin assessing the potential danger. A close-up focuses on the maid's uniform and bow as she stands behind her mistress, ready to follow instructions. The butler reaches for a heavy volume titled Monster Encyclopedia to confirm their worst fears about the sighting. He and Tyria walk through the massive library while cross-referencing the hunters' testimonies with the descriptions in the ancient texts. After studying the records for a moment, the butler looks up and identifies the threat as a deadly blade wolf. Tyria is shocked since those are rare magical beasts, but the butler confirms the grim reality of the current situation. This specific monster brings back dark memories of the extreme danger the previous lord once faced in these very lands. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, she grits her teeth in sheer determination. The blonde woman clenches her jaw, refusing to let her fear show while she prepares to handle the looming threat. She declares that regardless of the beast's nature, she will not allow her people to suffer that same fate again. With fire in her eyes, she orders the butler to organize a subjugation party immediately to hunt the creature down. The butler bows deeply and promises to gather only the most capable and elite hunters the territory has to offer. Just as he turns to carry out the order, Tyria stops him to give one final and very specific instruction. She warns him that under no circumstances is a single word of this dangerous operation to reach the Lord's ears. The butler is momentarily caught off guard by the secrecy, but he quickly regains his composure and agrees to be discreet. Outside the manor, a carriage stands ready to take our boy Elric away to the city on his own separate business. He gives Tyria a warm smile and promises to return as fast as possible, unaware of the hunt she is secretly planning. She stands there watching the carriage disappear into the distance, while the real mission begins to take shape in the shadows. The butler worries that the Lord might feel wounded or betrayed if he ever discovers the truth behind her actions today. But Tyria's gaze remains fixed on the empty road, because her mind is currently trapped in a painful memory from years ago. A flashback reveals a young Tyria screaming out in absolute terror as she watches her childhood companion face certain death. A massive blade wolf looms over a young Elric who stands his ground with nothing but a simple wooden stick. Despite the terrifying size of the creature and its glowing red eyes, our young protagonist refuses to back down or show fear. Back in the present, she vows to never let him walk into that kind of nightmare ever again, no matter the cost. The hunters arrive fully armed and bow before her ready to follow her command into the heart of the monster's territory. The butler is stunned when he realizes Tyria actually intends to go along and lead the subjugation party herself. She insists that as a noble it is her solemn duty to stand alongside the men she is sending into harm. Realizing he cannot change her mind, the butler simply begs her to retreat the moment magical beast actually appears. Meanwhile, in a quiet, snowy town, life seems to be moving at a much slower and more peaceful pace for everyone. Our boy Elric is currently paying a visit to the local hospital to check on the progress of his recovery. The doctor examines the nasty scar on his leg and gives him the good news that the wound is almost healed. Elric looks ready to ditch the walking cane already, but the doctor insists he keeps using it a bit longer for safety. The old man looks at the scar with a professional eye, knowing exactly what kind of teeth made those deep marks. He explains that treating a wound like this is never simple because of the unique frozen properties of the monster involved. Our protagonist feels a wave of relief and thanks the doctor for the incredible care he has received throughout this long ordeal. The doctor points out that the frostbite carried by a blade wolf bite makes the medical treatment a literal nightmare for anyone. He begins to recount the events of the day Elric was first brought, in which reveals some hidden details about his family. Elric is visibly shaken as he asks if his father was really the one who reacted so strongly to his childhood injury. The doctor confirms that it was the very first time he ever saw Lord Hoven's face turn completely pale with fear. The doctor finds the memory of that day almost funny despite how intense things actually were. Even the bravest leaders are still human and can completely lose their composure when their family is on the line. It is almost impossible for Elric to reconcile this image of a panicked father with the cold man he remembers. He stares into the distance, wondering if he ever actually knew the person hiding behind his father's dark and intimidating shadow. The doctor's words leave a heavy silence hanging in the air as Elric prepares to leave. This hospital has guarded his family's secrets for years, and now the truth is finally starting to surface. The heavy wooden doors creak open as our protagonist decides it is time to leave the past behind for now. Fresh snow begins to fall around the hospital entrance. Elric walks out into the courtyard, leaning slightly on his cane as he navigates the winter chill. A man standing nearby in the snow watches him with a curious expression. Elric is caught completely off guard when he hears someone call out his full name from across the snowy courtyard. He stops in his tracks and glances back with a puzzled expression, wondering who could possibly recognize him here. He turns to see the man from before, who is now waving enthusiastically with a wide grin. Elric realizes he knows this face and tentatively calls out the name Luton. The man confirms his identity with a joyful shout, calling Elric captain with genuine excitement. Old friends always show up at the weirdest times. Seeing a friendly face is a rare treat. The two men pull each other into a massive hug, laughing at the sheer coincidence of their meeting. It is clear these two share a bond the years haven't broken. Luton mentions he heard the rumors about Elric actually joining the Royal Knights. He looks impressed as he gestures with his gloved hand, clearly eager for all the details. Elric flashes a rare, genuine smile and suggests they find a place to sit down and talk. He wants to hear everything his old friend has been up to lately. Their heart-to-heart is interrupted when a young messenger comes charging through the snowy streets at top speed. He is screaming about an urgent dispatch while Luton tries to shout him down, clearly frustrated. The messenger is clearly terrified as he rushes toward them with a document clutched tightly in his grasp. The messenger doesn't care about vacations because he has a critical request in his hand. He reveals that the Portman family has officially sent out a desperate plea for a rescue mission. Both Elric and Luton freeze in shock at the mention of the Portman name. Our boy cannot believe his ears, wondering what could have happened to his family so suddenly. The messenger drops the final bombshell by revealing that the person in danger is Lady Tyria herself. Elric is immediately consumed with worry now that his own bride is the one in grave danger. The young soldier struggles to keep his composure while delivering the news of the crisis. Something has gone terribly wrong at the Portman estate, so they must set off immediately before the situation gets any worse. Gunshots ring out across the freezing landscape as snow begins to fall heavily over the mountains. The sound of gunfire echoes through the jagged peaks, while the winter storm only seems to worsen. The pack of massive wolves charges through the snow with terrifying speed as they prepare to tear their targets apart without mercy. One of the soldiers pulls the trigger and lets out a bright blast of light against the darkness. A precise shot pierces the monster's skull to drop it instantly, while the rest of the pack continues its relentless assault. The guards yell for everyone to aim carefully as they try to hold the line against the horde. They are desperate to protect Lady Tyria while she flees for her life. Tyria and her maids sprint across the frozen ground as the sounds of battle rage behind them. One of the servants spots a small cabin up ahead and points it out through the trees. Marie spots the cabin through the falling snow and points it out to Lady Tyria. They finally reach the door and scramble inside, while the freezing winds howl around the wooden structure. Outside the cabin, the soldiers prepare their glowstones to create a massive distraction for the remaining beasts. One man takes off running with the glowing light, hoping the monsters will follow him away from his lady. The pack of wolves abandons the cabin to pursue the running soldier and his glowing light into the blizzard. Trapped inside the freezing shelter, Tyria and Marie can only shiver and hope that rescue arrives before the wolves do. Tyria looks at her companion with deep regret and apologizes for dragging her into such a life-threatening situation. Marie tries to stay brave and mentions that she already sent for help, so a rescue party should arrive soon. Even in this terrifying moment, Tyria smiles, because she is just glad they managed to keep her lord out of danger. Tears start to well up in Mary's eyes as she watches her lady stay so selfless despite the chaos outside. Far away, two riders are pushing their horses to the limit as they gallop across the white plains. Elric stares ahead with a grim expression, wondering if his bride really thinks he is that unreliable. The knight riding alongside him yells out Elric's name to snap our protagonist back into the present moment. Lytton looks over with a serious face and tells our boy to keep his head in the game. Memories of the past start to flood back, showing a younger Lytton running for his life through a forest. A massive wolf cornered the helpless boy years ago, leaving him with nothing but a flimsy wooden stick to defend himself against a monster that was ready to tear him apart. The young boy stares up in horror at the massive predator, paralyzed by the realization that he is completely defenseless. Back in the present, Lytton grips the reins tightly with a determined look that says he has changed since that day. One of the soldiers sees them coming and waves his hand, while shouting that they are over here. The horses come to a skidding halt as the soldiers realize their captain has finally arrived on the scene. Elric frantically demands to know if Lady Tyria is safe, causing the startled guard to quickly report that she managed to take shelter in a nearby cabin. Even in the middle of this freezing blizzard, our hero's only concern is the well-being of his friend. The guard's voice trembles as he looks at his commander, exhaustion and fear evident on his face. Relieved but still on edge, Elric lets out a heavy sigh and asks the guard to guide the way so he can personally rescue her from the storm. He is ready to jump into action immediately to pull everyone out of danger before things get even worse. Before he can take a single step, Lytton places a hand on Elric's shoulder and tells him to wait. Lytton steps forward to speak with his commander, his posture firm as he prepares to make a request. Lytton flashes a confident smile and tells the captain to trust him because he is not a coward anymore. Elric looks at his friend and realizes that the boy he once knew has indeed become a full-fledged knight. He gives the order for the soldier to show Lytton the way, and they waste no time heading toward the cabin. Elric watches them go with a serious expression, his mind already turning to the next phase of the rescue. The blizzard screams through the trees and threatens to knock him down, but Elric refuses to let the elements stop his desperate search for the cabin. Elric's boots sink deep into the fresh powder as he trudges through the heavy drifts toward the cabin. He curses under his breath, worried that the area is already crawling with dangerous beasts. His only thought is whether everyone he cares about is still safe. Just as the visibility drops to zero, a flash of movement in the distance forces Elric to sharpen his focus on a brand new threat. There it is. The cabin finally comes into view through the tree line, and he wastes no time rushing toward the small wooden structure. He arrives at the stone archway of the building. The biting cold is nothing compared to the massive amount of anxiety gnawing at his heart. Without even knocking, our boy bursts through the entrance. He shouts out for his bride, his face etched with pure desperation and fear. Standing in the middle of the room, he spots two figures huddled together on a bed. Tyria looks up at him with wide, shocked eyes. Tyria and Marie are completely stunned to see him standing there. They are wrapped in thick blankets, shivering from the mountain chill in the cabin. Elric doesn't say a word to the girls. He just starts marching across the wooden floor directly toward the blonde girl he loves. He doesn't hesitate for a single second. Our protagonist rushes forward and pulls Tyria into a crushing embrace, holding her as if she might disappear if he ever lets go. The relief washing over him is palpable as he finally feels her warmth again. Tyria is still processing the fact that he actually came for her. She asks her lord why on earth he would come all the way out here. His grip only tightens on her shoulders. He is clearly overwhelmed with relief now that he has finally found her in one piece despite the danger. Elric snaps back, telling her that he should be the one asking questions. He demands to know why she would do something so reckless without talking to him first. Looking down with a guilty expression, Tyria explains that she simply didn't want to put him in any danger. She was trying to protect him in her own way. That answer clearly hurts him more than the cold. Our boy looks her in the eyes and asks if she really has that little faith in his abilities. She tries to explain herself, but the words fail her in the moment. He pulls her back into his arms, cutting off her excuses with another hug. Tyria begs him to promise her one thing. She wants him to never throw himself into danger alone ever again after seeing how much he risked. He stays silent for a moment, just feeling the weight of the situation. The air in the cabin is thick with unspoken emotions and relief. Finally, she gives him her word. Tyria promises her lord that she won't be so reckless with her own life in the future while holding him close. Marie watches the two of them from the side with a small smile. She's just happy to see them reconciled after such a terrifying ordeal. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps outside catches their attention. Both of them turn toward the door with renewed caution and alertness. Tyria clutches her white cloak tightly, her fingers trembling slightly. The peace of the moment is shattered by the arrival of the new group. Marie lets out a joyful shout, announcing that the hunters have finally returned to the cabin. Behind her, a group of tired soldiers enters the room. Elric thanks the men for their hard work, but his relief is short-lived. He looks around the group and realizes someone important is missing. His expression darkens as he scans the tired faces of the knights. A cold realization begins to settle in his gut about their missing comrade. Our protagonist asks the obvious question and wants to know where Lytton is. The room goes quiet as the soldiers look at the floor. One of the knights explains that Lytton ordered them to fall back. He stayed behind to hold off a whole pack of demonic beasts alone. Elric is devastated by the news. He calls his friend a fool for being so self-sacrificial, his heart sinking with every word spoken. He makes a snap decision right there. He orders the men to take Tyria and Marie down the mountain while he heads back out to save Lytton. Before he can take a single step, Hand reaches out and grabs his sleeve. He stops in his tracks, feeling the desperate tug on his arm. Our boy turns back to see Tyria looking up at him. The atmosphere shifts instantly from urgency to heartbreak in an instant. Tears well up in her eyes as she holds on to him. He just promised not to be reckless, yet here he is about to run back into the fire. Elric makes a solemn promise to his bride, Tyria Wibbin, as he prepares to head out into the cold. He tells her he will bring Lytton back and return safely himself no matter what happens. Tyria reaches out, her finger trembling as she barely grazes his sleeve, unable to find the words to stop him. With tears streaming down her face, she warns him that she truly won't forgive him if he breaks this promise. Our protagonist simply offers a gentle smile and a confident nod to ease her heart before he departs. The frozen wilderness, where Lytton is fighting a desperate battle against a pack of wolves. He swings his blade with precision as the beasts lunge through the heavy snow. Every movement is a struggle against the elements, and the sheer ferocity of his attackers. With a heavy and desperate strike, the knight cleaves through one of the demonic beasts in mid-air. But as the body falls to the snow, he realizes the onslaught is far from over. More shadows move in the trees as the pack continues to surround his position. Lytton is in rough shape, with blood pouring from a deep wound over his eye and staining his tunic a deep crimson. Despite his exhaustion and the freezing cold, more wolves emerge from the snowy tree line to surround him completely. He tightens his grip on his sword, knowing he is outnumbered and fading fast. A dark laugh escapes his lips as he realizes the sheer number of demonic beasts he is facing. He definitely did not expect to be the main course for a whole pack today. He squints through the crimson veil of blood, trying to keep his focus as his world starts to spin. The pack closes in their glowing eyes fixed on their prey, as Lytton realizes his vision is fading from massive blood loss. He lets out a final defiant scream, finding small comfort in the fact that he will at least die on his home soil. Everything begins to blur into a haze of white snow and dark shadows, as his remaining strength leaves him. Lytton collapses, his fingers barely twitching, as he admits he doesn't even have the strength left to lift his sword. One of the wolves bares its massive fangs, ready to deliver the killing blow to the fallen knight. The beast lunges forward with a snarl, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger for blood and meat. The snow-covered ground passes in a blur as the demonic beast lunges forward with incredible speed. Death is staring him right in the face as the wolf's jaws open wide, just inches away from his throat. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light and sound erupts as a high-powered projectile slams into the leading beast. The wolf is blasted backward with lethal force, while Lytton stares in complete shock at the sudden and violent intervention. He cannot believe someone arrived just in time to save him. He looks around frantically, wondering what that was, and if the hunters somehow found their way back to save him. Elric stands there holding a smoking firearm, looking perfectly composed in his suit. He mocks Lytton, telling him he looks absolutely terrible for a royal knight. Our boy casually tosses the gun aside into the snow, claiming that using a weapon like that isn't really his style. Always has to do things the hard way. Lytton can barely process what he is seeing, staring up at his captain with a look of pure confusion. Elric reaches out his hand, demanding the knight's sword, while the wolves continue to circle them in the blizzard. The blade is chipped and covered in thick demonic blood, a testament to the brutal struggle Lytton just endured. Even with a new arrival, the demonic wolves don't back down, moving into position to finish off both men at once. Lytton hands over the weapon, without hesitation, stating he would give his life if his captain asked for it. As he watches Elric take the blade, he thinks to himself that a real battle like this is nothing like a wooden training sword. The knight is physically spent, his hands shaking as the adrenaline starts to wear off, and his wounds throb in the cold. Elric gives the sword a few experimental swings, testing the weight and balance of the steel in his grip. He looks back at Lytton and asks if he was curious about what he was actually doing during those 10 years he was gone. Turning toward the pack, our boy prepares to engage, telling the knight it is finally time to show him the truth. The wolves growl in unison, their instincts telling them that the man in the suit is a far greater threat than the knight. Elric focuses his energy until the blade erupts with an overwhelming surge of blue mana. He calmly notes that these monsters are highly sensitive to magical energy, so he chooses this exact moment to flex his true power. The raw blue light radiating from the sword suddenly lights up the entire forest. The monsters lose all restraint and charge forward in a frenzied mass of fur and claws as they sense the mana. They are incredibly fast, but they have no idea what kind of monster they are actually dealing with now. This pack is about to learn a very painful lesson. The entire pack storms across the snowy field, wave of glowing eyes and bared teeth descending upon our protagonist. Elric lets the mana flow, lightning dancing across his blade as he prepares to show these beasts why they picked the wrong target. He doesn't even flinch as the pack closes in on him. The impact is massive, kicking up a wall of snow and ice as he cuts through the first wave with terrifying ease. These monsters never stood a chance. One wolf tries to jump him from above, but Elric is already moving. His blade carves through the air in a perfect arc, ending the threat before it can even land. Blood splatters against the white snow as another beast is cleaved in half. Our boy is moving with a speed that defies logic, making everything look like child's play. Litton watches from the sidelines, his face pale with shock as he witnesses the absolute slaughter unfolding before his eyes. He can barely process how strong his captain has become. Memories of a young, scrawny kid flash through his mind as he compares that image to the monster currently tearing through the forest. This is definitely not the same person he knew. Elric isn't just fighting, he is dancing through the chaos as the pack realizes they are completely outmatched. He spins, his blade finding its mark every single time, while the remaining beasts can only howl in frustration as their numbers dwindle. Our boy keeps his focus sharp, his red eyes tracking every movement in the blizzard. He is searching for any sign of a leader among these creatures. Our hero isn't holding back anymore as he slices through the air with blinding speed. Blue energy trails behind his every move while he begins his relentless assault against the monsters in the blizzard. The snow is stained with the remains of the pack as our boy continues his relentless assault against the overwhelming numbers. Even when they try to surround him, he just uses their momentum against them, leaving a trail of destruction that stretches across the frozen landscape. Elric glances back over his shoulder with a cold, detached expression. He looks like he is just finishing up a boring chore rather than fighting for his life. He raises his hand, gathering a massive amount of mana into a single point above his head. The light is so bright it threatens to blind anyone nearby. A massive burst of magical energy erupts in the center of the battlefield, signaling the end of the struggle. The final shock wave clears the area of any remaining threats in one swift motion. The final burst of energy clears the area, leaving only Elric standing amidst the silence of the falling snow and the remnants of his enemies. He holds his sword high for a moment, checking to make sure the job is actually finished before finally letting his guard down. Litton looks like his brain just short-circuited. He is staring at the empty field with his mouth wide open, unable to comprehend the scale of the destruction. Litton stands frozen in the snow, surrounded by the defeated pack, as he stares at Elric with pure disbelief. Elric just nonchalantly calls out to him, asking what he thinks about that display of power. He turns back with a playful smirk on his face, asking if that finally answers Litton's curiosity about his current level of strength. Litton is so exhausted and overwhelmed that he just collapses into the snow. He finally admits that he can no longer see the scrawny captain he once knew in this man. A quiet, snow-covered cabin away from the carnage. Elric thanks Litton for everything he has done up to this point. Litton is covered in bandages, looking like a hero who just survived a war. He sits there in deep thought, clutching his sword as he recovers. Elric approaches him with a gentle expression and asks if he would be willing to do him one more very important favor. Litton looks up, his eye bandaged as he wonders what else this powerhouse could possibly need from a regular knight like him. Our boy admits that he really doesn't want to draw any attention to himself or his new abilities. He prefers to stay in the shadows. He asks Litton to take all the credit for killing the beasts, but the knight thinks that is a crazy request considering the truth. Humility looks good on him. Litton is stunned by the suggestion. He can't believe someone with that much power would actually want to hide it from the entire world. We move to the town square where a huge crowd has gathered to celebrate. Everyone is cheering and waving flags in excitement. An older village elder praises Litton, telling everyone that he faced the entire pack of demonic beasts all on his own to save them. Litton is sweating bullets as he tries to correct the man, but he keeps getting interrupted by the sheer energy of the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, Elric is standing there in disguise. He puts a finger to his lips, reminding Litton to keep his mouth shut about the secret. The knight sees him and realizes there is no way out of this situation. He is officially stuck being the hero everyone wants him to be. He finally gives in and plays the part, saying he only fought for the peace of Wibben. The elder calls it a tremendous honor for the kingdom. The elder shouts at the top of his lungs, declaring Litton the savior of their town. The crowd erupts into even louder cheers of approval. The air is filled with chants calling him the hero of Wibben. It seems the fake legend is spreading faster than anyone could have imagined. The entire town is united in their celebration as the hero stands on the podium. Behind the scenes, the real power remains a mystery. Our boy watches the whole thing with a satisfied grin. He is perfectly happy letting someone else deal with the fame while he works in the dark. Snow blankets the massive estate as sunlight hits the cold stone walls. Something important is happening at the main house today. A heavy carriage pulls up to the entrance, the horses kicking up snow as the driver brings them to a halt. The massive wheels stop spinning, marking the return of a visitor the entire household has been waiting to see. Elric steps down from the carriage and immediately starts heading toward the blonde girl waiting for him out in the cold. Tyria Wibben admits she was starting to worry because he was gone much longer than she expected. Just look at that blush. Elric just laughs it off with a massive grin, clearly relieved to be back in her company after his long journey. He starts walking toward her again, but stops for a split second when he notices how flustered she is getting. He approaches the blonde girl with a warm presence, as she watches him with a gentle, appreciative smile. But then things take a serious turn as Elric looks her in the eye. He has something very important to say. The mood shifts completely as a heartfelt plea is made for safety and well-being. This serious request carries the weight of someone who was truly terrified of losing the person they care about most. Lytton looks down at her with an incredibly soft and concerned expression, his face heating up as he shares his true feelings. It is obvious he is pouring his heart out and hoping she understands how much she means to him. Tyria is basically a puddle at this point, her face turning a deep shade of red as she takes in his concern. With the reunion over, the two start walking back toward the mansion while the maids follow closely behind them. Lytton reaches for the heavy door handle, ready to get her back into the warmth of the house. Like a total gentleman, he holds the door open and invites her to step inside the entrance hall first. The maids are loving every second of this, joking that the warm atmosphere between the two makes it feel like summer. Tyria leans in close to him as they walk through the halls, but she looks a little bit more than just flustered. Suddenly her legs give out and she starts to tip over. Lytton looks absolutely shocked as he realizes something is wrong. Lytton catches her just in time, pulling her into his arms before she hits the floor. He is absolutely frantic now, calling out her name and begging her to open her eyes. Our girl is totally unresponsive, and the happy reunion just turned into a major emergency. Framed portrait of a mother and child sits behind glass, reflecting a somber past while the winter wind howls outside. The family doctor delivers a crushing blow, admitting that the madam's health has taken a turn for the worse. Elric freezes as the words sink in, realizing his world is about to be turned upside down. Seeing that look of pure despair, the doctor is reminded of Sir Hoven's own grief from years ago. Our boy suddenly lunges forward, his gloved hand gripping the doctor's arm with desperate strength. He begs the man to do anything and everything in his power, because she is everything to him. Elric's voice cracks with emotion as he pleads for a miracle, refusing to accept a death sentence. The doctor offers a deep bend, promising that he will give his absolute best to save her life. A carriage rattles away through the thick snow, carrying the last shred of hope for the family. Left alone in the freezing cold, our boy can barely catch his breath as the weight of the situation crushes him. His legs give out and he collapses into the snow, prompting the maids to rush out in a panic. They surround him with worried faces, terrified to see their young master in such a broken state. Back in the present, our boy sits alone at a massive dining table, looking completely hollow. A perfectly cooked breakfast sits untouched in front of him, but he can't even muster the strength to pick up a fork. Tyria softly asks if the breakfast isn't to his liking, noticing her new husband's distant and hollow gaze. She gives him a gentle, sympathetic smile, trying her best to brighten his heavy mood. Elric barely acknowledges her, his mind drifting back to how little they actually spoke during those final days. Regret starts to eat at him, as he wonders why he didn't try harder to reach out back then. The plate of eggs and greens looks delicious, but to him, it might as well be ashes. The head maid watches from the side, her heart sinking as she realizes he still hasn't taken a single bite. Without a word, he stands up and walks away, leaving the staff to exchange worried glances. But then he pauses and reaches back down to grab the tray, surprising everyone in the room. The younger maid is stunned, as our boy suddenly starts devouring the meal with newfound intensity. He clears the entire plate in record time, as if trying to bury his grief under a full stomach. Anxious to apologize for an oversight, Rhonda approaches her young master while looking quite worried as he turns to face her. Rhonda looks at him with a mixture of relief and sadness, knowing exactly what he is going through. Later, she leads him out to a breathtaking garden filled with vibrant blue roses blooming in the sun. The snowy landscape from his memories seems like a world away compared to this peaceful sanctuary. Rhonda explains that someone tended to this garden with incredible care, even before his return home. She notes that anything is possible when you combine person's pure devotion with a touch of magic. Rhonda recalls how much he loved plants as a young boy, hoping this sight brings him some peace. Elric stands amidst the sea of blue, a lone figure surrounded by beauty he doesn't feel he deserves. A sharp, jagged sound effect underscores Elric's internal shock as he processes Rhonda's words. A terrifying vision of fire and shadow erupts around him, as if hell itself is reaching out to pull him back. A sea of reaching, shadowy hands rises from the bottom of his vision, threatening to pull him back into his trauma. Dark memories of war begin to haunt him. He can still smell the blood of the battlefield and see the horrific sight of severed limbs. Rhonda breaks his trance by talking about Tyria Wibben. She mentions that as a child, the young lady always had a passion for plants and dreamed of becoming a medic. Our boy is genuinely taken aback by this news. He wonders why a girl from such high noble family would ever want to be a battlefield medic. A sudden flash of insight hits him as he stares off into the distance. His red eyes reflect a memory that has been buried deep in his soul. In the past, he remembers a young girl with long braids. The image is blurry, but the connection he feels to her is undeniably strong. He recalls a moment where a pair of small hands offered him heavy pouch. It was a simple gesture that clearly carried a lot of weight. Back in the present, Elric covers his face while trying to process these heavy emotions. Rhonda watches him closely, sensing that her master is in deep pain. Rhonda suggests they head back inside since the air is getting chilly. She doesn't want him catching a cold while he is in this state. They leave the sanctuary of the garden behind. Elric walks in silence, still lost in the weight of the old memories that just resurfaced. The sun begins to set over the massive estate, casting a long orange glow across the stone walls of the mansion as evening approaches. Inside the office, the butler Aldio is hard at work. He adjusts his monocle while squinting at a stack of complicated legal documents. Elric enters the room and is surprised to see the butler there. He asks why Aldio is the one sitting in the lady's office. Aldio is buried under a mountain of documents, proving that royal administration is a real nightmare. Elric asks if he is the one who handles all this work. Our boy starts to lose his cool when he sees the workload. He realizes that Tyria must have worked herself to the point of collapse to finish it. Aldio remains perfectly calm despite Elric's outburst. He simply explains that he was following the direct orders of Lady Tyria Wibben. Elric tries to help the butler with a difficult task, but his offer is shut down immediately. He realizes there is nothing more he can do. Accepting the situation, Elric decides to leave. He tells the butler he will have a maid bring some tea to help him stay awake through the night. A short while later, a young maid comes rolling in with a service cart. She looks a bit nervous as she approaches Elric's private quarters. She stops at the door and gives it a soft knock. Her eyes are wide with worry as she waits for the young master to answer. Elric is slumped over the table, looking completely drained of energy. The maid enters and sees just how much he is struggling with his internal turmoil. She looks at him with deep concern, hoping that a warm drink might be enough to lift his spirits, even if only for a moment. Steam rises from the porcelain cup as she pours a fresh batch of fragrant tea. The soothing aroma quickly fills the quiet room. With a kind smile, she explains that this is the special rose tea the lady usually enjoys. She encourages him to have some and relax. Elric looks down at the floating petal in his cup. Knowing this was Tyria's favorite drink only makes him feel the void of her absence more. The maid tries to be optimistic for his sake. She promises him that the lady is strong and will definitely be all right very soon. He forces a small smile and apologizes for making her worry needlessly. He tries his best to hide how much he is actually hurting. The maid bows deeply, admitting she only spoke up because he looked so incredibly down. She just wanted to help him feel a little better. With her duties finished, the maid gives a quick bow and hurries out of the room, leaving he alone with his thoughts once again. He sits there in the silence, staring at the tea as it cools. The mansion feels emptier than ever as he tries to process everything. As night falls, the moon hangs high over a quiet clinic on the edge of town. While the streets are empty, The candles inside are still burning. Inside, a nurse stands over a bed with a grim expression. She watches Tyria closely, checking her vitals as the young lady's condition grows dire. Tyria is in rough shape, her face flushed with a high fever. She gasps for air, thinking that she cannot let things end like this. She begins to cry, terrified of the pain her death would cause. She knows Elric will worry himself sick if she passes away now. The nurse panics when she sees the lady's condition suddenly take a turn for the worse. Her heart sinks as the situation becomes critical. Suddenly, Tyria goes limp and her eyes flutter shut. The nurse screams her name in a panic, fearing that the noble girl has finally reached her limit. A black carriage pulls up across the frozen plains. The driver sits at the front as they approach their destination through the biting cold. A dainty white boot steps down onto the crisp snow. Someone has finally arrived home. Tyria Wibben steps out of the carriage, looking radiant. She greets everyone with a soft smile, hoping that things stayed peaceful while she was away. As soon as they see her, two maids come running. Marie is leading the charge, practically sprinting across the courtyard in her excitement. As soon as our girl returns, the maid hugs her while crying about how worried she was. She just smiles and reassures her that everything is fine now. The older maid follows behind, keeping her composure but looking visibly relieved. She offers a deep bend to welcome her lady back properly. A warm glow surrounds her as she beams with happiness, feeling truly touched by the warm welcome home. Her eyes sparkle as she finally feels at peace. Suddenly, shouting echoes from inside the mansion. Someone is frantically asking if the lady is safe and if she has truly returned. The front doors fly open as Elric bursts onto the scene. The maids freeze in shock as the head of the house makes a dramatic entrance. As the sound of racing heartbeats fills the air, she waits for him to speak. She can't help but feel a flutter of anticipation as he approaches. Elric stares at her with an intensity that is almost overwhelming. His red eyes are fixed on her as if he is trying to confirm she is real. The atmosphere is heavy as the two of them lock eyes across the snowy yard. The maids stand back, sensing the weight of this moment. Our boy lets out a roar, his face contorted with pure emotion. He is clearly not holding anything back today. Then he starts sprinting. Elric charges toward Tyria like a man possessed, his eyes bulging as he ignores everything else in his path. Before she can even react, he pulls her into a crushing embrace. He holds her so tightly it is like he is afraid she might vanish. Elric begs her to let him hold her for just a moment as he sobs. Tears stream down his face, revealing a side of the head of house nobody expected. By nightfall, the mansion has finally settled into a peaceful silence under the starry sky. But inside, Tyria is having a hard time staying calm. Clad in her nightgown, Tyria is spinning around her room and clutching a pillow. She is absolutely ecstatic about what happened earlier today. She shouts for the head of house as she replays that incredible hug in her mind. She is so full of joy that she can hardly contain herself. Alone at last, she tries to process everything that happened today. The weight of the moment still lingers even now that she's back in the comfort of her own quarters. Her heart begins to race again as she replays the memory of the hug. She can still feel the warmth of his embrace and the intensity of his gaze. She thinks to herself about how sudden and tight that hug was. It was far more affection than she ever dreamed of receiving. Tyria kicks her legs in the air, squealing into her pillow as her heart threatens to explode. Talk about a major win for the lady. A sharp knock at the door brings her crashing back to reality. She quickly tries to pull herself together before anyone sees her acting like a lovesick teenager. Marie enters the room with a cheerful smile, carrying a tray of fresh tea. She addresses her lady properly, though her eyes are twinkling with mischief. She peeks over the edge of the bed, her face turning a bright shade of red as she hides from her own embarrassment. This is definitely peak awkwardness. Tyria tries to act cool, but her face is bright red. Marie just watches her, knowing exactly what is going on in that head of hers. Once she settles down, Tyria looks soft and serene. She takes a seat and prepares to enjoy a quiet moment with her favorite maid. Marie giggles as she pours the tea, clearly enjoying the sight of her lady so flustered. The vibe in the room is warm and comfortable. The maid asks if Tyria and Elric actually met when they were children. Tyria confirms it, but admits that our guy does not remember any of it. Marie leans in, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asks what that first meeting was actually like. She is ready for all the juicy details. Tyria takes a slow sip of her tea, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She has a very specific memory of how their history began. She explains that back then, he jumped to conclusions and ran off before she could even give him an answer. Men really never change. The steam rises from a fresh cup of tea as she settles in to chat. It's the perfect way to calm her nerves and spill all the juicy details. The memory of the past begins to resurface, starting with a sound that she can never forget. The peaceful morning is suddenly interrupted by the echoes of a painful history. The sharp sound of a strike rings out as a wooden switch comes down hard on a small hand. Young Tyria winces in pain, her eyes welling with tears as she holds out her trembling hands for another blow. A stern woman stands over her with cold expression, ready to deliver another round of harsh discipline. A worried maid tries to intervene, whispering for her mistress to be quiet so they aren't discovered by others in the house. Ignoring the maid, the woman stares down at young Tyria and demands that she listen carefully for the last time. She explains that this marriage is a matter of survival for the family and matching with the Nimrod house is vital. Tyria remembers how cold her world felt back then, with no one to care for her feelings or her pain. The woman threatens that if Tyria complains even once more, she won't be getting dinner for the next 2 days. Without another word, the woman turns on her heel and slams the door shut, leaving the room in heavy silence. The maid rushes over to comfort Tyria, promising to find some medicine to soothe the painful welts on her hands. She scurries away to find help, leaving the young girl standing alone in the middle of the massive, empty hallway. Tyria stands there trembling in her fancy blue dress, feeling like the massive and intimidating library is about to completely swallow her whole as she waits. Tears finally spill over as she sobs, questioning why she is forced to marry a complete stranger. Her mind is filled with a single, painful question, as she realizes she has no control over her own life. A sudden thud breaks the silence as a heavy book drops out of nowhere, making Tyria jump back in surprise. A young boy crouches on the floor, reaching for the book he just accidentally dropped in front of her. He looks up at her with a nervous grin and sheepishly notes that they have finally met once again. It's young Elric, our boy in the past, and he gives her a clumsy little wave to break the tension. Wiping her tears, Tyria demands to know what he is doing sneaking around inside her home. Elric ignores her hostility and instead asks her who this guy is that she is supposed to be marrying. Tyria looks away, her voice trembling as she admits she has to go through with it for her family. Seeing her distress, Elric asks if she actually wants him to step in and help her out of this mess. He holds out his hand and tells her to follow him, promising to make sure that marriage never happens. Tyria stares at him, her heart skipping a beat as she looks at the first person who ever offered help. The maid is absolutely losing it with excitement after hearing stories about the young master's childhood. She squeals with joy, dying to hear even more secrets. The maid is practically vibrating with excitement, dying to know where the young master took her on their escape. A couple of local boys are completely awestruck, their jaws dropping at the sight of something beautiful. They can't believe their eyes and are totally starstruck. Elric gives his friends a proud thumbs up, gloating that he wasn't lying about finding a real beauty. His friends start teasing him, mentioning that his sister said he definitely got rejected when he tried to propose. Tyria giggles behind her parasol as she watches the supposedly cool boy get completely roasted by his pals. Elric gets flustered and shouts that it was all a master plan to recruit a pretty medic for their team. His friends immediately shut him down, confirming with a single word that his desperate excuse is absolutely pathetic. They both slowly shake their heads, not buying his desperate excuse for even a single second. Trying to save face, Elric quickly moves on and declares that their patrol mission is officially starting. He leads his ragtag group on a patrol, with Tyria trailing behind, finally smiling for the first time in ages. Elric breaks down the specifics of Ferdin military law as they continue their walk. He notes that once a soldier joins, they are property of the military until they finally get discharged. Turning to a wide-eyed Tyria, our boy pulls a surprisingly clever move and drops the big news. Since she is officially their new unit medic, she is legally exempt from having to get married. Even though he just gave her a way out, Elric immediately starts getting flustered. He rubs his neck and looks away with a massive blush, clearly embarrassed by his own bold suggestion. Back in the day, our boy Elric tells a young Tyria that she is officially the squad medic. Since she has a job now, she doesn't have to force herself to marry anyone. He gets all flustered after saying it, probably realizing how smooth that sounded for a kid. Back in the present, Marie is absolutely losing it over this story. She's basically a professional fangirl at this point. Tyria laughs, remembering how she never got to give him a real answer because his friends came back and interrupted the moment. Back in the memory, the four kids spent the entire day together. They were just running wild through the mountains and fields without a care in the world. They even spot a tiny squirrel demonic beast just minding its own business with a nut. Naturally, they decide to hunt it down, charging through the grass while screaming at the top of their lungs. Adult Tyria can't help but smile at the memory. Those were simpler times, filled with laughter and endless energy. Our guy Elric stops to point out a building nestled in the trees. He proudly declares it as their official clan hideout. The building is massive for a secret base, and Tyria admits she has never seen anything like it before. Elric has big dreams, promising to build a real training facility right here once he finally becomes a royal knight. The other boys start racing inside, leaving our protagonist and the future bride behind for a quiet moment. Suddenly, Elric pulls out a mysterious pouch that catches Tyria off guard. He hands it over with a serious expression, his small hand dwarfed by the weight of the bag. Tyria holds the glowing pouch like it is the most precious thing in the world, wondering what is inside. He tells her it is for later, and that she should try planting whatever is inside when the time is right. Marie leans in, dying to know if Tyria actually went through with it and planted those seeds. The maid is practically vibrating with excitement, wanting every single juicy detail of the romance. Tyria just smiles, surrounded by the beautiful blue roses that eventually grew from that very gift. Marie squeals about how romantic the young lord was, clearly living vicariously through Tyria's love life while they enjoy their tea. A sharp knock on the door suddenly breaks the cozy atmosphere. The head maid calls out, asking if Marie is inside. The poor girl freezes, covering her mouth to stay silent. The head maid bursts in, lecturing Marie about where she has been and why the tea is taking so long. Tyria just laughs it off, clearly used to these kinds of interruptions in the palace. Even the head maid has to give them a stern talking to about their responsibilities, though she clearly cares for them. Later that night, Tyria lies in bed, staring at the ceiling and replaying the day in her head. The head maid bows respectfully, wishing her a peaceful night before heading out. Outside, the mansion is quiet under the starlit sky, but Tyria's mind is still racing with thoughts of the past. As she drifts off, she finally looks at peace, letting the memories of her childhood take over. Her dreams take her back to the wooden hideout under the bright sun. The four kids are sprawled out on the deck, completely exhausted from a long day of playing. Tyria finds herself blushing as she quietly watches our boy Elric sleep. She lingers on his peaceful expression, and it is clear she is starting to feel something more for him. Gazing down at him, she realizes that her feelings have shifted from simple friendship into something much deeper. He stirs awake and thanks her for spending the day with him, his voice thick with sleep. In that moment, Tyria realized she had completely made up her mind about Elric Portman, and she hasn't looked back since. The dream ends with a sweet promise as young Tyria kisses him on the cheek, declaring her intent to become his bride. Birds chirp over the grand mansion as a new day begins, bathing the entire estate in bright morning light. Tyria sits up in bed, her face flushed with the warmth of that lingering memory. She is definitely feeling the love today. Still in her nightgown, she makes her way to the door, her heart racing as she prepares to face the day. She swings the door open and gasps in surprise. Someone was already waiting for her right outside the room. Our boy Elric stands there looking just as flustered as she is. He awkwardly offers a good morning greeting while scratching his head. He lets out a bashful laugh, clearly having spent some time building up the courage to come see her this early. Tyria beams at him, her cheeks rosy. She asks him if he would mind waiting just a moment while she gets ready for the day. Elric breaks into a bashful laugh, clearly touched by her kindness. He tries to wave it off, but he is totally charmed by the sweet atmosphere she has created. Tyria hesitates for a second, admitting there is actually something she has been wanting to tell him. She looks up at him with wide, sparkling eyes, her resolve finally firming up after all this time. Our protagonist seems to catch the vibe, getting even more nervous as he struggles to find the right words to say. He gives her a gentle look, his eyes full of affection for the girl standing before him. Whatever she said must have been perfect, because the only response is an enthusiastic shout of agreement. Tyria claps her hands together and laughs, her joy radiating through the room as things finally go her way. A bit later, the two settle down for a quiet moment over some freshly brewed tea. They sit together on the sofa, going over the morning news and discussing how the family revenue depends on wheat exports. Tyria suddenly freezes as she reads a headline. It turns out the nation of Cheber has finally surrendered to the Western Empire. He realizes that was the very nation he served as a mercenary. He hides his mouth, suddenly curious about the details of their fall. He suggests they read the article together, leaning in close to see the small print on the paper. As he stares at the ruins depicted in the news, he muses that he expected them to hold out much longer. Everything hits a breaking point once Elric realizes just how close he is sitting to the blushing girl. He starts sweating bullets as the mood suddenly becomes incredibly awkward for them both. He snaps out of it and quickly backs away, apologizing for getting too close without realizing it. They both stare in opposite directions, the air thick with the kind of awkwardness only two people in love can create. Tyria looks on in shock as she reads the details of the news article. Elric's expression hardens into one of serious contemplation as he processes the information. She gazes up at him, noticing the sudden shift in his mood as he stares at the paper. A soft, knowing smile plays across her lips during the quiet moment. Tyria slowly closes her eyes and leans forward, her heart thumping hard against her ribs. He does not hesitate this time, gently reaching out to cradle her face as he leans in for the kill. Just as they are about to lock lips, a maid bursts into the room screaming about a royal banquet invitation. The mood is officially dead. Elric nearly chokes on his drink while Tyria tries to hide her burning face behind the newspaper. The poor maid stands there frozen, finally realizing she picked the absolute worst time to be an overachiever. Sunlight hits a grand marble building on a beautiful day for a new chapter in their lives. Elric and Tyria walk through their lavish home together. They have big plans ahead of them today. Our boy holds up a royal invitation with a proud smile. He never thought he would see the day they were invited to a royal banquet. Tyria reminds him that since his family succeeded her title, he is a proper noble now. She seems genuinely happy for him. Elric looks a bit thoughtful as she mentions the strategic marriage. He admits he has been hiding one secret from her this whole time. Tyria places a hand on her chest as she listens to him. She is surprised to hear that there was a secret behind their marriage. Elric looks at her, explaining that he didn't just marry her because of the Portman family name. A dramatic shock wave effect appears over Tyria as she hears his sudden confession. Tyria is completely caught off guard, her face turning bright red as she reacts to his words. She shouts in surprise, wondering if he meant something else. Our boy just keeps that calm, mysterious look on his face. Panicking, she tries to change the subject and says they must hurry. It takes days by carriage to reach the palace. Elric stops her and asks if she was really planning to take a carriage all that way. Our boy has a much better idea. Tyria looks confused, asking how else they could possibly travel. Clearly, she is not aware of the latest technology. They arrive at the Grand Wibbin Station. The architecture looms over them, housing the kingdom's newest way to travel across the land. Tyria stands in the middle of the crowd, looking like a lost puppy. Our boy is right by her side, enjoying her wide-eyed reaction. A massive steam engine rolls into the station with a loud whistle. Elric asks her if this is her first time seeing a train. She admits that she has only ever traveled by carriage before. The sight of the massive hunk of iron is a bit overwhelming. Elric beams, explaining that this journey will only take a few hours instead of days. He's clearly a fan of efficiency. They walk toward the tracks together as the train lets out another burst of steam. Tyria is still a bit hesitant about the whole thing. Once they are inside, a train attendant checks in on them. He notices that something might be wrong with the lady. Our boy laughs and explains that it's just his wife's first time on a train. Tyria is currently clinging to him for dear life. Elric holds her close and asks if she is okay, reminding her that he is right there with her. She's shaking like a leaf. Suddenly, the train lets out a deafening whistle and a pillar of black smoke. Tyria looks like she is about to witness the end of the world. She buries her head in Elric's lap, crying out that the hunk of iron is shrieking. Our boy cannot help but laugh at her reaction. The massive iron train thunders down the tracks, shaking the ground. It is an intimidating sight for anyone seeing a locomotive for the first time. After a while, she slowly peeks her head out. The initial shock is starting to wear off as she looks toward the window. She reaches out and pulls back the curtain, letting the bright sunlight into the cabin. Tyria is awestruck by the speed of the scenery passing by. Elric watches her from behind, pleased that she is finally calming down. She leans against the window with a huge grin on her face. The world looks completely different when moving this fast. Elric wears a smug grin while watching her reaction. He knows he has impressed her with this incredibly modern way to travel. Tyria looks back and calls him my lord, admitting that he was right about the train after all. She flashes him a bright, happy smile. It seems he has successfully introduced his wife to the modern age. Suddenly, Elric's expression shifts as he hears a knock at the door. Something has caught his attention. The attendant returns, presenting a small, ornate box. He mentions that it was sent specifically to them from the first-class cabin. Elric opens the box to reveal a single golden bullet resting inside. This clear message means their peaceful journey just came to a very sudden end. Elric realizes that the person who's targeting him isn't just out there in the world. They are right here on this very train. He looks down at the golden bullet and sees the number 103 etched into the side. It's a direct invitation to a specific cabin. Looking at Tyria's back, he knows he has to deal with this threat immediately. He cannot let her get caught in the middle of this mess. Elric puts on a fake smile and asks Tyria if she would mind waiting in the cabin for just a moment. She seems confused by the sudden request. Without another word, he marches out of the room. Tyria stays behind, watching him leave with a worried expression as he disappears down the hallway. He follows the trail straight to the door marked VIP 103. This is exactly where the golden message told him to go. Standing outside the door, Elric prepares himself. He knows that whatever is waiting behind this wood isn't going to be friendly. He reaches for the handle and swings the door open without knocking. He isn't here for a polite conversation. Inside, he finds a silver-haired woman and a blonde man in glasses sitting casually on a sofa. They look like they were expecting him. The blonde man flashes a wide, unsettling grin. He seems far too happy to see a man who just had a death threat sent to his room. Elric doesn't waste time with greetings. A blade slides out from his sleeve and into his hand with lethal precision. He lunges forward like a predator, closing the distance to the blonde man in the blink of an eye. But the silver-haired woman is just as fast. She draws a revolver and levels it right at our boy's head. Elric shifts his momentum and grabs her wrist, forcing the barrel away before she can pull the trigger. In a blur of motion, he brings his knife right to her throat. One twitch and her life is over, but she doesn't even flinch. This woman is a pro. She reaches into her hidden holster and pulls out a second pistol while he is occupied. Before Elric can react, she presses the muzzle of the second gun directly against his stomach. Now they are stuck in a deadly stalemate. Neither of them can move without the other landing a fatal blow. The silver-haired woman stares back with cold, empty eyes. She is perfectly willing to die if it means taking him down too. The blonde man suddenly starts shouting for them to stop. He realizes that this is going to end in a bloodbath if nobody backs down. He pleads with his subordinate to show some respect. He reveals that he is actually Lord Kasha, the legendary sword demon. The blonde man wags a finger and warns Elric that the woman is more dangerous than she looks. He claims that even if Elric cuts her throat, she would manage to pump 3 bullets into him before she stops breathing. Elric narrows his eyes. He is mentally calculating the odds, and they are not looking good for a clean exit. In his mind, he sees it play out. He slashes her neck, but the roar of gunfire fills the cabin as she shoots him point blank. Blood splatters across his face as his own life begins to fade. It is a double kill where nobody walks away. The memory of the vision fades away, leaving him staring back at the reality of the room. Back in reality, Elric admits that the blonde man is right. He lowers his guard slightly, acknowledging the grim truth. He slowly pulls the blade away from the woman's throat. The tension in the room is still thick enough to cut. Our boy decides that a pointless fight won't benefit anyone today. He sheathes his weapon and takes a step back. The silver-haired woman keeps her gaze fixed on him, her expression never shifting from that icy mask of indifference. Elric stares down the blonde man on the couch and tells him he has exactly 30 minutes to talk. He demands a full explanation for why they summoned him here in such a dramatic and threatening way. Our boy stands tall, his red eyes burning with a silent warning. If they waste his time, those 30 minutes will be their last. The blonde man lowers his head deeply in a sign of respect and submission, acknowledging Elric's authority. A train barrels through the frozen wilderness, as Elric sets a strict 30-minute timer for this meeting. He demands to know why he was summoned all the way out here on such short notice. Elric stands tall in his suit, waiting coolly for a straight answer. The man across from him clears his throat, preparing to state his business. The speaker gets right to the point, telling Elric it is time for the legendary Kasha to officially retire. The blonde merchant adjusts his glasses, eager to negotiate terms with the terrifying warrior. Everyone already assumes Kasha vanished, making Elric question why an official announcement even matters. Raising a finger, the merchant insists that a public retirement declaration is non-negotiable. Elric listens silently, his cold gaze offering zero warmth to the proposal. Our boy points out that stepping into the light means target practice for his endless list of enemies. He sees absolutely no benefit in taking such stupidly huge risk for nothing. Seeing him stall, the energetic businessman jumps up and proposes a lucrative mercenary contract instead. Elric shuts him down instantly with a flat refusal before the man even finishes his pitch. The merchant freezes mid-sentence, stunned by how fast his grand proposal got crushed. Catching his breath, the businessman asks what the Western front lines actually meant to Elric. To the merchant, those battlefields were never about honor or blood. They were pure profit. He snaps his fingers with a confident grin, boasting about his financial stranglehold. Practically every major faction across the Western continent owes massive debts to his company. For him, controlling the front lines was just another way to rake in endless gold coins. Elric remains unbothered, watching the greedy merchant lay out the scope of his empire. The man leans forward, admitting he held total control over the war until one unexpected variable ruined everything. He points directly at Elric, declaring that the legendary sword demon Kasha destroyed his pristine financial balance. That wild card status makes Elric the absolute biggest threat to his entire operation, so he presents a final ultimatum to neutralize the threat once and for all. Elric can either officially walk away from war or become an exclusive asset owned by his group. Our boy stands there with his arms crossed, completely unimpressed by the ultimatum. He turns down both choices on the spot, offering a simple promise in return instead. His terms are clean. He will simply never show his face near them again. The merchant stares in utter disbelief, caught off guard by Elric rejecting his power move. A tense silence falls over the carriage as the businessman realizes he holds zero leverage. Elric turns on his heel, ready to walk out without giving another second of his time. Desperate to get the last word, the merchant calls out that he is equally dedicated to his enterprise. The merchant shouts that his commitment to his empire is just as serious as any warrior's oath. Elric halts mid-step, hearing genuine resolve in the voice of the greedy merchant. A subtle smirk creeps onto his face as he prepares to drop his final answer. Elric makes it clear that anyone trying to mess with his family will pay a steep price. Leaving the merchant trembling in fear on the couch, our boy turns around and walks out without hesitation. He pushes open the carriage doors with impact, walking away as his statement hangs in the air. Back inside, the woman turns to her shaken colleague, who sits completely paralyzed after that tense exchange. Her utterly terrified colleague stammers in complete embarrassment, awkwardly asking if anyone happens to have spare underwear. Meanwhile, over at a grand estate under the twilight sky, another plot is brewing. A gloved hand knocks firmly against the polished doors of the inner chambers. The elderly butler waits outside as a flustered voice from within shouts back not to enter yet. Suspicious rustling noises echo from inside as someone frantically tries to tidy up. Lord Ammon opens the door, flustered with a heavy blush, lazily asking what his butler wants. The butler reports that he just returned from delivering the design for his master custom tailcoat. He catches a maid rushing past flustered and fixing her clothes after leaving the room. The butler scolds his master for touching the maid after being warned, but Ammon casually denies doing anything wrong. Ammon shifts the subject, eagerly asking if Lady Tyria is attending the annual banquet and learning she already departed. Hearing that, Ammon grins deviously and orders the butler to prepare strong, smooth wine for her arrival. He strikes a dramatic pose, fantasizing about intoxicating her so she can never escape his embrace. The butler brutally crushes his fantasy, revealing that Tyria's husband, Sir Elric Portman, returned months ago. Ammon snaps in rage, screaming how a man missing over 10 years dares to reappear and travel with Tyria. Shouting with dark fury, he orders his servant to track the returned husband down immediately. Furious, he points forward, and demands to know Elric's exact location. Ammon declares he must confront the husband personally, and the butler respectfully bows in agreement. With his orders clear, the loyal servant turns and leaves the private chamber. Ammon grinds his teeth, swearing to teach Elric a painful lesson and prove he has no right to Tyria. Meanwhile, Elric and Tyria arrive outside a familiar estate, where Tyria notes it has been a long time since his last visit. Elric offers a warm smile, feeling a sense of nostalgia returning to his old home. He invites his bride inside, and she happily agrees to step across the threshold. Night settles quietly over the grand estate as the couple steps inside for the evening. Inside, Elric stops in his tracks, his eyes locking onto something displayed on the wall. A beautifully painted portrait of his late parents hangs proudly in the hall. Tyria steps up beside him and warmly asks what caught his attention. She explains that she hung the portrait with his father's permission, wanting to honor such a loving couple. Elric is stunned, wondering how his strict father allowed the portrait after forbidding it for years. He remembers how his father refused to even discuss the topic in the past. Tyria blushes sweetly, revealing his father felt the room was too spacious alone and wanted them to share it together. Elric buries his glowing red face in his hands from sheer embarrassment, while Tyria chuckles cutely. Elric reminds Tyria that they have a busy schedule tomorrow and urges her to get some rest. She hesitates, asking where he plans to sleep himself. Our boy just smiles cheerfully, giving her a quick thumbs up while telling her to head inside and get a good night of sleep. Tyria forces a weak smile, her face completely melting in utter disappointment. This was definitely not the romantic wedding night she had in mind. She wishes him a peaceful night and slinks away into her room, leaving Elric standing there feeling like he just messed something up. Silence fills the quiet hallway as the doors close for the night, leaving the estate calm and still under the dark evening sky. The second she gets inside, Tyria faceplants directly onto her massive bed, kicking her legs in sheer frustration and groaning out loud. She thinks back to how intense and bold Elric was before, hugging her tight and getting so close. Why is he suddenly acting so completely distant tonight? Back then he looked at her with such confidence and charm, leaving her heart racing every single time he leaned in close. She had fully built herself up for a passionate evening, mentally preparing for a magical night with her new husband. Throwing a total tantrum on the bed, the blonde bride kicks her feet in sheer frustration over his clueless reaction. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from nearby, shaking the quiet room and instantly cutting her dramatic moment short. She bolts upright on the bed, her eyes wide with shock as she tries to figure out what on earth just made that noise. Without losing a second, she reaches out and flings open her door to inspect the source of the commotion. Her feet move swiftly across the floor as she rushes down the hall to check on her husband. Startled by a sudden loud noise, she rushes toward the room and anxiously calls out for her husband. She stops dead in her tracks, completely frozen in shock as her eyes take in the unbelievable scene. The maids excitedly announce that the bed has completely collapsed, leaving Elric sitting on the broken frame with nowhere proper to sleep. Elric rubs the back of his neck with a guilty chuckle, looking totally embarrassed that his bed gave out on his wedding night. A genius idea immediately pops into her mind. Realizing this unavoidable accident gives her the perfect excuse to invite him into her room. With a deep blush and a nervous wink, she boldly tells him that since he has nowhere else to sleep, they will just have to share her room tonight. Night falls over the grand estate, looking peaceful from the outside while something strange unfolds within. Inside the silent corridors, heavy wooden doors keep secrets safe, while an unexpected scheme begins taking shape in the dark. Framed family portraits sit neatly on the nightstand, showcasing a young Elric smiling happily alongside his parents from years past. Sneaking right into the master bedroom, Marie carries a saw with quiet determination as she prepares her sneaky midnight mission. Holding the rusty saw firmly, Marie fixes her gaze ahead as she prepares to sabotage something special in this room tonight. Her grip tightens on the wooden handle as she prepares to execute her stealthy sabotage without making a single sound. She carefully saws through both sides of the bed frame with extreme precision to guarantee the exact chaotic result she wants. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Marie steps back to admire her handiwork, completely satisfied that her trap is set. Our boy Elric walks down the hallway and praises her hard work, entirely oblivious to the secret sabotage she just finished. Marie bows respectfully and wishes him a peaceful night, while he kindly tells his devoted maid to get some sleep too. The heavy door clicks shut behind him, sealing off the quiet hallway as tension builds inside the master bedroom. Hiding the saw behind her back, Marie turns back toward the hallway with a suspicious glance over her shoulder. A mischievous smirk spreads across her face, excited to see the chaotic romantic drama her sneaky prank will spark tonight. Inside the dark bedroom, Elric and Tyria's lie back to back under the covers, completely rigid and too nervous to move. Both of their faces flush bright red as their hearts pound, wildly panicking over how to handle sharing a bed together. Tyria stares into the dark with wide eyes, her mind racing out of control over the intense closeness of her handsome husband. Squeezing her eyes shut, she realizes that if this overwhelming tension continues any longer, she might completely lose her sanity. Unable to take the suffocating silence, Elric turns back toward her and softly asks if she has already fallen asleep. It turns out Tyria was already completely passed out, drooling happily on her pillow from pure built-up fatigue. Seeing her sound asleep, Elric reaches out and gently rests his warm hand on her head with a fond smile. He tenderly strokes her long, golden hair, watching her adorable, peaceful expression as she softly mumbles in her sleep. Out of nowhere, Tyria turns over and aggressively locks him in a tight hug, catching our boy completely by surprise. Panicking as she pulls him close, Elric nervously begs for her to open her eyes and realize who she is hugging. Tyria simply smiles in her sleep, treating him like a giant plush teddy bear while hugging him tightly against her chest. Sweating heavily, Elric tries his absolute best to stay calm and keep his racing heart under control in this dangerous trap. He freaks out, imagining how furious she would be if she woke up right now, and blamed him for a total misunderstanding. To make matters worse, Tyria twitches in her sleep and shifts even closer, murmuring softly as Elric completely loses his mind. Pinned helpless beneath her snug embrace, our guy silently prays for mercy, suffering through the longest night of his entire life. Dawn breaks over the estate as bright morning sunlight fills the sky, and little birds begin singing outside. Tyria slowly blinks her eyes open, waking up from a peaceful night of rest as morning light fills the room. She gasps in total shock the second she realizes she spent the whole night wrapped tightly around her sleeping husband. Instead of panicking, Tyria holds her glowing cheeks with absolute delight while staring down at her handsome, sleeping husband. Elric lies beside her completely motionless, passed out cold after enduring a brutal night of intense emotional restraint. Deciding to take full advantage of the moment, Tyria snuggles right back into his arms to stay cozy a bit longer. Outside, a rooster announces the morning with a loud crow, suddenly shattering the quiet peace inside the bedroom. Elric gasps awake, blushing fiercely as he jolts up after barely surviving the most intense night of his life. He scrambles quickly back across the bed, careful not to disturb Tyria. Wiping sweat from his forehead, our boy breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Tyria lies peacefully beneath the covers, completely oblivious to all his morning panic. Elric quietly slips out of the room, eager to escape before things get awkward. A noisy morning rooster suddenly crows outside, instantly shattering her peaceful awakening. Tyria winces in regret, wishing she had stayed held in his arms longer while awake. Sitting straight up, Tyria vows sweet revenge against that noisy morning rooster. She immediately follows through on her threat by serving a whole roasted chicken for breakfast. Elric stares down in shock, realizing she actually slaughtered the offending bird. He nervously asks if she personally cooked this entire meal just to get revenge. Tyria laughs delightfully, immensely proud of settling the score so quickly and deliciously. Elric offers a sheepish smile and gets ready to enjoy his unexpected morning meal. Later that day, the grand capital city comes into view across the river bridge. Their private carriage travels along the busy cobblestone streets toward the shopping district. The head maid orders the junior staff to purchase a new bed. An energetic young maid salutes enthusiastically before departing with the old butler. Elric and Tyria share a gentle smile as they set off on their errand. They soon arrive outside an upscale clothing boutique located in the shopping district. The head maid politely guides Tyria right into the elegant boutique shop. The shop owner greets her regular aristocratic guests with boisterous, welcoming laughter. She pulls Rhonda into a tight hug, asking if they need tailcoats. Tyria politely steps in to explain they arrived on a completely different errand. Recognizing the young noblewoman, the tailor bows deeply and offers a late apology. Tyria introduces Elric, asking for a fine custom tailcoat to be made for their lord. Elric steps forward with a polite smile, making a great first impression. The tailor gasps in shock after suddenly recognizing his noble identity. She curtsies low to Elric, begging forgiveness for failing to recognize Lord Portman. Elric suddenly glances toward the entrance as a cold presence fills the room. The entire shop staff turns around in confusion as tense silence settles over them. Tyria winces in visible shock as she recognizes the unwelcome person approaching. Heavy, deliberate footsteps stride across the wooden floorboards toward them. A mocking voice speaks out, questioning the legitimacy of a new lord. The haughty noble man strides directly toward Elric, making his uninvited presence known. The intruder leans in close to Elric, smirking mockingly while calling him out directly. Elric maintains a calm smile, quietly absorbing the hostile attempt to provoke him. Elric keeps a bright smile on his face, remaining completely unfazed by the arrogant noble standing right beside him. The blond man shouts out loudly, calling Tyria out for ignoring him after not seeing each other for so long. Tyria turns around with a tense glare, remaining dead silent as her frustration builds against the unwelcome intruder's loud disturbance. He strides forward smugly, telling Tyria to tell Elric the truth about their status under kingdom law. Ammon turns back toward Elric, smugly telling Tyria to reveal their true standing under kingdom law. Elric reacts in absolute shock as the outrageous claim is made. The man smirks demonically at Elric, dropping a massive bombshell that he and Tyria are officially married. Inside Selina's dressmaking shop, a high-stakes conversation is taking place. Tyria gasps in absolute shock at what she is hearing. Elric smoothly cites the kingdom's family law, explaining why their marriage can easily be annulled. Elric smirks, revealing that an annulment was actually his goal all along. The noble smugly counters that Elric is missing a critical exception clause in the law. Our boy stays entirely unbothered, amused by the guy's confidence. He reminds everyone that Tyria spent 10 long years faithfully waiting for him. Tyria looks down silently, while the noble grows increasingly annoyed. The guy's eyes narrow with intense irritation as he struggles to maintain his composure against Elric's calm demeanor. He steps directly into Elric's face, trying to mock his arrogant attitude. Ignoring the insult, our boy turns away directly toward the dressmaker, Madame Selina. He politely asks Madame Selina to take Tyria out for local desserts. The shopkeeper quickly escorts Tyria away to keep her safe from harm. With the women gone, the atmosphere between both men turns ice cold. A fresh pot of tea is served for their private sit-down. They sit across from each other, ready to settle this like gentlemen. The noble leans back comfortably, taunting Elric with a smug grin. Elric cuts straight to the point and tells him to stop targeting his wife. The guy laughs, mocking Elric for vanishing right after his own wedding. He proudly claims he has been actively pursuing Tyria ever since Elric left. Looking Elric dead in the eye, he boasts that he truly deserves to be her husband. Staring Elric down, he bluntly declares that our boy was never worthy. He sarcastically offers to step aside if Elric begs him nicely. A dark, malicious grin spreads across his face as he continues taunting Elric without a care in the world. The arrogant fool pulls a ridiculous face, laughing madly to insult him further. Big mistake. Elric kicks the heavy table straight into the air, shattering everything. The noble screams in sheer panic as the table flies toward him. Before he can react, Elric drives a brutal fist straight into his face. The force of the strike blasts the arrogant fool clear over the sofa. Suddenly, the head maid turns around, absolutely horrified by the outbreak of violence. Behind her, the rest of the shop staff gasp in terror at the chaos. Bleeding and desperate, the arrogant noble tries threatening Elric, but our boy tosses his jacket aside and grabs him right by the throat. Fueled by pure rage, Elric winds up a massive punch, ready to end this guy once and for all. Seeing his rage, the head maid screams out in panic, begging him to stop. Elric slams the bastard straight into the floorboards, leaving him completely helpless and covered in blood. The arrogant fool lies there trembling, gasping for air in pure, unadulterated terror. Holding him pinned to the floorboards, Elric sternly warns him never to insult Tyria ever again. Eyes glowing with absolute fury, Elric makes it crystal clear that his death will be anything but peaceful if he steps out of line again. Completely broken and terrified, the choked noble desperately cries out, apologizing for everything. Later, a butler and maid arrive outside Rosewood Furnishings, looking for the owner. The shopkeeper warmly welcomes them inside, and asks what kind of bed they need. He shows off a luxurious bed popular among nobles, promising quick estate delivery. The butler politely nods along, quietly giving his maid permission to inspect it. Without hesitation, the cheerful maid pulls out a giant battle axe with a smile. The shopkeeper watches in complete horror as the maid raises a massive weapon to test the bed's durability. She cleaves the bed in half, complaining that its durability is far too weak. Wiping her forehead, the maid casually notes the frame could not handle a strike. The shopkeeper completely loses his mind, furiously screaming at them for destroying his display. Instead of making excuses, the butler calmly hands over a heavy bag of gold. Seeing all those shining gold coins, the greedy merchant instantly changes his attitude. Maintaining a stern gaze, the butler firmly demands top priority for their order. Hugging his pouch of gold tight, the happy merchant promises his complete cooperation. Pressuring the nervous shopkeeper further, the butler winks and playfully asks if the custom repairs can be finished in just 2 days. The shopkeeper panics in distress, knowing that 2 days is an impossible request. He quickly bargains back, promising to fully repair and reinforce everything in 3 days. Satisfied with those terms, the butler agrees and asks for the final total. Adjusting his monocle, he maintains complete control over the entire negotiation. With a satisfied smirk, he wraps up business smoothly without breaking a sweat. Night falls over a massive estate, as quiet shadows stretch across the grand mansion. Rich wine is poured into a glass inside a grand, quiet room. A wealthy noble man grabs the bottle, unwinding after a long day. Count Dalton Nimrud sits back on his sofa, enjoying his drink alone. Moonlight streams through high Gothic windows, illuminating the quiet mansion. Count Dalton breaks the silence, revealing he called in an elite hitman for another high-priority commission. The killer speaks up in a cold voice, demanding the name of his target. Patiently waiting, the killer listens as the noble man prepares to utter the name. Taking a calm sip from his glass, Dalton cold-bloodedly orders the assassin to target Elric Portman.